Launch sequence activated. Prepare for lightspeed.
Intelligent, keeping the missing relevant with Mr. E, Mrs. E. Let's not forget the sweet and E, and of course the best Grandy, unraveling these mysteries. Stay a while and share your thoughts. Help us break down this mystery. Grab a seat, we guarantee you're in wonderful company. Unraveling these mysteries with Mr. and Mrs. E.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Mr. E Crimecast. I am Mr. E. I am joined this morning by Mrs. E. Are we muted?
No.
No?
Nope.
Okay. Just checking there. We like to welcome everybody in.
Can't ever have a smooth intro.
No. That's kind of like our thing, just to crash into the stream. But thank you for being here, everybody. So we are on, what is this, day four of the trial, if you don't count the jury selection, which I don't. So we should this morning see the prosecution rest. They said that they have two more witnesses, and then the defense will get started this morning, assuming they have a defense, which we think they will. I don't think we're going to get a Macon Boswell, the defense rest kind of situation today. I think they're going to bring up several probably. So it should be pretty interesting. So thank you all for being here. Real Me Too and Daisy Duke, Sophia, Pam, Alicia Hot Wheels. Let's see, Dreaming of Blue Skies. Yes.
Oh, go ahead.
YouTuber is here. I'm quilting. Yeah, we had a 4-day break on this.
Grimes Crimes, Detective Mom, Penny Boyer, Pam, Kaiser,
Suanna, and I don't know if I said Real Me Too or not, but good morning to you also, Victoria. So we, everybody's kind of rolling in, ready to do this.
Sophie.
Always like your when you're in the office there, Auntie, with the backdrop. Looks good.
Daisy.
When my husband's gone, I use his office because it's just so much easier to be downstairs. I have to go upstairs, and if somebody's at the door, anything happening in the house, it's a little bit less convenient to be up there, and nobody's here but me and Granny. So I'm Charlie, of course.
And Victoria and Susanna and Sharon Parker at Caring for All. Nice to see you guys. Oh, Alicia, thank you so much for renewing your membership. We appreciate you.
Thank you, Alicia. That is much appreciated.
What a great way to start the day.
That is good. Good. Thank you very much for that. So we do you have anything you want to talk about before we get in, or go ahead and pull up the
it's already started.
They've gotten seated.
Yeah.
Oh, Charlie, where are you, Charlie?
Charlie.
I am quilting, wants to see you. Charlie. I'll get her after we get started and bring her over.
Charlie's going to have a brother soon because Bailey's going to come live with him.
She already has a brother.
Well, I mean, he is her brother, but literally going to be living in your house because I can't take it. He's acting wild. I don't know if he's losing his mind or what.
No.
He's just being really strange lately.
He is.
He's been really
weird.
Really strange.
My suggestion would be I know it's not good weather, but start walking him a little bit, get some energy out a couple of times a day, that, for longer walks, and just give him some one-on-one attention. Sometimes it's just an attention thing when you have two dogs.
Yeah.
He's definitely a dog that needs his attention.
He does.
Yeah. Charlie's the same way. Yeah, she's the same way. When the cat's in, because it's too cold to be outside, Charlie doesn't act real great either. She wants to fight.
Well, good morning, Back on Track with Kat. Well, you know how they all act offended when they're together.
Yes.
They all act like that none of them get any attention at all. Yeah. They all want to be in your lap. So
my daughter sent me a video this week of Charlie and Bailey at your house one of the first times they got back together after being separated, and they were so cute. Oh my gosh, it's the cutest video of them just playing.
Oh, like the first time they saw each other after they were separated. Yeah.
Yes.
That was
Alicia Hot Wheels. Happy anniversary. 12 months with us. Awesome.
Oh my gosh. Thank you so much.
Great.
And good morning, Blessed Happy Nana.
Sorry about that.
Somebody didn't turn their phone off.
It's 9:00, so that's when potential spam calls me.
That's right. Good morning.
Multiple every morning.
Good morning, S1976 Sarah. Nice to see you. Okay, I guess we're ready to get going, right?
Yeah, we'll go ahead and play. So we're just a couple minutes behind.
Daisy says the schools are closed there, 25 below wind chill. Oh my goodness.
Gosh, that sounds horrible. And I'm complaining because it was 38 this morning.
I was going to say it's 13 here, I think.
Yeah, that's what it was when I drove Little to school.
It'll change. It'll be warm again and then hot again, or then cold again, then freezing again. And then spring will be here. Suddenly, it'll be hot.
I like hot all the time.
I know you do. I can definitely feel it in my bones this year. He knows I'd move down there in a heartbeat.
I feel it in ways I didn't used to, but I still like. I still like having seasons. I like having all 4 seasons.
Oh my gosh, Dreaming had a 2-hour delay because it was so cold. No, we've had those before, but they didn't do it today. They didn't care today.
I think you all are going to be getting a big snowstorm coming up, like Friday.
Don't say that.
That's what they're saying. 18 inches.
Well,
that's what.
Okay, well then we can't be online because we've got to go take the camper and get it winterized.
Oh, maybe too late for that already.
No, it's not. It hasn't been that cold.
Yeah, so it's
okay. Well, you all have a nice day. We're gonna go get that camper winterized.
You might want to. You might want to get an appointment and try to take it early in the morning tomorrow.
I know.
Like drop it off before,
I'll have to step
during school drop off.
If we want to do that.
Stars and bars.
Wow.
Well, let's get into this.
That stuff stresses me
out.
I hate cold weather.
Here.
I hate cold weather.
Me too. You could just drive it down here and you wouldn't have to winterize it.
Yeah.
Leave it in your driveway.
No, not
parked
the driveway.
out front like Eddie.
You could set it up at an RV park. Then you got a place to come when it's freezing.
Yeah,
we have to buy a spot for that.
Yeah.
But
yeah, just do it for the rest of the month.
I'm thinking about it. I'm legitimately
a storage
thinking about
place.
it.
You could almost.
You could just drop it off at a storage place, but
then
we have to drive it.
Yeah,
you do realize we only could drive it like 6 hours a day.
I know.
So it would take like 3 days to get down there.
Yeah.
So
no, it would take a day and a half. If you can only drive 6, you can be down here in 9 hours, or at least be warmer in 9 hours.
It almost makes sense. It's almost a good plan. If we weren't quite so far.
If we had a piece of land down there, that would make sense because we could just come and go.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
that would be nice.
Our camper is tiny, guys. Don't get too excited. It's like 23 feet. It's not big. Our camper's not big.
Tiny one.
It's teeny, but it's perfect for us.
Yeah.
Yeah, because as much camping as you do, you don't need anything humongous.
Yeah.
So it's little, but it works great for us because it's not terribly hard to pull. That's what we did the Grand Canyon with the kids, and it was great because it literally took me about a minute and a half to clean the whole thing. So
that's nice.
That was nice. I'm getting potential spam too. All right, let's get going.
All right, so we've got Brendan Banfield. This is where they started him getting seated, basically.
All right, I think we are at where you're going to have the voir dire of your expert, correct?
Judge, we would call Iris
before
Graf.
All right, before you do that, I just want to make sure, are you just moving her in as a expert in blood spatter? Because the response to your motion seemed to be that way. I just want to make sure.
It's blood spatter and forensic analysis.
What do you mean by forensic analysis? I think that's where Mr. Carroll,
that's what you wanted to see was blood splatter.
This is maybe the most.
Sorry, I didn't realize the court had any confusion after our last motion. I thought we were clear that she's going to testify to the matter that was produced in her report. Mr. Carroll has had a copy of that. It is blood spatter analysis.
Right,
and how that appears on the crime scene.
Okay, so that's all.
Yes.
I mean, there was a part of her report that talked about firearm reconstruction.
We are not going into that at all.
I think that was the main concern of Mr. Carroll.
That was part of the concerns, Judge, and when they basically,
Thank you.
sorry, the wanderer.
That's okay.
That was part of the concerns, Judge, but when they withdrew their report or they committed. to
Right, YouTuber?
sending
Right.
the report,
Mhm.
then we didn't really enter into some of the other aspects. Some of the other aspects that I would want to address are, there are some leaps made in that report regarding the bloodstain pattern analysis, and there's some areas where evidence is
Right.
linked, but.
I understand, but is that just a cross-examination thing, or is that qualifying her as an expert?
If I will say
Right.
this. If
Dreaming.
it's just
Yeah.
blood spatter analysis, then I've looked over her credentials, and I think that aside from a couple of questions, I'm not going to have any objection to it, but I do need to ask a few questions.
Okay, you understand you have to ask a few questions, but it doesn't seem like that's something we have to do outside the presence of the jury if they're not going into shooting, construction, reconstruction. I don't know, I'm asking you, because it
Yeah,
just seems like it's more of you're going to object to some of the questions she might be asked or
Yes,
something along the lines, but not to her expertise in blood spatter.
blood spatter, I don't have an objection to her expertise.
All right.
And just to clarify, so we're using the correct language, it is bloodstain pattern analysis. if that
That's
is not
fine,
objectionable.
blood stain pattern analysis. You don't have objection to that,
No
correct?
objection, no. I believe that's.
All right, I think we can do that in front of the jury then, just to save a little time. After I read your response to the motion, I just want to make sure we're on the same page because it seemed like we're not on the same page.
Understood.
Now we're on the same page. Okay, excellent. So any other preliminary matters before the jury comes out?
No, Your Honor.
No, ma'am.
To the jury.
YouTuber says that they're not familiar with the case. Do you want to give a quick rundown?
Sure. We're waiting for the jury to come in anyway. So Brendan Banfield here, he's an IRS criminal investigator. He was married to Christine. They had a 4-year-old daughter in an upscale part of just outside of Washington, D.C. in Virginia. They had brought in an au pair to help with the little girl from Brazil. The au pair, she was 21 years old. And about a year into her work there, Juliana and Brendan began an affair, and that's in 2022 that the affair starts. Then in 2023, Christine was found stabbed in her bedroom, and a man named Joe Ryan was shot to death by both Brendan and Juliana. Juliana has pled guilty to manslaughter and is a cooperating witness for the state against Brendan.
All right.
Prosecution.
Judge, we would call Iris Dally Graff.
The prosecution is alleging that this was all a conspiracy to eliminate Christine so that Juliana and Brendan could go on with their lives together. The defense is saying that Joe was an intruder and that Brendan basically thought he was saving Christine's life. Joe's a complete patsy in the whole thing. He had no idea what he was walking into. He thought he was going into a fantasy role-playing event with a stranger.
Because he was catfished.
He was catfished, and he thought he was going to a consensual role-playing relationship. So he brought a knife and everything.
But not a knife. I mean, when you see the actual weapon, it's not.
It's like the most dull kitchen knife you've ever seen.
Yeah, you could tell it was definitely a prop.
It was a kind of what I would call a cleaver style.
Yeah,
Yeah.
not something you would go in if you were actually planning that.
No.
Just to stab someone. It's not
It's
the
not
knife
like
you
a
would use.
K-bar or whatever.
Right. And there's some.
Yeah, sorry,
so-
I got you off track.
No, that's okay. So that is essentially the nuts and bolts of it. Juliana, like I said, has already pled guilty. She testified last week. She'll probably be recalled by the defense at some point. And it's going to come down to this is probably, other than Juliana's testimony,
This is the
this
most
blood
important
spatter
part,
is
probably.
probably the most important part, because what Juliana claimed is that Brendan took blood from Christine and smeared it on Joe. So if this blood spatter person backs that up, it's going to look
over.
really bad for
Yeah.
Brendan.
But right now, we were talking about this morning as we're getting ready. He said, I don't know how this is going to, Mystery said to me, he goes, I don't know how this is going to go. they're not presenting a very, other than the au pair, obviously, but they haven't really presented anything terribly strong. You're not sure how it's going to go, right?
Well, I'm surprised that we haven't had more phone information to show where they were, where their phones were, just to back up the story of the au pair. I would have thought they would have brought in other witnesses that would have had more forensic information, like with the digital footprint.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's weird.
Mm-hmm.
Good morning, L. Kennedy. And Dreaming is asking, are we covering the Aaron Spencer trial or the Carmelo Anthony trial?
I have not really seen dates on either of those, so I didn't.
I'll have to
those have
add
not
them
been
to
on my radar.
list. I need to send you my trial list and let you have access to it.
Oh, that'd be good.
That way you can see what we've got on our agenda, or at least the ones we're keeping our eye on. Like I showed you the other day, I'll send you the link to it so you can just kind of see it. And Daisy Duke has been a member for 2 months. Thank you, Daisy Duke. Look how pretty. Thank you so much. We appreciate you.
Also, another thing I found out that I did not know is she was actually stabbed 8 times. I did not know the number. And I found that out over the weekend.
I think Brian Inton did that on his podcast, said that number, and I had not heard that number before, so I don't know where he got that from. But
I would say I would say he probably got it from police report or something. But I had heard it in another place too, and then when I listened to him this morning, it kind of confirmed it. So I assumed that's probably accurate.
Yeah, he's a good one.
Yeah,
he's a good one to listen to. I like him a lot.
Yeah, he did a nice 30-minute. Some people were mentioning in the chat, he did a nice 30-minute podcast on it this morning. So if you kind of want a little lengthier recap of the trial so far, it's a good place too. And everybody took note of this. The apricot is that some meaning I'm not aware of, El Kennedy? But he actually when they went through his backpack, he had like all these bindings and zip ties and various instruments you would use for that kind of role-playing session, and an apricot. So it was kind of like, was that just like a snack he brought, or was that a part of it just stood out amongst all these other kind of like toys that were brought for the role-playing session. So just
and don't you feel it's odd that we didn't get any dialogue from this website that with the catfished account. We didn't get any dialogue. And I thought that would have been good information.
I know.
The things they said.
Because I think often, you've got someone from Brazil that English is a second language. She's going to have grammatical type of errors in her typing and stuff. I think that would have brought about a whole different level of information. And we could have said, you know what, that sounds like she wrote that one, or that sounds like he had to have written this. I just think that those kinds of things would have been very apparent.
Yes.
And we didn't get any of it. And I thought that was very odd. It's
kind of like what Juliana said. She says something like, she's more likely to write I am, and he's more likely to write I'm. Things like that, where they would have their own tells of who wrote what. And
right.
I know.
I just think it would have been telling, and it should have been something that the court was privy to, or the jury, because I think that would have helped you in your mind to say, that does sound like something a man would write. It can sound very different, and especially someone with a language barrier. It does sound like something a man would write.
Oh.
Sorry, I was looking at our YouTube app and it was saying we weren't live, that we had ended 53 minutes ago, and I was like, what is going on? Sorry.
Real Me Too. Yes, that I rewatched that with my mom. We're actually to closing arguments for the defense, and then the verdict, which we know what the verdict is. But I rewatched the whole thing, and it is fascinating, and that's why I can't believe that they have not, in this case, put in more phone forensics and data footprint. I'm surprised.
It's almost like they're leaving that all up to the defense, which is not good.
No.
The defense is going to make their argument about all that, because they're going to come in here and say, they're going to show they're going to show all that.
I'm just really disappointed on both sides so far in how they have gone about this.
Yeah, I am glad they're doing this. The blood spatter person was important, and then there's one other person.
It is. And I think it's so weird. A lot of people say blood splatter, but the term that they use in court and for the police is spatter, S-P-A-T-T-E-R. I think that's so weird because all of us have used the word splatter, like it's splattered, but they use the term spatter.
Yes.
Nobody cares. I think they do. Hey, where's my mug? I want my
I
mug.
haven't made it yet. I just felt the need to do that. Sorry. Good morning.
Oh, you
sister.
played the Nobody Cares?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought you just said that.
No, did you not see it on the screen?
No.
I
I was
Look,
because I can't be on the screen when I'm getting ready to play.
can you look at it now?
Yeah.
I think they do care. If you're a linguist person, a person that hates grammatical things, that's a thing. It's a thing.
Oh no.
Nobody cares.
I think every time you start talking about something, and I'm going to start doing that.
And
Wow.
that's very disrespectful.
Start trolling our guest.
I've been trolling her.
Okay, we got to get going.
Yeah,
we got to
do.
get going.
We do.
Okay, sorry.
We don't want to get too far behind here.
I have to go make coffee anyway.
And I believe what Real Me Too said, the blood evidence should prove the au pair's story is true.
Somebody to get this way.
Thank you back.
I lost my witness.
You don't have your runner. I don't.
Totally kidding, y'all.
I lost my witness. That's what they said. I lost my witness.
Well, everybody really does care, Auntie. It's just me that doesn't.
Bless you.
She's been trying to get us to watch Murdaugh forever.
Well, I actually,
we are going to watch it, but we found that it was so complicated. We wanted to pay attention, and we were painting when we tried to watch it. Off topic. My voice is not good yet.
Where's
Off topic. No, that's not right.
Where's our
Off
witness?
topic.
Okay, maybe I'll fast forward till the witness gets up there.
Thank you.
Well, I think the witness wasn't in the courtroom when they called them. Is what it sounds like. That I heard that term too. They're both Timu attorneys. They both just don't seem to be worth their salt. So let's hope that they,
They're both very seasoned, experienced attorneys too.
Yeah,
both of them are.
It's
Alicia,
just
this is just how we are. Sorry. I mean, and he can attest to this. This is how we are all the time.
Yeah, for sure.
We just give each other a hard time, but we love each other very much and would do anything for each other.
Yes. It's just their banter.
Yeah, it's the way we have
Good morning,
fun.
ma'am. How are you?
Fine, how are you?
I'm well. Could you please
I like
state
her
and
hair.
spell your full name for the court record?
Okay. Iris Dally Graff. Iris, I-R-I-S, Dally, D-A-L-L-E-Y.
Are they going to ask her the question?
Graff, G-R-A-F-F.
dilly
All right, thank you. Can
Oh,
you tell us about your current occupation and where you're currently employed?
I'm self-employed. My husband, I have a forensic training and consulting business.
What is the name of that business?
Graff Investigative and Forensic Training.
Thank you. How long have you been employed as a forensic analyst?
Basically going back to 1989. Not all of it with the.
Just want to say thank you so much, Streaming, for being a member for 18 months. Grateful to be part of the best crew on YouTube. You're one of the best. We really appreciate you supporting us.
and Back on Track loves how Mrs. E and Auntie banter back and forth. And good morning, Life Interrupts. And yes, Timu attorney. And Wow wants us to keep the comments down so she can read the closed captioning. And Real Me Too believes he's going to get away with it. He thinks he's going to get away with it. I don't know what's going to happen. It's weird.
I'll tell you, the part that I keep thinking about is how she was still alive when they called 911.
Mm-hmm.
And that might be enough in a juror's mind to think that if he really,
out, because that's what we're looking for.
Yeah. So I don't know.
And
that's the part that bugs me.
Susanna's been a member for 8 months. Thank you, Susanna. Thank you so much. We appreciate your all support. We wouldn't be able to be here without it. Let's see. And thank you, Real Me Too. Sorry. Dreaming, you've been amazing. Real Me Too must be thinking about me. But all right, I will take this off here so that Wow can read the captions, and we'll get
And
back.
sometimes the captions are not good, but sometimes
They're
you can
close
catch them.
enough.
They help though. Yeah, they do
Yeah,
help.
they do.
Same employee.
Can you tell us a little bit about your employment history? Where else have you worked?
Well, in law enforcement, I began in 1989 with the Oklahoma State Bureau of
Cute.
Investigation, where I was a sworn agent for the state. Began in the criminalistics division. People commonly refer to as the crime lab. I did crime scene investigation and forensic serology and microscopy. Trying to think what else. Eventually added to that bloodstain pattern analysis, trajectory and shooting analysis, forensic animation, graphics in analysis, a lot of things. Eventually focusing just as a crime scene agent, where I did just the crime scene investigation, everything associated with that, and without the additional bench work in the laboratory. Left that to be, when I retired from the Bureau after 20 years, then I was a member of another company that's a forensic consulting company until, I believe it was 2016 that we separated, and my husband and I have our own company.
All right. And that company that you worked for after the Bureau, what were your responsibilities there?
Well, in that company, I was one of the founding members of that company, and we did primarily analysis of crime scene information, especially bloodstain pattern analysis and shooting analysis, those kinds of things.
All right. Who were your clients in working for that company?
It was open. It was law enforcement or anyone who was interested, anyone who wanted assistance. So some of the clients were prosecutors, some were defense attorneys, some were individuals who something happened to someone and they wanted an expert opinion. So.
Okay, I'm just going to pause here just a second because there were a couple of questions. So Alicia was asking microscopy. Anyone know what that is? And I didn't really know exactly what that was either, but it is basically the study of forensic crime scenes with microscopes. So you're looking for tiny evidence like gunshot residue, paint chips, tool marks, things of that nature. So that was one of her many trainings. And Rosebud says, if I ever get a chance at life, I want a job like this gal. I think a lot of people would enjoy.
She had to be
like
cutting
that. It's
edge.
fascinating.
I mean, because she started back in 1989. That's for a woman in that field. That's pretty impressive.
It is, yeah.
Back in the 80s, yeah.
I like her already. She's likable and seems like more human than some of our lab tech people sometimes are. I think she may be able to relate to her message to the audience better than some of the ones from last week, hopefully. Just my first opinion on her.
Sometimes it was private individuals. We also did a lot of training, which I still do. And we have open enrollment, so anybody who wants to sign up for a class can. Most of our clientele there are law enforcement, however, have had attorneys, prosecutors, defense attorneys, defense investigators. We had a medical doctor in one, a coroner. So it's open to whoever wants to put forth the effort to be in the course and do the things we require.
Is that the same type of training you provide now through graph investigation and training?
Yes.
All right. Do you teach anywhere else outside of the classes that you teach for your company?
Haven't been in recent years, haven't been employed, like, if you mean like a university or something like that, no.
Okay. But you had in the past, is that correct?
In the past, I was an adjunct professor at a university while I was also a public school teacher.
All right.
Oh, wow.
Do you
She's
belong
done it
to
all.
any professional organizations?
Yes.
Which organizations do you belong to?
The International Association of Identification, which is the largest and oldest of the forensic professional organization. the International Association of Bloodstain Pattern Analysts, the Association for Crime Scene Reconstruction, the Rocky Mountain Division of the Bloodstain Pattern Analysis.
And let me ask you, have you held a board position with any of these organizations?
Yes.
And what was that position?
Well, with the International Association of Identification, I was on the Crime Scene Certification Board for a year. With the International Association of Bloodstain Pattern Analysis, I was president for 2 terms. With the Association of Crime Scene Reconstruction, I was the secretary for about a dozen years. I didn't keep track.
Okay, thank you. Have you ever testified as an expert before?
Yes.
All right, and have you testified in Fairfax County as an expert?
Yes, I have.
All right. Can you tell me a little bit about bloodstain pattern analysis and how it fits within what you've described to us as your experience as a forensic analyst?
Well, blood stains are common in any violent scene. So we look at blood and what blood does. Blood is a fluid, as it is in its natural environment in your body. And as a fluid, we can look at it in terms of the science of fluid dynamics. What do fluids do? That's what blood does. So based on that, we do a lot of experimentation and things to see what blood does on specific surfaces with under specific types of forces applied to the blood. We look at all the characteristics of blood to include how blood moves, how it forms margins along the surface of a pattern, why that margin is formed that way, the consistency of blood and how that changes over time, what happens to blood, especially when it's airborne, and what shape it is in the air, and that because that determines what shape it will be on the target surface, so that when we see a blood stain on a target surface, we can determine, one, whether or not it was airborne, and if it was airborne, then we can determine something about how it formed this pattern and sometimes where it came from. So to identify the general trajectory of the blood from the source. And then, of course, combine that with things like the DNA analysis that tell us something about who the blood could or could not have come from.
So let me stop you there. With an understanding of how bloodstain pattern analysis fits into forensics, the education and work experience you've described for us, does that give you the ability to be an expert in bloodstain pattern analysis?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, at this time, I would offer Ms. Daly-Graff as an expert in bloodstain pattern analysis.
All right, Mr. Carroll, you wish to vote in? I'm sorry. It's just the jury has trouble hearing you.
I apologize, Judge. I don't have an objection to her qualifications as an expert in blood stain pattern analysis.
All right, then so moved as an expert in that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so back to a little bit more about blood stains. Can you explain to us the different types of blood staining that we might see present at a crime scene? Flow, spatter, transfer. Can you tell us what those are?
Well, there are a lot of different end results of bloodshed, and they can sort of be categorized according to what the final blood stain looks like. But in doing the analysis, I look at all the characteristics of the stain and then see which mechanisms can be excluded. So, for example, as I've already referred to, if blood is airborne, the stains that will be created from that are going to be circular or elliptical. That's because blood in flight actually breaks into spheres as it leaves the source. Well, a sphere is circular, so if it hits a surface, that stain will be either circular or elliptical, depending on the angle. Then we look at a lot of others. By the way, that is called spatter, if it's circular and elliptical, and there are various things that will cause that. Another type is contact stains. That is, blood on one surface comes in contact with another surface. We call that a transfer because blood is transferred from one object to the other. And then depending on things like the volume of blood and the texture of the surfaces that come in contact with each other, the shape of the object, then the transfer may be actually a pattern that reflects the original surface. That will be, by the way, will be a surface stain. We also have to look at the surface itself. Is it absorbent? If it's absorbent, then blood as a fluid will diffuse along the fibers. It's called capillary action. So it may be somewhat distorted if it's an absorbent surface. If it's not an absorbent surface, well, then we look at those issues, because now you're going to have a different look at the margins in particular. We look at contact stains that happen with motion, because if there's motion that pushes blood across the surface, one of the things that does is there's displaced volume of blood, and you end up seeing little, what looks like lines through the pattern. We call those striations. That's an indication of movement. We can look at the overall pattern and see whether or not blood was on the surface and then that blood got moved, that something pushed the blood, or that blood is on some other surface that comes in contact with motion, in which case we call that a swipe. That is that some of the blood then will be transferred as it's in motion. Again, there will be striations because that's what shows us motion. And then that will have a displacement of volume, so the volume is not consistent all the way across there. Depending on the surface, there may be a really feathering at one end or the other, but you'll also have some places where the liquid blood forms a margin. And so you can see those are a little bit smoother edges, but across the pattern, sometimes you can tell generally the surface, what the surface was that pushed it onto the transferred surface. Flow is simply blood that's on a surface and it's under gravity. So if a blood drop or a volume of blood is on a non-absorbent surface, then gravity will cause that blood to go downward, whichever way down is. So that if it's on contours, it'll follow the contours, but always going down if it's flow. It will have generally parallel margins, generally a consistent volume of blood across from margin to margin until it gets to a stopping place, basically. That can be because it went down, say, going down a wall and hits the floor. Then you have a little pooling, depending on the volume. You may or may not have pooling, but you can see that it's associated with the flow. There are several types of contact patterns that can happen. So we look at it in the context of the scene. What do we know about the blood that's here? And we look at like the condition of the blood. If sometimes we look at drying times and how, if we know approximately when the blood shed, what does it look like now? Which means you also look at the metadata of the images to determine when was the image created. Is this an aberration of the delayed time in recording the image, or is it something that's actually part of what was originally there, and so forth? So it has to be taken in context of the scene.
Okay. Let's, for a moment, talk about cast off as it pertains to spatter. What does that mean to you?
Well, cast off is another form of actually spatter. It's circular and elliptical stains. Again, blood in flight will break up into spheres as it travels through the air. And if it comes off of a surface of some moving object, which is where the term cast off comes from, that some object with blood on it moves, blood comes off in a column, and because of the motion, you see it landing on the surface as a linear distribution. Characteristics you look at in the possibility of cast off is you're looking for circular elliptical stains with a progressive change in shape, so that if it hits at the surface at 90 degrees, it's going to be circular. If it hits at an angle, then it's going to be more elliptical. So if blood comes off of something that's moving, then you'll see this progressive change from circular to elliptical in some type of a linear distribution. So it can be a straight line or it can be a curved line, but clearly a line. So that would be a way that you look at to identify cast off.
Okay. Did you have the opportunity to review photographs, video, and objects from the scene of the crime that was created when Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan were killed?
I did look at documentation specifically in the bedroom and items collected from that bedroom.
Okay. In your analysis, did you have the opportunity to look at the autopsy of Christine Banfield?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you make any observations of the 8 knife wounds that she sustained, the 2 cutting wounds, and the 6 stab wounds?
Your Honor, I'd object to the observations from the ME's report.
All right, if you want to approach this. Sure.
You or me?
You talking?
Oh, I thought you were going to do it.
Do what?
Sidebar.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
All right, everybody, turn your headphones down. It's time for a sidebar. I'll do it.
Okay.
I'm faster than you.
I don't know where it is now.
All right, there's the sidebar.
Okay, I found it. I didn't know where it was. So let's go back here while they're talking.
Yes.
Get some
We need
comments
more
here.
little things like that, like an objection thing or.
Made it just in time for the sidebar. We have not had a lot this trial, really. There's been very
Not
little
like
of those.
Megan, we
I
had
wonder
every
if,
2 minutes.
I wonder, I heard that some of the family was there.
So those people are sitting in the reserve section, and there really haven't been people up there. So I don't know if they're family or
Well, they
witnesses.
had, it looked last week like nobody was there.
Not a lot of court reporters either.
Oh, Brendan not taking him out in the notes today. See, he may be listen. We've been told that they listen to people that stream.
He's a fan of us.
That attorneys and their,
He likes the side.
they'll go back and get the feedback, see what's flying and what's not. And if people have been criticizing him, probably not just us, but probably other people that are watching this too.
I'm sure they have no idea who we are.
Well, how many people are streaming this
And
trial?
quite frankly, if he gets off, we don't want him to know who we are.
Right.
So what was the reason for the sidebar? And Judge, I am going to ask the question a different way. If
Okay.
There you
has
go.
the same objection. Ms. Telegraph, when you looked at the autopsy for Christine Banfield, did you have the opportunity to observe the injuries that were documented? In the
Yes.
report? Okay. And did that information help to inform your opinion about the blood evidence that you observed in the bedroom through the photographs and documents you were provided?
Well, the autopsy report itself doesn't inform me as far as looking at the blood stains, the characteristics of the blood stains, and evaluating possible mechanisms for the blood stains. Another,
So then we'll move on from that. Talking about Joseph Ryan, in review of the autopsy of Joseph Ryan, as well as the photographs from the scene and the officer's body worn camera videos, did you make any observations of the location of the blood on Joseph Ryan's face?
yes.
Okay. Judge, at this time, I would like to display Commonwealth's Exhibit. Sorry,
Oh,
give me
sorry.
just a moment.
Yeah, this is what's going to be important. And Rosebud's family's got the flu, so sorry to hear that. Hope
Me
you all.
too. And I
That's
told
no fun when everybody's got it at the same time.
Wow wanted to know if it was too early for a rum, and I said no. It's
No.
not. You go get your rum.
So I think this is where she's about to get into the whole smearing of Christine's blood onto Joe. It would be, if they're able to drive this point home and convincingly, this would be an important piece of evidence.
Your Honor, if I can have a moment, all of this was ready this morning.
What'd she say? She needed a moment because of what?
I don't know.
She wasn't ready? Oh, Auntie, we can't hear you.
She said all of this was ready this morning. Like whatever she was getting ready to do is not there now. But she said all of this was ready this morning. She said, could I have a minute? Because all of this was ready this morning.
Gotcha.
Yeah, this evidence is the case, really.
Yeah.
Because is anything wrong? Huh, I wonder what she's doing.
You know, this might be controversial, but I am going to say that we do the, whenever we feel any kind of instance of getting sick around here, we take ivermectin, hydrochloroquine, the zinc. What else? What's the one you always buy me, Auntie?
I'd like to display
D3.
No, the other one. The one that helps with
The one that-
muscle
to
aches.
the witness and to counsel.
I can't think of the name of it. You always send it to me. Or well, you have.
Oh, a Z-Pack?
No, but we always do that, and it usually helps
I know, it
cut
just- I
our
have to-
illnesses in half.
All
I
right.
have to be creative
So,
for just a moment.
That's what I was trying to. I can't think of it.
Any objection to 238?
I want to hear what they're saying. Can we go back just a tad?
Sorry.
That's okay.
Well, Rosebud's going straight to the rum, so I don't know if that's going to help with your immunity.
All right, Judge, I'd like to
Yeah.
display Commonwealth's.
Dreaming says zinc, magnesium,
Be
vitamin
quiet.
C, D, and elderberry.
To the witness and to counsel. And this would be admitted, this would be offered under seal.
All right, any objection to 230? It disappeared.
I know it disappeared because I have to,
All
I
right.
have to be creative here for just a moment.
Any objection to 238? Under seal.
Can you pause it a second?
Yeah.
I have a problem with the way she's dressed.
I was just thinking the same thing. I was going to ask.
Does she have a
just-
hoodie on?
No, it's a
know.
sweater. It's like a sweater with a collar, but it is so unprofessional for the courtroom. Courtrooms are suits only for attorneys. I'm very surprised at the casual appearance.
I was thinking the same thing. I was like, well, maybe I'm just out of fashion touch or whatever, but she doesn't
No,
look right
she
for a
is-
courtroom.
No, super casual.
And you know what I think?
No,
Oh,
I think it matters.
Oh, I think it matters.
Yeah.
I think it matters when you've got a case this big of a case that you've got to prove. You need to be an expert, top-notch, polished attorney.
Nan, I got it. It's the quercetin or
Quercetin.
quercetin. That's right.
Yeah, I think she looks slouchy.
I do too.
I think you
I'm
two are
like-
too judgmental.
She looks like
All
she's
right.
going to Walmart or out to eat. I mean, she doesn't look like an attorney.
I agree. She's not dressed like an attorney.
No, it's very. I mean, there's people in the crowd that's dressed more professionally than her.
Alicia says, we care, Mrs. E. We care.
The lady behind her looks like she's ready to jump up there.
I know.
Actually, everybody in the
I
the gal.
know. I mean, it just hit me when she started talking. I'm like, if she was an attorney that I was listening to decide my vote on whether this person's guilty, I'd be like, what the heck are you doing, you slouch?
Look at Sophie.
She doesn't
Sophie.
have her slides ready.
Sophie says she looks like she had a rough weekend.
It was a holiday weekend, so maybe she just rolled in.
I just really have a problem with that.
Okay, so Real Me Too says she noticed her being dressed down last week too. So this is just her.
It just hit me just now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is what it is. Thinks that's as funny as I do. I think that's hysterical. It does look like a hoodie. I know it's not. It's just one of those big collars, but it looks like a hoodie.
I just dress for the part you want to play and all that, right?
Right. I mean, you want to. I'm thinking back of the last couple ones I've watched of court cases. I mean, did you remember Megan Boswell? Anyone not dressed in a suit? No.
Yeah.
Rosebud's making up a backstory for us.
Maybe her kid threw up on her business suit and she had to change the last minute and forgot to do the wash.
Yeah.
It could be like my cousin Vinny, where his suit got thrown in the mud and he had to get the tuxedo from the secondhand store. So it could be that she
the Colonel Sanders outfit.
Yes.
Colonel Sanders.
And he says to the judge, the whole store got the flu. The whole store's got the flu. The only place in the town that sold suits, they had the flu. So he had to go to the secondhand store and get the Colonel Sanders looking tuxedo. I don't know.
Yeah, well, we were thinking the same way. I thought it too on this. So it's just if we're thinking it, you know that the jury's thinking it too.
And she doesn't match.
Yeah,
like it's gray with cream. It doesn't look good.
Okay.
I can't disagree with that.
Me Too says she looks like a defendant giving her plea. LOL. Alicia also has a backstory. She's environmentally conscious and she jogs to work, but forgot to take off her hoodie.
That's what it is.
Timu attorney wear. YouTuber, that's funny.
Yeah, we already said that they were both Timu attorneys, both sides.
All right,
I agree.
Let's get back to it.
These two are never coming on here as guests.
I mean, ever. It's vegan wear.
Maybe
she really does kind of look like she may have had a little party in this weekend.
Maybe she's got in her defense, maybe she's got a suit on and it's cold in the courtroom, so she put the sweater on over it. I don't know. We'll see later. It just doesn't look right.
Could be.
All right. We'll continue to build our backstory. You break.
Got another sidebar.
We do.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Turn your headphones down, friends. It's time for a sidebar.
Alicia says, what other channel can you get this kind of high profile trial watch? I'm going to pretend not to notice the sarcasm there at all.
NorCal gal, I noticed that too. Big earrings.
Big dangly earrings.
Is questioning your
No.
Beige
gray and beige are neutrals, but they should not be worn together.
Oh.
Right. Even I know this.
Auntie has high hopes. Hemp wear. Funny.
She definitely needs someone to work on her outfit. I don't know.
Well, that's what I'm wondering is like, maybe, her outfit's not great and she's getting confused and doesn't have herself together today. Like maybe she did have a big weekend.
Maybe. No, well, Real Me Too was saying she was kind of was noticing her clothing before. This was just the first day I had really noticed it.
Well, it's a different world.
Sally Graf, can you see the photograph that we're identifying as Commonwealth 238 on your screen?
I do see a picture.
You're right. It could just be the different world kind of thing because times have changed. We're probably just lucky she's not in pajama pants.
No, I don't agree. Megan Boswell was in the most rural part of Tennessee, and her attorneys were all dressed on both sides nicely.
You know what, though? I mean, there's just a lot of... I had joked with our daughter the other day. I was like, people just don't have common courtesy anymore. There's no holding doors for each other.
Yeah.
There's just no please and thank you, no yes sir, yes ma'am, none of that stuff anymore. And I was telling her that we needed to start like a club to teach manners called the Courtesy Club or something.
Yeah.
She didn't understand it because of the world we live in. People just don't act like that anymore.
Right.
Well, what
Sure.
Rosebud said, she said, as long as she's smart and she gets things right, I don't care what she wears.
Right.
But for me as a juror, I would have a whole different level of respect for her and what she's doing and who she represents and her message if she is dressed professionally in a professional environment. It's different if she's sitting in her office working on a case and she has on sweater and khakis. She is in a courtroom on stage and this is being televised. So this is something you dress to the nines and you show the absolute utmost level of professionalism.
And back on track with Kat says there's a difference between professionalism and being a slouch. And I agree with that. Yeah. And I also agree with perception, clothing, the way you style your hair, your makeup, everything in this world is perception, right? Everything in this world is perception.
It makes a difference.
I wouldn't come on here without makeup, without fixing my hair. I know you wouldn't. No. Auntie puts makeup on when she's not even going anywhere. She does it. It's part of her routine.
Makes me feel good.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So we'll go here.
Picture on the screen.
Okay. Is that a still that you pulled from the officer's body-worn camera?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Did you enhance the color in this photo?
Looks like he's looking into my soul.
I know.
I may have shifted the histogram to make things more visible. I don't recall specifically, but one of the things because part of what I do is analyze from video as well as from still images. And if things are in shadow, then you can simply shift the histogram to make them a little more visible, which also sometimes increases the contrast. Okay. But I didn't add to the color or detract from the color. I simply shifted to make more or less visible. And without seeing the video in its raw format, I couldn't tell you exactly whether any of that is in this particular image.
Okay. I see that there is a shadow on the right-hand side of the photo. If you had adjusted the histograph, would you still see that shadow or would that have been removed?
Excuse me? I'm sorry. All of us have trouble hearing you when you did.
I would object to leading.
All right, leading.
Judge, I asked if she had adjusted, would the shadow be removed? It's a yes or no question. It doesn't suggest its answer.
The yes or no question would be leading, correct?
Not if it doesn't suggest the answer.
All right, I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead. You can answer it, ma'am.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nina says maybe she doesn't feel well. Maybe that's why she's dressed that way.
Do you have an ask again?
Nope.
Because I'm not sure what I've heard was a yes or a no.
Sure. The shadow that we see to the right in this photograph, if you had adjusted the histograph, if I'm saying that correctly, would you still see the shadow?
In adjusting the histogram, some of the shadow, not necessarily all of it, is removed so that if there was a shadow, say, across the face, then it may be shifted just enough to reveal that without actually taking out all of the shadow.
Okay, but you did not change the color. Did you change the color of the blood in this photo?
I didn't.
Okay. Did you change the color of Mr. Ryan's skin in this photo?
No.
Did you change the positioning of his body in this photo?
No.
Or any of the objects around his body?
No.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, would offer the photo as evidence.
Any objection? If you want to approach again.
Daisy, I could see that. I could see that.
Sidebar again.
Daisy says she reminds me of Wednesday, but with short hair. I could see that. We just watched all of the Wednesday from start to finish.
I just watched a new show I got to tell you about.
Okay, hold on.
He's getting more active because he knows how important this blood spatter person is.
And Rosebud says, Rosebud.
A lot of true crime bleeding in there.
Sorry, Rosebud. Have to be honest, since I've been watching you guys while I watch these trials, I found time to do my hair and makeup before I turn on the phone. Well, good for you. That's a good routine to get in. And
If we can terminate the display.
Auntie, what's your show?
It is called The Man Inside.
Okay.
The Man on the Inside. It's Ted Danson. It's a comedy, but it's really funny. He's like solving true crimes. He becomes a detective. It's great.
I feel like I've heard of it.
We also have been playing The Good Place over again because we love The Good Place.
I love The Good Place. If you like The Good Place, you'll love this.
Okay, we'll try it.
Only 2 seasons so far.
So it's a true crime comedy?
Yes.
I don't know that you would like Wednesday, but Wednesday also has a mystery to it every season. You might like it.
It's got kind of a Harry Potter feel to it a little.
It's Tim Burton directs it. So,
it's kind of like the school, and a mystery each season. It's that kind of thing.
She doesn't love Harry Potter though.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, I like it okay. I'm just not a huge fan, but it's okay. I tell you what, I think that there's just a lack of having their stuff together for this.
Pam says, okay, this green tea is about to be replaced with an umbrella drink pretty soon if the sidebars keep continuing. I know that music makes you want to go to the beach, doesn't it? Good morning, Unicorn, Indiana.
Wowzer says Wednesday is great.
Yes, Wowzer, we Little E had not watched it, and so we started watching it with her.
170 displayed to counsel and the witness.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he knows this is important.
That's why the objections in the sidebars.
It is what it is. You might be right. We'll have to blame it on her slouchy dress and being unprepared or ill-prepared.
16. Embedded is the original photograph and then a photograph that you have made markings on. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, at this time, I would offer into evidence as Commonwealth's 170 under seal this item.
Any objection to this?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm happy to approach.
Is this another sidebar?
Another objection.
Hey, show Aunt E your cup that we got for $10 at Buc-ee's. Isn't that nice? For $10 with a lid.
Yeah, they have great ones. I've had them for years.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a pretty good cup.
Yeah, it's a good cup. They have great cups and they're great deal.
Aw, Pam lives 5 minutes from the beach. You so lucky. You are so lucky. And good morning, Deanna. Nice to see you. Doesn't Timu have suits? Nana, that's funny.
Defense will call for a mistrial based on the unprofessional attire of the prosecutor.
Real me too. I thought that was a really good price, Pam, for $10 for a stainless steel cup with a lid. I thought it was great.
I've got one with the handle thing that you can add to it and carry it.
Yeah, you know what happened is Big E wanted one, and so then I got 2 more to be fair because I feel like if I have to be fair to all the kids.
Right, Judge, I'd like to cast to the witness and counsel what I would have identified as Commonwealth's 171.
Alicia, the Buc-ee's is pretty far. It's when we went to go visit
Do you recognize this photo?
Aunt E.
Yes.
Okay. Is this the photo that you received from crime scene, specifically Fairfax County detectives, to perform your analysis?
This is one of the photographs that was included.
Okay.
There's something so cute
I'm
about
gonna
her
zoom
hair.
in and take you over to
It's cute.
the lower right-hand corner.
I couldn't pull it off, but it's
of the
cute.
photograph. Are you able to see Mr. Ryan's face in the corner of the photograph?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, at this time, the Commonwealth would offer as Commonwealth's 171, the original crime scene photograph, and we would offer that under seal.
Any objection to 171? All right, 171 under seal.
Detective Mom says that is what Timu has for suits.
So can you tell when this picture was taken relative to other pictures that you looked at in
Yes.
terms of the progression of events?
Yes.
Okay, and when was this picture taken?
What's your legal objection?
Foundation.
All right.
Judge, I asked if she could tell when, relative to the other pictures she has received, this photo was taken. I'd like to believe her answer is not going to be a time and date. It's going to be, again, relative to what else was occurring at the crime scene to explain the location that we see here.
I'm going to sustain the objection. Next
Okay,
question.
that's fine.
Real, me too.
What do you see on Mr. Ryan's hand
I'm sorry, on Mr. Ryan's.
in this photograph? What do you see on Mr. Ryan's hand?
Yes, the right hand is bagged.
Okay, and
Right hand is
if I zoom
back.
back out, what is he laying on as best you can tell?
I believe it's
I'm sorry, Judge. I object. I don't think you can walk it through.
Your legal objection.
My objection is foundational. It's
Okay.
also leading.
All right.
Time
I'll
out.
sustain as to leading. Your next
He
question.
just looked at his the defendant's
note.
notepad.
Yes, he is leading him to what to say. He's looking at his notes to make his objections.
And there it is right there.
Right. Oh my goodness.
Crazy.
So Sophie said, if I were on the jury, this would get on my nerves. Absolutely.
Yeah. And Detective Mom says I used GPS to get there just so I could hear it say Bucky's. That's funny.
If I were on the jury, this would get on my nerves.
Good morning,
Yeah.
Ruby for Justice. Nice to see you.
Yeah, good to
Yeah.
see you, Ruby.
I mean, that's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's funny.
What a funny pause moment there.
Back on track says if she's dressed in Gucci tomorrow, we'll know.
Yeah.
We'll know that.
I'd take a Target suit at this point. I don't care. Just something that's a suit.
Well, you could this time of year, you can go get fall suits on clearance at like less than $100. You just can go to Ross for less. Get you something.
Alicia says he rolled his eyes at
Burlington.
his attorney too.
Burlington, yeah, just like Michael Scott.
Michael Scott.
This is amazing.
I'm shocked.
It is.
Let's just talk about his face.
I just don't. Yeah, Walmart.
What
Actually,
did you
Walmart's got great
observe
clothes right now.
About Mr. Ryan's face and the blood on it.
That his blood, I'm sorry, his face is basically covered in blood. In this particular image, I'm looking especially at under the chin because the overall solid, if you will, blood pattern ends at the chin.
Objection, Your Honor. She's going beyond the scope of the question. She's asked, what did you notice about the?
I'll overrule that objection. Okay, that's good.
Please continue.
So I see, in addition to the solid covering of blood over the face, that on the chin and down towards the neck, there are flows, multiple flows, and they are not all in the same direction. In particular, I see a flow coming from the heavier stain up on the face, going under the chin and toward from the left side towards the right side, and down kind of towards the right shoulder. And that would indicate a direction or an orientation at the time the flow occurred, because flows always go downward. I see some that are coming from the right side. If we go over to kind of in
Objection,
front
Judge,
of.
non-responsive to the question.
He's
She's
interrupting.
her observations of the blood flows. There are several. She's working her way through those
Overruled.
observations.
Overruled, good.
Right, Sophie? If he found
Please
guilty, he can
continue.
appeal on ineffectual counsel.
Look at him. He's writing what
He's telling him what to do.
Oh my gosh, this
That's
is blowing
crazy.
my mind.
I mean, I know he's a criminal investigator, so he has some knowledge of courtrooms and all that, but this is crazy.
It's making his attorney look inept.
Yeah, it does.
Back on track. He should be his own attorney. Lori Daybell Jr. No kidding. Lori Daybell had quite an opinion of herself, or still does, actually.
Yeah, I mean, I think he
Objection: attorney is being led by the defendant.
right. He may just take over.
Good morning, Nina. Nina says the attorney is being led by the defendant. OMG, his last plan to off his wife didn't go so well. Right? I have to pause because I have an appointment. Please catch me up when I get back. Pretty please. Of course,
Sure.
Wowzer. Have a good appointment.
Yeah, we'll catch up. Just let us know when you're
we've
back.
been invited to the beach by Pam and Deanna now.
Oh, really?
I invited myself to Deanna's, but
Yeah.
that's okay. She lives 5 minutes from a Buc-ee's and the beach.
Well,
So,
that's
yeah.
Yeah.
We actually have to start making our beach plans soon.
I know.
Aunt E, she's not on here.
oh, Auntie's gone. All right, so let's. I think what he's doing, he's trying to interrupt her flow, so that the jury cannot grasp what she's trying to say
I believe you're
as
right.
much as possible.
So I see a flow that's coming down from the face that appears relative to the body, pretty much vertical, that is going from just in front of the right ear, basically, and then coming down towards the neck, more to the center of the neck, so that would have been upright at one point. So those are two different directions, but there are multiple flows. And just as a point that only liquid blood flows, dry blood doesn't move. So at the time the blood was wet, that indicates that that portion of the head was in different positions. But each of those separately has to have occurred when that surface was more upright, that is, so that the blood flows down. So the direction of the flow was downward at the time the flow occurred.
Did you make any markings on your figure 16 that highlighted your observations?
I'm sorry, I don't know which is my figure 16.
Sorry,
but-
let me do this, Judge, at this time, if we can remove the photograph from the display. And if I can cast to the witness and to counsel.
On a side note, they're opening a Buc-ee's in Murfreesboro.
moment.
Whoop, whoop. I'm so excited.
You have one an hour away.
Where?
170.
Smiths Grove?
That's only an hour?
Yes, it's just right. It's right outside of Bowling Green.
Do you recognize this photo?
Yes.
I've been
Is this
thinking
your
about the
figure
pudding.
16.
Yes,
And are the green markings those that you made to reference the things that you've just spoken about?
We're fasting again.
yes, I added the green arrows showing directionality of some of the flows.
All right, Judge, at this time, Commonwealth would offer into evidence as Commonwealth's 170 under seal, figure 16.
All right, I'll sustain it.
So I'm going to just say what I think, what
they're
the
up
whole
to.
point of this.
Mhm.
The whole point of this is they move the body after he was shot
Mhm.
multiple times.
Right.
So that's the whole point. If he's laying like this, blood's flowing one way, they move him like this, it's flowing another way. She's showing that once he was shot and the movement, he was moved for multiple times. That's the whole point of this,
Okay.
right?
Hold on just a second. Deanna says, where did he get his attorney? The dollar store? Haha, that's funny.
I know.
He moved.
And Romy 2 says, shows the position of the body. Exactly. And Pam is saying, come on down. The beach is beautiful or pretty. It's awfully pretty. Alicia says, it'll take me about a month to get there in my electric car, but I want to come too. Nina says the IRS defendant is writing his own objections. Yikes. I think you're right about that. And Deanna says that she lives on the Atlantic side of Daytona. Oh, I bet that's nice. Those waves are big though. We're used to Gulf
Oh, yeah.
waves.
Yeah.
And I'm Quilting had her hair cut like that a few years ago, and her kids started calling her dad. I'm
Oh,
sorry
no.
to hear that. I think it's cute. I think that's a really cute haircut. Of course, our mother always has had short hair.
Mhm.
Our mom's never had long hair, well, at least in our lifetime. I don't know, NorCal. That's a good question. Do you think the defendant will try to appeal this case claiming his attorney is incompetent? Maybe.
I think they're going to try to get the mistrial. I think he'll try every mechanism he can.
Right, Sophie? This is going to take longer than the hour they said last week. I think they said 15 minutes for one of them.
That's the second one. This one was going to be of voir dire, and they didn't do that. So that's cutting down on the time. She estimated an hour for her part.
And Detective Mom is with me. I am always thinking about pudding. So, and Ruby said, hey, y'all, if you remember praying for my precious 88-year-old dad who's been in the hospital and nursing home and rehab since Christmas. He's doing great and coming home soon. Thank you so much. Well, Ruby, that's wonderful news. And yes, we will continue to pray for him. That's wonderful.
Well, that's great. Glad he gets to come home.
And Nicole says, I'm currently going through, help me with the word.
Psoriasis.
Oh, is that how you say it? Flare up that causes me immense pain all over my body, but I'm still sick from last week and lost my voice. Well, I hope you feel better. Prayers for you too. And Pam, thank you for praying for Middle E. We appreciate that so much. We feel like that, you know, all the prayers we can get for our sweet boy. He is, you know, as far as his attitude is a lot better this week, I think.
And getting a little better this week, yes.
And I was saying, I was actually dreaming while I was making coffee, and I was telling her that we spent a lot of time together this weekend as a family.
We did, yeah.
And I think that helped. I really do think that helped. We didn't isolate.
It was the jigsaw puzzle.
Aunt E, they drove me nuts. We made the mistake of opening up a couple of jigsaw puzzles. And Little E and Mr. E are obsessive about them. Like they won't stop.
They want to just walk away and leave an unfinished puzzle, and Little E and
I can't. No. Once I start one, I stay with it too.
So every time, you know, every break we had, it was driving them crazy. It was like, can you guys stop with the puzzle?
Well, I was telling them that Mom loves puzzles, so that we should bring some to the beach. But we've got to talk about the beach at some point. I know that you've got surgery and stuff, so I don't know.
Well, possibly. I won't know till after February and what I decide. So I don't know.
Yeah.
All the research that I found is not good, and I'm just not sure I'm ready to do that yet. So,
and Angel Wings, good morning. It's lovely to see you. And Alicia said off topic. Okay. Off topic.
You're going to have to make that meme at some point.
I don't know how to, like, should I just record myself saying it?
Probably. Yeah.
Oh, because by the way, off topic, good news. I got my gym membership back through my job. So I get to go, so I'm going to take y'all with me. We need to get back into the gym as well.
Yes. I've got holiday weight. I need to shed.
Well, we're starting a fast today because we tried to do it last week and Middle E wasn't feeling it. So we have decided that we are going to start a fast this week. So maybe that'll be a kickoff for us. It doesn't hurt sitting here, you know, or doesn't help sitting here like 8 hours a day.
Yeah.
And back.
All right, let's get back. Let's
get to it.
Okay.
Back on topic.
On topic.
Objection.
All right. Judge, is the court software working to be able to have Ms. Graff draw on the picture in front of her and then have it printed out?
Yes.
All right.
Oh, wow. That's
turning back
nice technology.
What was admitted as Commonwealth 171. If I can have that published to the jury. Sorry, just 1 second. It skipped ahead. Can you mark with your finger on the screen in front of you the location of the blood flow and the directionality that you just discussed?
Okay, there are multiple flows. So just to demonstrate if this works. Ooh, sorry, it's a very wide mark and the flow is very narrow. But for one, and then there's that's going from the chin, from the left side of the chin down towards the right. There's a second one that's somewhat parallel to the previous. Then there's from the, what I discussed before, from in front of the right ear going down. There's a couple of them there. There's a couple that are coming from the right cheek that are going a little bit to the left.
Okay, thank you. Judge, I would like to offer the marked photo into evidence as Commonwealth's 170.
What, I already have a 170. You want to make 172? Oh, wait, because you had showed a different picture for 170 with the marks already there.
Correct. So can we do that as 170A?
178? Okay.
Thank you.
You have to hit the print.
Yeah, whoever said this is going to be longer than an hour, I think that's
They
true.
lied.
Yeah.
I mean, no, the
It's printing.
attorneys lied.
Yeah.
Well, I think if they had not been
Sorry,
interrupted,
Judge, there's not
maybe
a print
It's,
button.
it's printing.
I'm sorry?
It's printing.
Okay.
an Angel Wing says, Mr. E, I never leave a puzzle undone, no matter what time of day or night.
But I would let you know.
I had to like get on to everybody to do other things because they would not stop.
It takes a couple minutes. So you can go on to your next question.
Okay.
Oh, I Am Quilting says they had a real good luck selling their puzzles online.
All
I was
right,
saying
so
we should do a puzzle
I can
exchange because once
drop
we
the
do them,
display,
we won't
please.
want to do them again.
Yeah, we will never do the same one again. And that one was hard.
Kelly, were you able to isolate?
Stop
And
talking
there's no
about the
objection to
snow, y'all.
178A, is that correct?
I'm not accepting the snow.
Okay, I can't hear.
No objection.
Sorry, I'm
Okay, thank you.
sorry. Are you looking at
She's not even looking.
They do care. That's why they're here.
I know.
we have a 2000 Stranger Things, 2000 piece Stranger Things one to do too.
Mhm.
Oh wow, 2,000.
Yeah, we did the one we did yesterday was only 500, right?
But it was all like pastures and mountains, and it was and a lot of black. So it was just like
It was hard.
it all looked the same everywhere. So once you got the couple of
Oh,
sheep in the sky,
I can
then
get
it
the
was-
picture because
Yeah.
we have the picture that goes with it.
And then we had two pieces that fell under the coffee table. So that was a challenge. Like, where is this piece?
Kelly, is it in the shared drive?
While we're waiting. No, real me too. She's just showing her true colors. Okay. Put the thing down. I want to show them. Wait. Whoops. I want to do me.
Oh no.
I'm trying to do
Too much
me.
Mr. E.
I'm trying to do me.
Now you're blurry.
Okay, it's just him. Okay, I don't know. All right. That's what we did.
Oh my gosh.
Can you see it?
1,000 Shades of Green is what that
Yeah.
one was. And it just all looked the same.
Sorry. We'll go back to the.
They're kind of at a lull right now anyway.
Yeah, Rosebud, you don't want to do a mammogram when you're sick because your lymph nodes will be swollen.
Yes, that makes sense.
Who is doing one?
Rosebud said she had to cancel her mammogram again, and I said you definitely don't want to do one when you're sick because it could be misinterpreted because your lymph nodes will be swollen.
Yes.
That makes sense.
I don't recommend the pressurized ones anyway. I recommend asking for ultrasounds always. The compression is not good on breast tissue.
They may not realize this. Aunt E had breast cancer a long time ago.
2010.
Yeah.
Had a double mastectomy.
Rosebud, Aunt E is older. Like she's really old.
Yeah. Super old. Yeah. Like 900.
She's 954.
For when we first started this, we really weren't talking about the relationships. Everybody thought it was Auntie and I that were brother and sister. What everybody kind of
That's
thought.
not all. They speculate all kinds of weird stuff.
Yeah, stupid. What is the deal? It's taking so long. Are they printing out what the markings that she made to show?
I'm sorry. Oh, and why wasn't this all prepared prior to the trial? It's ridiculous.
I don't know.
Well, what they did is they gave her a photo, and she actually could put her finger on the screen and make markings to show what her areas of concern were. And then they were going to print those out. So I think we're waiting on the printout.
Okay, I'm gonna.
At least the sheriff's deputy.
I can fast forward till we get to it, maybe.
Judge, between the printer and the issue with this additional photo, I might request for 5 minutes to.
You're losing
We can
this
go ahead and
case,
take a
lady.
Recess early. Is
Thank
that what
you.
you'd like to do?
Yes,
Okay.
please.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take a 15-minute recess so she can.
I'm just trying to figure out what is going on with this outfit. Why are her pants all the way up to underneath her boobs? I mean,
Maybe someone earlier said maybe she just put a sweater on because it's cold in there. Maybe she has a suit underneath that. That's what I'm really hoping.
That's what I said. But I mean, it's just weird.
Oh, okay.
Just don't talk to anybody about the case and don't do any outside research, okay?
No kidding, Sue Ann. They didn't want to come. I would just absolutely drive them crazy with just, she said, I would not want to be in Auntie's school because I would not want to go to the principal's office at all if I was in trouble with her. No, you would not. It was not good.
No.
I think she does have a suit on it with something over it.
I hope that's what it is. Maybe
I'm
it's
giving
just
her the
really chilly
benefit.
there. I mean, they are in Virginia. It's probably very cold there right now.
All right, we'll come back at 11:10 then. Ma'am, since you are you're testifying now, please don't discuss your testimony with anybody to include the prosecutors at this point, okay? Do you understand?
Okay, so we're going to skip through the seal.
Ruby, that's because Real Me Too is one of the best.
All right.
And she's a dear friend of ours. NorCal says, and one day we'll look back at the technology and wonder why the heck did we flatten boobs into pancakes? And we thought that was a good idea.
It is not good.
Last one I had, Auntie's like, you need to be doing an ultrasound one. Don't do the other.
You just demand. You say, I do not want compression. I don't want
The
compression.
problem is that a lot of people's insurance will not cover it. They will not cover the ultrasounds, and they're probably cheaper, quite frankly.
Just to clarify, your clerk let me know we could try 170A.
Hello, little
Okay.
black bear. Nice to
That's
see
fine.
you.
There are already a lot of research about the compression mammograms not being good for you. So it's out there. It's just getting more mainstream. But you can just tell them, I can't handle it. It's too much. I have panic attacks. I need to have the ultrasound, and the ultrasound is much more image friendly. You get better accuracy from those. So
Yeah. And, I would look at the ultrasound ones. I feel like they're less expensive, but I might be wrong because you have to have a tech, right? And you do have to.
Yeah, you do have to have a
ultrasound. You have to have a tech, and it's more. I had a scare last year,
Just
Last
skipping
year?
ahead here a bit because
and I had
nothing's happened.
both. I'm not, and I hadn't had a mammogram in 10 years, which I should have, but I
Ms.
haven't.
Telegraph, this is the picture that you drew on just
No.
a moment ago.
I think that's 171, just to let you know for the record. This is
Thank you.
171.
171.
No, it was 2 years ago I had a scare.
Ms. Telegraph, you drew on this photo a moment ago and we marked that as 170A. We're going to try that again with what appears to be hopefully smaller line on your screen. Can you, reminding the jury what we were talking about, the blood flow on Mr. Ryan's neck, can you identify with the marker on your screen where you see blood flow and in what direction?
There are multiple flows, and if I can show, just going across, beginning on the right side, this will show. So there's downward from the chin towards the neck, and then there's from the chin towards the right shoulder. And then there's downward from sort of in front of the right ear down towards the neck.
All right, thank you. And what did the different direction of the flows indicate to you?
That there were different positions while the blood was wet and flowing.
Thank you. Judge, I would offer the marked photo as new
That's-
Commonwealth's
That
178A
statement is
unless it
key.
needs to be marked as B.
No, 178 is fine.
Okay.
Is that, any objection to that? 178, it's going to replace the other 170A. Right, 170A, 170A. All right.
Thank you. And if the clerk could print, we'll pass it up. Thank you. All right. If we can drop the screen.
So most important thing she said so far,
Yes.
multiple positions for the body.
And if we can publish Commonwealth's 241 to the witness and counsel. All right, Ms. Dallygraph, do you recognize this clip from Body Worn?
Yes.
Okay. Judge,
And it's understandable. So, Pam says key statement right there, multiple blood flows. And different from the DNA last week, this is easy to understand. Body's tilted
Right.
this way,
It's cut and
this
dry.
way.
Yeah,
just-
it's cut and dry.
They can see it with their own eyes that this obviously happened, right? Anyway, what were we going to say, Auntie? You were about to say something?
No, that's what I was agreeing with you. Yes, the multiple blood flows is the most important thing she said, because it shows that the body was moved and that the blood came from different directions, and that indicates being carried over and spread on him. I think that's a key. That's key. That's what they're trying to avoid her saying, and she has to say that. And I mean, and it is so much more obvious now. His attorney is looking at everything he's writing down, and
It's crazy.
I saw it before, but I didn't think anything of it. But today it's very obvious.
Yeah.
A note or two,
Sure.
But
I mean,
it's
he's
like
looking over to read off what he said.
Well,
I'd love to see those
and
notes.
If he goes down, he's not going to have anybody to blame but himself.
Yeah.
I
Right.
guess so.
And NorCal, I just wanted you to look into the castor oil compresses. When I had a lump on my breast a few years ago, I did the compresses pretty much day and night. I strapped it with like gauze and tape to the area where I had the lump. And it took a couple weeks, but it dissipated. When they went back to do the ultrasound, it wasn't there. So,
That's true. I remember that.
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and little black bear. I mean, you can't tell right now, but I used to do castor oil in my face all the time, and it really did help with my wrinkles. I just got out of that habit, and I haven't done it, but it does help with deep wrinkles as well.
My favorite one is it's got a rose quartz roller ball, and it's a organic cold press, and it's in a glass. You always want to get organic cold
press castor oil. Yes.
in glass bottles, in a dark glass bottle. Anything exposed to light will diminish the effects of castor oil. So you want to make sure you get organic cold press in a dark glass bottle. And the roller bottles I love because the cold rose quartz ball, it feels great under the eyes and around the.
Are
around the
you
face.
using it now?
Yeah, I use it every day, twice a day, morning and night.
Do you remember when I first told you I was doing that and you and Mom thought I was crazy?
No, I didn't think you were crazy at all.
You all were
I
like,
didn't-
your face looks too shiny. But
Well,
I
yeah,
will
and
say that over time, you do have to get a good cleanser, like the gritty kind. What's that called?
exfoliant.
Yes, because the castor oil can build up over time and cause
Well,
you to
I
start
found
dull.
a lot of people say, a lot of people will say that castor oil causes blemishes. I have found just the opposite
No.
effect. I have a normal complexion. I don't have oily skin. I don't have dry skin, but I find that after about 2 weeks of using it, any kind of blemish that was there, I mean, my skin is much more clear now, and I don't have any.
It helps with dark spots, and also when I used it regularly on my dark circles under my eyes, it did help that too. So, beef tallow. That's a good idea.
I have beef tallow. That's a great one. I have it in a
Also,
jar. I use it on my body.
The castor oil is good for your neck, like if you have loose neck skin, and also on your hands to make your hands look good.
And you can look on Amazon, any place where you can find the compresses that you can put it, and you put it in your belly button and wear the compress on your stomach. It's really good for your.
I don't know if it would help with liver enzymes. I have not looked into that. And I just want to say, off topic. Sorry, guys. We'll get back to it.
You've got a new task to make the off topic.
I don't feel. Do I sound like it? It says in my head, but I don't know if it's
No, I think
me
it
tricking
works.
myself.
No, it works. It could work.
Okay.
At this time, I would offer into evidence as Commonwealth 241 under seal.
Any objection?
I've got to make more copy. I already threw it.
You approach?
Do you want me to do it?
If you've got it handy, go ahead. Get ready, guys. Stop! I probably ought to update that. And yeah, I am quoting the Bible mentions olive oil. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, since we're talking about clothing.
41 is an evidence under seal.
Since we're talking about clothing earlier, he's also wearing a lot of blue today, which is supposed to subconsciously make people think you're honest.
Navy blue is the
All right,
color of
so
honesty.
Looking at this photo, what did you notice about Mr. Ryan's hand position from this body worn camera of Officer Beckner, previously admitted as Commonwealth 6?
In the body cam, we see Mr. Ryan laying supine or on his back with both arms, forearms across his chest, the right hand partially overlaying the left hand.
Okay, and
That's
are
Yeah.
his hands over the location? Well, let me ask you this. Did you have a chance to review the shirt that was provided as physical evidence in this case?
I reviewed the images of the shirt in this case.
And did you, in your review of the images, observe a defect in the shirt?
Yes.
Okay, the circular hole, was it a circular hole from the?
Objection leading.
Sure.
All right, sustained.
What defect did you observe in the shirt?
There was a defect, a somewhat circular hole through the shirt. It could be located based on looking at the shirt and on there's actually an imprint on the shirt of some individuals, and you can locate it relative to those individuals, and other markings on the shirt help to identify where it was located.
Okay, and did the defect in the shirt line up with any defect in Mr. Ryan's body based on your observation of the photos?
Objection to foundation, Judge.
Overruled. Okay.
Based on comparison of the information from autopsy images at the autopsy and looking at the shirt, the defect in the shirt appeared to be consistent with the location of the defect or the gunshot wound to the chest.
All right, and in this photograph that we have here, this still image from the body worn camera, Commonwealth 241, are Mr. Ryan's hands over the defects in the shirt made by the bullet that struck him in the chest?
Well, looking at the image, you can't see any of those figures that I just described as being part of the imprint on the shirt, that the left hand is overlaying that, and therefore it would be overlaying the defect.
Thank you. All right. Judge, if we can remove the image.
Nobody's hands are going to be laying like that unless they've been
No.
moved.
Mm-mm.
That's very obvious.
And Granny, you did give me
Ms.
a hard
Dallegraph,
time at
I'm gonna
first.
ask if the court could please display to the witness and to counsel.
And if I shot an intruder, I wouldn't touch their body at all.
Mhm.
Would you? You know, under no circumstance would I touch the body of someone I just attacked. My wife, after I shot them, I wouldn't place the hand. You know.
No, you wouldn't.
Mm-mm.
Somebody did say in our comments the other day, though, that maybe it was possible that when he was shot, he grabbed his chest.
Yeah, but I don't think so.
Like
Yeah,
like trying to soothe himself
Right.
as he passed.
right.
Okay.
Somebody
Yeah.
mentioned that. I thought that was a good point, though.
I
That
don't
could
think
work.
that you're going to go like that. I don't see that. I see that once you got, first of all, he's shot in the head.
Oh,
And-
no, but then he was
And
still.
then he was moving around, crawling around. It doesn't make sense in the order that he was shot, because if he was shot in the head and he's still moaning and moving, he wouldn't have been the position of the body would not have been laying flat on the ground, but she had to have shot him from the front for the way the defect and the
Right.
way they're talking about it.
Yeah.
So it doesn't make sense. The body was moved because it wouldn't be laying like that after a second shot that took him out.
You're probably right, but I'm just
doesn't
saying
make
that
sense.
someone said that, and I thought, well, that's a good point. That is, I think it's possible. And
Yeah.
also, Granny, you did at first say castor oil on your face. That's what you said. So I took it as that you did not support it. But it did not take long until you were doing it yourself. So, and yes, we are talking about castor oil. Rosebud said, so they have wraps that come with castor oil. Is that what you're referring to? Extra virgin. We get the organic cold pressed is what we get. So
I'll go get a picture of mine and bring it in.
see, I don't have mine in a dark bottle. I have mine
Yeah.
mine's not in a dark bottle.
It has to stay in dark bottle. It totally diminishes.
Well, then I
it.
need to order some new because I've had that one for a while.
While you all are going on, I'll go grab mine.
Okay.
Commonwealth's 172. All right, Ms. Dallegraph, do you recognize this photo?
Yes.
All right, and if I can show the witness Commonwealth's 173. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes.
And going back to 172, Judge, the Commonwealth would offer this into evidence under seal.
Any objection to 172? 172 under seal?
And I would ask that be published to the jury. And we're going to toggle back and forth if we can. I'd offer at this time, Judge, Commonwealth's 173. It need not be sealed.
All right, 173, any objection? All right, 173 in evidence
And I'd ask that be published to the jury.
in the gallery.
All right, so resting on this photo,
Right, Denise?
what observations did you make of Joseph Ryan's right hand?
Yeah, I don't know if I could put the
That
beef
there's
tallow.
transfer blood stain on his right hand.
Okay. Did you notice anything? on
Oh
the-
my gosh.
There's also some transfer on his arm, just below the wrist.
Honey, I don't remember them. Did they show this the other day?
And if
Were they supposed to show that?
I mean, I think they can. They've chosen to seal some things and not others.
That's crazy. I'm sorry. I didn't. That was shocking to me.
I mean,
What
kinda
did she just say?
They just showed his
transfer
hand.
from the hand.
But when she asked her, what was her response?
I don't know. I was kind of listening to her because she got so
Back
shocked by
it
that.
up just slightly because she said something important.
Wait, show your castor oil real quick.
Okay.
Since you went to go get it.
This one is the one with the roller ball. This is what I use on my face. It's got like a rose quartz roller ball, and it's real cold and it feels so good on your face.
Do you
just
refill it?
No, you have to buy a new one when you get done. But it lasts
That's
forever.
too expensive. That's got to be more expensive than just a bottle of castor oil.
Then what you can do is you can get the bottle, like a big bottle. This one is called Heritage Store. It's organic castor oil, cold pressed, vegan, cruelty free, hexane. It has to be hexane free as well.
Hexane free.
Yeah, there's what it looks like. I don't know if you can see it, but I get one of the cheaper ones on but it's in a dark glass bottle. But what you can do is squirt a little bit in your hand, then still use the roller ball to spread it after you run out.
Shauna, I wish I had known. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Yes, they can show this. It's more graphic ones that aren't allowed. And Sean, I didn't know this. I made my own compresses. I got my own gauze and I had my own tape, and I just kept it on my the area of the lump, and it dissipated.
I'll put a link in chat for like the presses that you can get for your stomach.
Mr. E doesn't have a beauty routine.
I use a little soap and water, shampoo, and occasionally I trim the beard. That's about the extent of it.
And Wannabe Sleuth and Something says, I recently got some castor oil because my skin issues make my eyebrows and eyelashes fall out if I'm not careful. One eye has a teeny baby lashes coming in. Yes, castor oil is great for lashes, and it's also great for eyebrows. Just so you know, want to keep those long, lovely lashes.
You will see like some extra hair growth too. It will. I mean, it's not crazy. It's nothing crazy, but it will make your hair grow. Especially rub that all over your eyelashes and eyebrows if you want to beef them up
and give you a mustache if you're not careful.
Yeah, you just have to be careful.
I rewind this a minute, Auntie, so you can hear whatever this was we missed here.
Okay, thank you.
And this will have a little blood on it again.
3, it need not be sealed.
All right, 173, any objection? All right, 173 in evidence.
And I'd ask that be published to the jury.
In the gallery.
All right, so resting on this photo, what observations did you make of Joseph Ryan's right hand?
That there's transfer blood stain on his right hand.
Okay. Did you notice anything on his arm?
There's also some transfer on his arm, just below the wrist.
And if I can ask you about the palm, what about this contact transfer bloodstain pattern on the right palm did you observe?
The transfer is across the inside of the palm, which would be consistent with the palm being exposed at the time or the hand being open.
Okay. And if I can toggle back to 172, removed from the gallery view.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Tell me what you noticed about the transfer pattern on the outside of the right hand. And I'm sorry, this is the left hand. This is the right hand. What did you notice about the transfer pattern on the outside of the right hand?
Okay, if I understand, you're talking about the pinky side of the right hand, that there's transfer, it appears to go around the hand across the back and around that side of the hand.
Okay.
And it's also on the fingers, and the pinky, the small finger is basically covered.
Okay. What did you notice about the spaces in between the fingers?
That if we look at the first and second fingers, the index finger and the middle finger, you can see a line of demarcation. That is, there's a line that you can see that there's blood on one side and not blood on the other side.
Which would indicate?
And what does that mean?
That something shielded the blood so that it didn't go on that unstained side, such as if the fingers are simply held together at the time that the blood is deposited, then the blood would not get between the fingers.
Okay, so you're holding your hand up for the jury with your fingers closed together, is that correct?
Yes, with the fingers fairly tight, fairly close together, side by side. So that would obstruct blood from going between the fingers. So if blood is coming across, then it'll be on the back of the fingers, but where that skin is in contact would leave this line of demarcation, the place that blood was blocked from going.
Okay, thank you. And again, back to 173, when looking at the palm, do you see those same lines of demarcation? It's helpful to zoom in.
The same lines of demarcation are not visible in this photograph.
All right, and how did you describe the blood transfer to this part of the hand?
It's a transfer, something wet with blood.
Sorry, Your Honor.
And what's your objection?
I don't think that she's previously described it, and may we approach?
Yes.
Mr. E does not use Irish Spring or Ivory. He's actually allergic to Irish Spring. He breaks
Yes.
out. And we started using Dove, like all natural, unscented, when I got cancer a long time ago. Because I couldn't use it with, I couldn't use any kind of perfumed soap. So I figured if they wanted me to use an unperfumed soap when I had cancer, then there's probably a good reason for that.
Right.
And so we stopped using perfumed soap back then altogether.
And NorCal, SoCal, I got these reading glasses off of TikTok shop. I got 4-pack and they were $9.99 for 4. So that's where they came from, off TikTok shop.
But which one?
I don't know. I just put in reading glasses and I like the way these looked.
Oh, you're allergic to dial. That's funny, Rosebud.
I eliminated all fragrance from everything, and there's an app that I use called Yucca, and you can scan bath products, food, different things like that for additives that are toxic or additives that are non-toxic, but it just tells you what additives are in there, and it gives it a score from 1 to 100 as to how safe it is to use. And that's what I kind of use. But I use a lot of native, but not all native is created equal. I do the same thing with my deodorant.
I saw something bad about Tom's.
Yeah.
Did you see that?
Yeah.
I did. But the one
Do
I
you have
use now,
Tom's now?
Yes.
Well, I don't. Yours hardly has anything in it.
Okay.
So
the one I use now that I found was the safest was called Hello. It's the same one that makes the
they sell it at Dollar Tree.
Yes, they sell it at Dollar Tree. Not the deodorant. They sell the toothpaste.
Right, but you like their whitening paste, right?
Yes, I do. I love it. That's what I use for my teeth. And then I'm getting ready to try another one that actually is supposed to help any kind of problems that you have with your teeth. It's supposed to repair it. It's got a stuff in it. But I'm thinking about trying that.
Well, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I was going to say I've been making my toothpaste on my own for a couple of years, and I make it once and it lasts for a year.
That's great.
And it's with coconut oil, baking powder. There's other ingredients I just can't think of them. Or baking soda.
Boy, that sidebar is going a long time.
This is a long one.
I'm just amazed at him doing so much writing and the guy so literally looking off his paper.
NorCal wants to know, she says she's not on TikTok. Is it TikTok shop on TikTok?
Yes, you can create a TikTok, but you don't have to put any of your name information in there. But it's just a shop. You go to the shop and you can look. They have live things that people are selling live, but you can also just go to the shop button and then type in what you're looking for. Like you can put in reading glasses, and then it'll pull up all the reading glasses that they have. Ooh. They have for a lot of times free shipping and everything, so they're super cheap.
Boca toothpaste, is that what you're going to use, Aunt E?
It's not Boca, but it does. There is the one I'm looking at has something in it that helps remineralize your teeth. And it helps, like, if you have any starting cavities, it's supposed to heal the cavities. If you have crowns with any kind of decay under your crown, sometimes you can get food under that crown and cause decay and problems underneath your crown. That kind of, it's supposed to help with those kinds of things as well.
Wannabe Sleuth and something says, I need mom advice. My daughter will run out of meds prior to the next available appointment. I asked them to approve refills and they said probably not. Her doc passed away, so I'm trying to be nice.
You can always ask for samples depending on what it is. We've been in those situations before, and that's gotten us through a few gaps.
And I've also lost my mind on the insurance company before because in our case with our Big E, he was on some pretty heavy duty drugs that couldn't be skipped at that time. And I lost my mind on them and said, so what are we supposed to do here? And then they approved a small amount.
Sometimes if you ask them, could you just give me enough to go to until my next appointment?
Yes.
They'll sometimes give you a week or 2 weeks or a month, and that's it. You can ask for them, could they please just give you enough until the appointment is necessary, or until you get in.
Hold on one second. Who is
the
that?
Toothpaste I use is called Hello, and but I'm not sure. Mrs. E makes her own, but
I make my own.
Mine's a whitening toothpaste, and it's called Hello. The remineralizing one is called, I think it's called Ollie, OLLIE,
and they do
remineralizing.
They sell the Hello. Sometimes, if you're lucky, you can find it at Dollar Tree, but it's at the $5 mark. And Angel Wings, he's probably laughing. I mean, he's got the best sense of humor, so don't worry about your comments. He loves funny comments, so he has the best sense of humor there is. It honestly too, want to be sleuthing, probably depends on the medication you're asking for.
Yes, it probably does.
Oh, because your other doctor passed away. I see. Could you call your other doctor's office and see if there's another doctor that has access to the records and can help you, or a nurse practitioner? Especially if it's something that is like a life and death and needs to that they have to have it. Oh, okay. You're going to take her to her pediatrician, and that will get a month refill. Good. Oh, the Amish soap. I haven't tried that. I had I always have these weird things like, is the world going to come to an end? Are we going to need things? And I was looking up how to make lye soap out of ash because we burn a lot of wood. And I was like, well, we can at least make our own lye soap. So I look up weird things like that sometimes. I like to know how to do things in case something weird happens.
All right. I think we are caught up here, so I will start this up.
Okay. So, Ms. Dallygraph, I think we were talking about the contact transfer onto the palm of the hand.
Yes.
Just to reset us, can you describe how that stain was created on the hand?
Some surface wet with blood was in contact with the hand, so that blood transferred from the wet, bloody surface to the hand.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. That's important.
Yes.
And Judge, if we can remove the display.
I mean, you can't keep the witness from testifying.
I know.
I mean, and that's what he's trying to do at every objection or sidebar. He's trying to keep her from saying what she found as her findings.
I would ask this photo be shared with counsel and with the witness. Do you recognize this photograph?
I do.
Okay. And did you make markings on this photograph to highlight the areas that you just explained to the jury?
I did.
So judge, rather than having her draw again on the photograph, I would offer this photo as Commonwealth's 174.
Any objection?
Yes, Judge, I do have an objection to the markings.
No, I'll sustain the objection.
All right, then we'll go back to Commonwealth's 172. If you could, mark on your screen where you observed the voids on Mr. Ryan's fingers.
The lines of demarcation and the portion that's not bloodstained be where there was a blockage between the fingers.
All right, Judge, I would offer this marked photo into evidence as 174A.
Under seal.
Yes, please.
Any objection?
No objection to that,
All
Your
right,
Honor.
under seal, 174A.
And Judge, if we can take that down. Commonwealth's 173. Previously admitted, if we can have that published. Ms. Dallygraph, on this photograph, can you indicate where you see transfer of blood stain on the arm,
On the
wrist?
on the right arm, in the area inside the green marks.
And Judge, I would offer the marked photo as Commonwealth's 174B.
All right, any objection?
No objection.
174B.
And that does not need to be under seal.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so if we can take that down. And Judge, I'd ask that Commonwealth's 175 be shared with the witness and with counsel. Ma'am, do you recognize this photo?
Yes,
All right, and is this Joe Ryan's left hand?
yes.
Okay, what observations did you make of the blood stains on his left hand?
That he has primarily transfer across the back of his left hand with some volume so that there's associated flow.
All right. Did you make note of a line of demarcation?
Yes,
Okay, and where is that?
Do you wish to offer this in evidence?
I'm sorry, yes, Your Honor, I apologize. I'd offer in evidence, Commonwealth's 175.
Any objection to 175?
No objection.
All right, 175 in evidence.
All right, and if that can be published.
All right.
All right, so you know what, before you mark, let's talk about the rest of the hand so we can see it clearly. What other observations did you make of the blood stains on Mr. Ryan's left hand?
well, there's also transfer on his left thumb and sort of laterally, just below the left wrist. And also note that there's some volume to include what appears to be blood clots on the transfer.
Okay, and can you now mark on Commonwealth's 175 the line of demarcation and the transfer that you just mentioned?
Transfer across the left, back of the left hand from the green line towards the fingers would be areas of transfer, flow towards from that area towards the wrist. Then another transfer just below the left wrist. Transfer on the left thumb. another small transfer on the outside of the left thumb.
Okay. Were you, in your review of the photographs in this case, able to determine if anything lined up with the void on Mr. Ryan's hand?
Judge, I'm going to object. I think that just the question itself goes to what we've talked about.
I'll sustain the
Okay.
objection.
That's fine.
Next question.
So tell us, much as you did with the right hand, how did this blood come to be on Mr. Ryan's left hand?
Some object wet with blood was in contact with the back of his left hand.
All right, thank you. Also looking at this photo, did you make any note of the blood stains on or around Mr. Ryan's jeans?
Yes,
What did you note?
that there are, excuse me, some contact stains or transfer stains on the jeans in various locations.
All right, can you identify where you noticed those blood stains on the jeans?
There's a transfer on the left front of the jeans. There's a transfer on the inside of the jeans waistband at the buttonhole.
Thank you. Did you review the certificates of laboratory analysis submitted in this case?
I did.
And whose DNA profile was present in the swabs of the blood from Joe Ryan's hands?
I believe there was a DNA profile from both Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan.
All right. Judge, at this time, Commonwealth would offer Commonwealth's 175A as the marked item.
All right, any objection?
No objection.
All right, 175A.
All right, so looking back, and Judge, if we can drop video.
Did you say they're about to drop video? We probably won't see this.
Did you have the opportunity to fully review Officer Beckner's body worn camera?
Body camera.
I reviewed several body-worn cameras. I don't recall who was wearing which camera. I would have to look that up in the record.
Okay, but if we can go back to Commonwealth 241 and have that published to the witness and counsel and the jury, it was under seal.
Yes, ma'am.
This is the still image that we were referencing before from Officer Beckner's body worn previously as admitted as Commonwealth 6. In your review of the video, did you observe the police officers at the scene to move Mr. Ryan's arms?
I did see that in a body cam video.
Okay. Did you observe those officers to touch Mr. Ryan's arm?
All right, I'll sustain as to leading.
Okay. I'm going to move on.
Okay.
Pam, I think that might be Mrs. E grinding coffee grounds. So that might be what that sound was back there. I didn't realize you were picking that up on the mic. I'll mute till she's done with that.
All right, so looking at previously admitted Commonwealth's 123. And Judge, this was admitted under seal. If I can have it published to
Yes, ma'am.
the jury, the witness, and Mr. Carroll, and counsel on the left. Drawing your attention to Mr. Ryan's arm. Did you make any observations of the blood patterns on his left forearm?
Yes.
Okay, what did you observe?
I observed what appears to be small blood droplets on his arm in a somewhat linear distribution. Also observed transfer stains on his arm, in particularly 4 transfer stains that are roughly parallel to each other.
All right, so let's talk about them one at a time. Let's talk about the blood drops that you observed. Can you circle or highlight those items on your screen? Sorry about that. Okay. And how are those blood droplets formed?
These would be blood drops falling from somewhere above. Again, blood drops falling or under gravity takes them down, and when they're circular, would mean that the blood is dropping straight down. So if it makes a circular stain, that surface was fairly horizontal at the time that the blood drops were deposited.
Okay. If the blood had been coming at him from an angle, what shape would they have taken?
But if it's coming at an angle, then that sphere in air would translate to an elliptical shape on the surface.
Okay. Judge, I would ask to print and admit this photo as Commonwealth's 170. Well, this, you want to do 123A and, nope, that's fine, 123A.
So this is big too, right, Auntie? So she's saying that these blood droplets fell from above onto Joe.
Yeah, I think that's huge.
Yeah.
I just hope that the jury is smart enough to realize what she's saying, or if she's gonna, it's like they're talking in code, and it's not common language, and I'm afraid people are not going to understand what they're hearing.
Yeah, she's going to have to go back through this, hopefully in her closing statement, and piece this all together, and say, this is what this,
Well, that's the only time she's going to be able to do it, because he objects to every clarification question that she asks.
Right.
So I think the fact that it was dropped from above indicates that they were transferring blood onto him to make it look like he did it. You know, and that's the part that it has to be hit home. And like Real Me Too said, closing statements will bring it all together. That's what they should do. Let's hope that's what happens.
And then they'll be able to go, while they're deliberating, if they have any questions about it, they'll be able to go back to all this testimony and read through it, and so
and they can ask for clarification, I think, once they deliberate.
Yeah. And I think she I know we've been critical of the prosecutor, but her opening statement day was pretty good.
I thought she did a fair job.
Yeah.
I thought it was fair.
Yes, please. And if we could clear the markings, I can do it if you want, or I don't know if you, okay. All right. You spoke of a transfer pattern on the arm. Where do you see that transfer pattern? All right. Judge, if I can have this marked as Commonwealth 123B and printed. Thank you. All right, and then I'm going to take you to a different angle. If I can remove the display, please. If we can share Commonwealth's previously admitted 101 with the witness, the jury, and I do not believe this was under seal, Judge, but I'll defer to the court. 101 is under seal. Okay, then this remains under seal. Ms. Telegraph, if I zoom in a little bit, we've got another angle here. Can you again highlight the transfer pattern that you observed? Okay, thank you. And I would offer that marked photo as Commonwealth's 101A under seal.
Yes, the markings are actually covering up what she's testified to as transfer. Okay, I just want to make sure there's no other connotation given to the way that was drawn. In having a circle would probably be a. I understand that. Okay. Okay, thank you. No objection.
Are you able to tell us whether or not the transfer pattern was made at the same time as the drip marks?
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation.
Based on your training and experience, are you able to discern anything about the markings in this photograph that would enable you to gauge whether or not they occurred at the same time?
To determine sequencing, you need to look very closely at individual photographs of this area, multiple photographs of this area, looking to see if we can see actual one stain on top of the other. If we can make that determination, then you know that the one that's on the bottom has to happen before the one on the top. So in this case, I don't think that I was able to actually pinpoint where one was on top of the other. They happen at different times. They're different mechanisms. Nothing here indicates that they were simultaneous. They may have been very close together in time. I don't know. But if you don't have those specific characteristics to point to, then you don't determine sequencing.
All right, thank you. If we can pull this photo down.
Nice, Cindy. Thanks for joining us. And Rosebud's asking about the towel. I remember the towel. Yeah, she did. He did say she.
Judge, I'd like to have 181.
NorCal has
displayed to
questions.
The au
witness.
pair did say that she was told to go get a towel by Brendan.
Right. NorCal wants to know something.
I don't know either. I was thinking of looking that up, like exactly how. I don't have the answer, but I will look it up while we play.
Give us a.
Yeah, I was. It's funny because he's used that as an objection several times.
Foundation means it's kind of like relevance, like what there's no foundation for the question. She's not using it to build on another. That's what my interpretation is.
Yeah, that's what Rosebud is saying too.
I
watched a lot of court stuff, and foundations used very frequently.
And Cindy, you're also, you missed our castor oil and homemade toothpaste talk. So, but Really, we haven't gotten that far as this witness because there's been a lot of problems.
Yeah, they objected a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay, so here's an example. I'm showing you Exhibit 12. What does it say? The objection would be foundation. No one has testified what Exhibit 12 is or where it came from.
Gotcha.
So you have to establish facts to get to a question.
Right.
Yeah, it says foundation means proof or preliminary information needed to show that evidence is reliable and admissible.
Right, Cindy. Cindy said she missed the good part. Exactly.
What was the good part?
The homemade toothpaste and castor oil compresses.
For this specific lady, as an expert testimony, it says a witness claims something technical or scientific. The opposing side can object, saying foundation, meaning the witness hasn't yet shown they are qualified to speak as an expert. So foundation for that, he already approved her as a credible witness. So that wouldn't necessarily fit. But for physical evidence, which is I think what it's more specifically, it says before showing a photo or statistics or whatever, the lawyer must ask the witness to confirm it's accurate. Without the confirmation, the other side might object for lack of foundation. So it's kind of, the judge obviously can sustain or overrule based on what they believe the objection, if it's credible or not.
Okay.
And counsel, do you recognize this photograph?
Yes.
Judge, I would offer 181 under seal.
Any objection?
Want to be sleeped in something.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, 181 under seal.
And I apologize for bouncing all around in the numbers. All right.
You should be apologizing
Ms.
for your
Delagraf,
outfit.
I've zoomed in, and I'd like to have this published now to the jury.
I'd like to object to her
This
outfit.
is another view of those same
You already
transfer
have.
stains. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. What can you tell me about what is happening on the interior of the arm at the base of those stains?
There is a flow pattern on the interior of the arm. It extends from the transfer pattern, what would be up the arm, that is towards the elbow, and then terminates in one stain.
All right. Can you tell me about how the blood moved down the arm to create that stain?
It appears that excess
Judge,
volume
I would
of blood
object. I
was in
think
the
that's-
transfer.
Excuse me, hold on.
I'd object. I think that's exceeding the scope of what blood spatter analysis that we
You want
discussed.
to,
Hi, Hobo. Welcome in.
Just in time for this.
I'm also going to put in the link for those glasses. Somebody asked, and I can give a link, so I will put that in the
It
chat.
was NorCal.
NorCal. I'll go ahead and send that in chat now if you want to click on the link for the TikTok shop glasses. They're super cheap.
This lady is a little bit over it, I think.
She's like, I was promised an hour.
Well, she's
So
very.
are we.
I think she's very credible. I think she's proven that she knows what she's talking about. They've just not allowed her to really express, I think, what's happened very easily.
Do you see Rosebud?
If they have a sequence of events to get to that point to answer that question, like laying out the scene, if you don't have the sequence, you don't have a foundation. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Sidebar
Yeah.
and a sip of coffee. It takes so long with that percolator.
Oh, but the perk, doesn't it taste so much better?
I can't find a coffee I like.
Okay, let's try again. The blood that you see from the transfer, how does that come to be or to connect to the blood that we see on the interior of the forearm?
That excess volume in the transfer was flowing what would have been downward at the time in sort of toward the inner aspect of the forearm. And when a liquid drop meets a liquid drop, they merge, and then they all flow together. And this only goes a short distance. You can see where it terminates on the inside of the arm.
What would have limited its distance?
Well, a limited volume for one. It's probably no more than just a really small volume from each of those transfers, just enough that it's fluid enough to flow, and as they merge together, then continue together in one flow.
Pause.
The blood loses energy, partly because it's leaving volume.
So what she's saying is that if he were the one to have stabbed her, there would be a lot more blood. Is that what she's getting?
No.
What's she saying?
She's saying that
I'm lost. I'm with Susanna.
He's saying blood had to be carried over and put on him, dropped on him, and then what was already there in existence. Sorry.
That's Charlie. No, I know what you're saying, but isn't
one part of what she's saying, that blood starts to drop and it just stops. It doesn't continue
that's what I'm saying.
and flow. There was a limited amount. So it's not a constant flow.
Well, that's what I'm saying. But had he been the one, it would have been a constant flow. That's what I'm getting at. It would have been a lot more. I'm just must be misunderstanding.
Not necessarily. All she's saying is that blood had to come from above and be put on him because of the way that the blood joined with the other blood, but only went a short distance. So basically, you can kind of visualize he's just taking a little bit of blood from Christine, carrying it over and dropping it on him so that he had blood residue from Christine on his body.
That's what I'm saying. If Joseph had been the one to stab her, there would be a lot more, is what I'm getting at.
He would have had it running down his arm.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I think we're saying the same thing.
We are, but it's basically showing that it was carried and dropped.
Right.
On him.
Right.
And that's key.
And Susanna says, I'm totally not a good juror because she already lost me with all the pausing and just not, and there's no emotion. There's nothing but just a blur. I agree. And Hobo Mom, thank you so much. Hobo Mom gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, Hobo Mom. We appreciate you. If you received a gifted membership from a Hobo Mom, please tell her thank you. And I have to play my video.
Yeah.
My new thank you video for Hobo Mom.
But I want to say thank you to you. I haven't had an orthodox career, and I've wanted more than anything to have your respect. The first time I didn't feel it, but this time I feel it, and I can't deny the fact that you like me. Right now, you like me.
Love that so much.
Okay, since if we had the meme, we could do off topic. Favorite Sally Field work for me is Murphy's Romance.
Oh, because of Garner, they had really good chemistry.
Yeah, that's my favorite Sally Field.
I like Smokey and the Bandit.
Oh, Smokey and the Bandit.
Oh, that's a good one. But I still love her.
Her and Burt Reynolds had the best chemistry.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, I love her in Steel Magnolias because she plays an older mom, and I like that role for her. She does a great job, but I just loved her in Smokey and the Bandit.
Gosh,
yeah,
I don't know.
I'll still stay with Murphy's Romance.
Well,
you're right, that's a good one.
And she's great in Tootsie too.
She's not in Tootsie.
Isn't she the mom in Tootsie?
You're thinking of Mrs. Doubtfire.
That's what I meant, Mrs. Doubtfire.
I was like, that's Jessica Lange in Tootsie.
Yeah.
But you know what? I might have to say, do you remember the movie, was it Soapbox? Do you know what I'm talking about? With when they do the soap opera with Robert Downey Jr. and like a ton of people.
That's good too.
It was good.
I love that movie.
It didn't stand out in that one as much as Smokey and the Bandit was just the best. It was just the best.
The Flying Nun.
The Flying Nun. I remember that.
Oh. Gidget.
I've actually never watched it.
The Flying Nun or Gidget?
Flying Nun.
I've seen a few. I didn't love it.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, that's a good one, Sophie.
What?
Places in the Heart.
Oh, Places in the Heart is good.
I don't remember that one.
Oh,
I remember the name. I don't think.
Didn't she win an Academy
ones.
Award for that one?
Yes, I believe she got. I know she was nominated if she didn't win.
I love her in Steel Magnolias too.
Yeah, she's good in
Rosebud
that.
wants us to know the towel. I'm telling you, it's the towel. You're right. I think you're right.
Let's go back to see what she's going to finish off with.
Eye for an Eye. Oh, Sophie, that's a good one. Do you remember Eye for an Eye? When Kiefer Sutherland unalives her daughter? And that's a great movie. Have you not seen that?
I don't think so.
That's
You're
a good
kidding
one.
me.
I don't think so.
Or well, we've got some homework.
Okay.
It's a good one.
Oh, Cheryl's daughter's name is Gidget. I love that name.
I love that. What a great name.
That's a great dog name
It's
too.
a great name.
I
like
love
that.
that you named your daughter Gidget. That's amazing.
Yeah.
That's so cool. Sybil. Was she?
Oh yeah, Sybil.
Oh.
She plays like multiple personalities. Yeah. Oh, Murphy's Romance. Yeah.
Well, wowzer.
Granny just said that's her favorite.
Murphy's Romance is so good because James Garner is so good. They have the best chemistry on screen. They really
Norma
do.
Ray. Yeah, Norma Ray. That's probably her.
That was
her.
good
That's
too.
her kind of her keystone. That's like the biggest dramatic role.
I love James
Actually,
Garner though.
Wowzer says, I'm back. What did I miss? And there's a few people that have come in since this all started. So in a way, you have not missed a lot, except we have been establishing through the blood spatter expert that blood was dropped from above onto Joe that could not have happened really during like an attack, because if it had happened during the attack, it would have been at ellipticals. And it's dropped from above straight onto him, backing up the au pair story that blood was carried over and placed on him. She's also done a lot of the lines of demarcation talk, and the blood droplets. It's clear that he's been moved multiple times, and that blood on his hand, his right hand, I think it was, did not go through his fingers and show up on the other side. And anything else from the blood spatter? Is that kind of wrap? I mean, it took a while to get there. There were a lot of objections and sidebars.
Well, things that we've noticed, that the prosecuting attorney is not dressed appropriately, and also the defense attorney is reading all the notes from his client and seems to be basing his objections and stuff based on the notes that he's reading from the client. So we found that very strange.
And on a side note, I got the name of the movie wrong. It's called Soap Dish, which I loved. And I had completely forgotten about her being in, where is it? What was it? I just saw it. Oh my gosh. Oh, Forrest Gump. Forgot about that.
Oh yeah, she was forced.
And then Not Without My Daughter is also a very good movie too. I was just looking up all her movies real quick. Not Without My Daughter is a good movie.
Oh, back on track with Kat. My husband was a big Blue Blood fan. We watched several episodes of that. It's really good.
Is she in Blue Blood?
No, she just said Tom Selleck. It's a great show.
It is.
Oh, no. I didn't want to ask because I just didn't know. But Hobo Mom says, I didn't get good news from the cancer doctor scheduling a PET scan. Prayers, please.
Oh my goodness. Of course.
Yeah. Well,
everybody, if you could take a moment and pray for Hobo's mom for complete recovery from her cancer, I would really appreciate it.
Yes.
We'll be doing that. And tonight we have been praying for you, but we'll pray more.
Definitely.
I believe in the
sorry
power
to hear
of
that,
prayer.
and we'll hope for a good outcome for you and a good path. But sorry to hear that. Yeah, I just didn't want to ask because I figured, just don't know. Okay, I'm going to click off there. Did I block somebody from trying to click?
Not at all.
Okay.
No, I was clicking off because I figured you were
Yeah.
gonna start the thing again.
Behind, there may have been more resistance on the surface at this point. The change in position, that it flows here, and now you change position, So it stops because it's no longer downward.
All right. And that takes me to my next question. Tell me what you would be able to say about the position of the arm when the blood was flowing based on gravity.
Well, flow again is always in the direction of gravity or downward. So that means that the forearm was in some raised position so that downward would be towards the elbow instead of towards the wrist.
Thank you. Is it possible that flow led to the transfer?
Objection, Your Honor. It's leading.
Overruled. I'll allow that.
Well, flow doesn't become transfer. If it's flow, it's going to keep going in the direction of gravity until it loses volume or something causes it to stop. It doesn't separate. That is, blood has cohesive properties, has surface tension that holds the fluid together, which is partly why, that's part of the reason why blood in flight is a sphere, it's pulling together. So you would need something to break those forces to cause part of the flow to go one direction and part another direction. And there's nothing here that would do that. That's not what flows do on their own. They just go with gravity. And you see that if you have a flow going one direction and you turn that surface, the flow doesn't separate into separate flows. The whole thing, one flow can make a corner, but that corner would be an indication that the thing was oriented so that what was down is now a different direction.
Thank you.
True.
Judge, if we can take down-
Complicated.
That makes sense to me, though. Yeah, me too. I've been looking for reporters in the courtroom. I haven't been able to find anybody.
Commonwealth's previously admitted 100, which was admitted under seal.
I find that odd too.
Yes.
Okay, Judge, this time I would have it published to the jury.
It is.
Thank you. All right, what observations did you make in conjunction with your reading of Commonwealth's admitted 151, the lab from DLI, about Mr. Ryan's pants and any blood stains observed there?
My recollection of the analysis was that both profiles, DNA profiles from Christine Banfield and DNA profiles from Joseph Ryan were found in stains on the jeans.
All right. Let's talk about them one by one. Specifically, did you examine the area in the photo of the button and the zipper?
I think this is interesting here.
There was a sampling from that area that I read the DNA analysis report for that sample.
Okay. And that sample of blood, were you able to determine if it was a flow, spatter, or transfer?
The stains on the area of the button and the buttonhole were contact stains or transfers.
All right. Looking at, I may advance to Commonwealth's previously admitted 101. Slightly better angle. Did you make?
Okay, I just want to make sure we're all on the same page, thinking the same way about the pants. So she's saying there are transfer bloodstains on the button of his pants, of Joe's pants.
Right.
Okay, so if it's Joe unbuttoning his own pants, that has to have happened after he stabbed Christine. So what, he's already killed her and now he's undoing his pants? Or it's after Joe has passed and they want to make it look like an essay. So with him with blood already over his pants, is unbuttoned Joe's pants.
Mhm.
Does that make sense? That's the issue here, or am I crazy?
Yes. I think that's exactly what they're saying. That it is transfer, and it's obviously from someone manipulating that area of his pants, like zipping them up, zipping them down, buttoning,
Right.
unbuttoning, whatever. It would be so much more helpful though if we could see the pictures.
For us, yes.
Because we could understand exactly what they're meaning based on what we're seeing, and
Well,
it's hard to tell that.
But I think that's
I think that's it.
yeah.
And actually, I want to say something. Rosebud says freaking cancer sucks. I agree with you 100%.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, we're all on board with that one. And Wowzer said it was transferred so Brendan unbuttoned them. Basically, if they were unbuttoned, I don't know if they were buttoned or unbuttoned.
Because it doesn't make sense that he unbuttons his pants after he kills her. Right? He would be, because she's, it's all that just doesn't fit the
Right.
He would be doing that before.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
So it looks like staging.
Take observations of other bloodstain patterns now on the leg of the jeans.
Yes.
All right, tell me about your observations on his right leg pant. Right pant leg.
Well, there are several bloodstain patterns or blood stains on the right leg. In particular, there's a stain pattern of somewhat parallel transfers that are finger-like in shape.
That's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Can you mark on 101 where you've made that observation, or which transfers you're referencing?
I think that's a neat technology that they have accessible there.
Okay. And in your review of what was previously admitted as Commonwealth's 168, the certificate of laboratory analysis from Bodie, was there a mixture of DNA found in that blood?
My recollection is that this is another area where both profiles were found in the stain that was sampled in this area.
And you say both profiles of?
The profile from Christine Banfield and the DNA profile from Joseph Ryan.
Okay. And again, could these stains be cast off or spatter?
No.
Could they be falling blood?
No.
They're transfer.
I'm going to move on to.
Did you want that in evidence?
Yes, please. If we could have that printed, and I would offer it as Commonwealth's 101A.
I already have 101A. Do you want
101B?
101B under seal?
Sue Ann had a question we might want to address and pause it.
Under seal. All right, we can take that down.
Honey.
Sue Ann said, how does she know if it's both profiles? Are they single drips like one's Christine and then the other drip is his? How does she know that? They DNA profiled the blood to determine whose blood was on his pants, and it was that right leg. And yes, both profiles were present in the blood evidence on his pants.
And
Am I answering that correctly?
Yeah, I think so.
And Sasha, Sally Field is in Eye for an Eye for sure. She was the star of it. So for sure.
Okay, you watch Usual Suspects and I'll watch Eye for an Eye.
Okay. I can't guarantee I won't fall asleep though. I've fallen asleep twice trying to watch it.
It is a little slow, but it's great.
Rosebud's back to the towel. Exactly.
if I can have Commonwealth's 222 shared with the witness and with counsel. All right, do you recognize this photo?
Yes,
And did you examine Mr. Ryan's, this photo of Mr. Ryan's hip?
yes.
Okay, Judge, at this time, I would offer the item into evidence as Commonwealth's 222.
All right, any objection? All right, 222 in evidence, not under seal, correct?
Not under seal.
Okay, 222.
All right, so this angle is a little tricky, but tell me what you observed about the blood stains on Mr. Ryan's hip.
There are multiple circular and elliptical stains, most of them fairly small, that are on the front and the the side of the left hip.
All right, let's see if we can zoom in a little bit more.
Oh, wow. Okay.
This larger stain that is now in the middle of the photo for reference, tell me what you observe about that stain.
This is a larger stain. It appears to have some satellites, that is secondary blood drops. So when wet blood hits the surface, it can form droplets out of that volume. And it's called satellites, secondary stains. And they appear to be possibly a little flow associated with it. And that flow, as you're looking at it, would be from front to back.
All right, so again, using gravity as our rule, what position was the body in when that stain struck the hip?
Of course you would.
Sorry.
He objects because it's on the yellow pad.
Scientific foundation, in order to even, that we have some sort of scientific foundation before.
Foundation is your objection?
Yes.
All right, so if you want to lay a foundation.
Sure. To your knowledge, how does gravity work?
Gravity is a magnetic pull towards the center of the earth, and it causes things to under the force of gravity, to move toward the center of the earth or downward.
Okay. And the blood that we see
That's
in
pretty
this
funny.
picture, in what direction did it flow?
Downward.
The small flows that appear to emanate from the larger are front to back in reference to the body, and here going towards the floor.
All right. And so in what position would the body have been relative to the earth when the blood struck the body and flowed?
That his left hip was exposed when the wet blood contacted the skin and flowed towards the back or towards the floor.
Thank you. Let's zoom back out just a little bit.
Pause for a second.
Looking at.
Pause and
the-
just kind of say what she just said.
So well, it's funny that she's like, we got to establish gravity, It's
Yes.
kind of
Foundation.
So I think what they're saying is he had to be laying on his right side when that blood fell on his left hip and dripped toward his back.
Right.
So, yeah, it's basically indicating it was carried over so that he's got
It was
evidence on him.
staged.
And it was staged. Yeah, it's basically indicating staged.
Yeah.
But I mean, will the jury read into that enough? Will it, will that discussion, hopefully she'll tie it all up at the end.
And Hobo Mom, we have determined it's not just notes. He's step by step telling his attorney what to do and when to object and what to object. It's crazy.
And I looked up his education to see if he has a law background. His actual degree was in accounting, but prior to working for the IRS and as an agent. So I don't know what other training he's had, but he obviously thinks he knows the law.
I don't actually. So, and Rosebud says, does anybody remember if there was blood on the nanny's hands and whose blood it was? I remember looking in that 911 or the body cam I don't
I
remember
didn't see
seeing
any.
blood on her hands at all.
Yeah, but
I
they
was
let him
looking-
wash his hands.
They let him wash his hands. She had blood on her socks and shoes, but
Mhm.
not her hands that I recall. Or if she did, it wasn't much. But yeah, so that's okay. Anything else before we go?
Real Me Too says so he thinks he can add it all up. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What's his attorney's background? LOL, says Sophie.
No kidding. Let's hope he had some law school background in there.
And Susanna says he didn't have any blood on her. She didn't have any blood on her hands. The other place she had was on her feet. Well, that would make sense, wouldn't it?
Right.
Well, and it's when she went. I think she stepped in it as she was going
Uh-huh.
to the fake safe situation, and that was something in the Brian Enton interview that he said that I hadn't really heard. That the purpose of going to the safe was to pretend she was getting out the pew pew that he had purchased, and that's what he said. That was supposed to be the intention. To make it look like she went to the safe and got it out and he had to use it because he was still moving.
Okay.
Rosebud's got one more thing to say. Well, that makes me even more positive. I'm sticking with the towel. The towel is the way the blood was transferred. You might be right.
I don't know. I would maybe it sounds like that's what it was, but he also, had blood evidence all over his hands that they let him wash off, and he could have done some of it with his hands and transferred it over.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Because
the towel's going to absorb. The towels absorb, and it would be harder to transfer unless it was like a little flimsy towel or a rag or something that didn't have that, but towels are typically really porous and they'll absorb a lot of water or, liquid substance. So it would be harder to do with a towel, but it's not impossible.
You're welcome, Sasha. It's very nice to see you. And then also, if they did transfer with the towel, there's going to be towel fibers and all that.
True.
Mm-hmm.
So
very, very good point.
Yeah. So they'll be able to prove that too.
Yeah. And I don't know that the towel has been admitted as evidence. I don't recall hearing the towel.
Now, Sue Ann said that the nanny said he picked up blood off of Christine and dripped it on to the guy. Did she specifically say that? I couldn't.
Yes.
I didn't. I may have missed that.
Yes, but I don't know if she did say that, but I wondered. I think could he have used a towel to pick it up off, or did he just use his bare hands? I don't know if that was specific.
Right.
And Pam says the degree is by Timu for the defending attorney, in her opinion.
I think he did it with his hands. I think that's going to be what they say.
Yeah,
But
I think
I don't know.
so too.
Droplets of blood. What can you tell me about that pattern?
There are small circular to elliptical stains which indicate blood was in flight when the blood made contact with this part of his skin.
The blood was in flight.
All right, thank you.
So it couldn't have been on his back, right? If it was in flight. I mean, he couldn't have. But if it's on his back.
So let's move on then
Right.
to
It's his hip,
what was
right?
previously
Right.
admitted
That
as
dripped down to his back.
133.
Right. So if he's laying on his side, say this is his hip,
Mm-hmm.
the blood did like this and then dripped down.
Mm-hmm. But she's saying it was in flight. So he had
Like
to be on the ground when it happened.
Yeah, like it was carried over him. Yes,
Right.
In flight.
Yes.
It wasn't spatter.
Right.
Right.
Now we're getting to it. Rosebud wants to know, last question, whose blood is it? I think they're talking about Christine's.
All right, if I can have that displayed to the witness and counsel.
I don't know if she said that on that one
And
yet.
it's admitted, so to the jury.
She has
In the gallery. Thank you.
Thank you, and the gallery. All right, Ms. Dallygraph, tell me about the blood stains that we observe on Mr. Banfield's jeans, previously
Right.
admitted Commonwealth's 133.
If we're looking at generally the area of the knees, that there are multiple contact stains.
All right, were you able to determine whether or not those contact stains, strike that, let me rephrase. Did you have the opportunity to watch, as you've said before, the body worn camera, specifically any portion where first responders are entering the room?
Yes.
Okay, and did you observe Mr. Banfield's position on that body worn camera when first responders entered the room?
When first officers entered the bedroom, yes.
Okay. Was his position consistent with the transfer patterns that you see on the knees of the jeans?
In the,
Of course he did.
We have to have an object thing.
There has to be more in order to be able to arrive at the conclusion that she's asking for, not just looking at the body cam.
You want to approach for a second?
Uh-oh.
It's a sidebar.
I got to tell you, it's funny watching court TV with that music playing in the background, because it's this, little island party music, and there's Banfield just, looking around, and
I gotta believe she's got better fashion sense than that.
Maybe it's the new thing.
No.
I don't think they've said whose blood that was yet.
Go ahead
Okay.
and do Rosebud.
They're coming back.
I'm trying that.
All right, so at the knees, we have transfer stains, is that correct?
yes.
Okay. Zooming in, tell me about these stains on the left of our screen that appear different.
Yes, there's linear distributions of circular and elliptical stains. This would be on the jeans above the knee, going up to pretty much the top of the jeans.
Okay, and again, remind us how elliptical stains come to be.
Elliptical stains occur when the sphere of blood traveling through the air comes in contact with the surface at an angle, so that the circular shape of the sphere translates into an elliptical shape on the surface.
There you go.
Thank you. Judge, if we can take this down
All right.
and move to Commonwealth's 1.
So he's got elliptical patterns on the
I
jeans.
can
which
have this
indicate
published. This is
transfer.
Commonwealth's previously admitted 135.
All right.
Is this a close-up on those stains?
This is a close-up of some of those stains.
Some, that's fair. All right. And if I can have the court's indulgence, pull this down for just 1 second.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, roll me too.
If you're asking why they did the sidebar, I think
If I can show you Commonwealth's previously admitted 186 and have that published.
why they did that sidebar, I think, was because he was saying that her just witnessing something on body cam video wasn't enough of a basis for her to to testify about a conclusion from that, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think that's why. So she had to kind of change her approach.
I don't have a 186 in evidence.
All right, Commonwealth would offer 186 into evidence.
Any objection to 186?
No, you're.
All right, 186 in evidence.
All right, so here we have the same genes in a manner that Detective Leach photographed them to allow us to see the blood more closely. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so if you can describe your opinion or share with us your opinion about the blood spatter that we see on the left.
There are linear distributions of small circumelliptical stains. They're actually from about the knee to the crotch, and just bracketed to show that general area.
All right, and are those stains cast off?
These stains could be cast off. They're consistent with cast off. We see some progressive change in shape looking across some of the lines. So cast off cannot be excluded as a mechanism to produce these stains.
Thank you. And were you able to review the certificate of laboratory analysis that was admitted in this case, identifying the DNA contribution to those stains?
Yes.
And do you recall whose DNA was found to be in those stains?
The DNA profile of Christine Banfield was found in this area.
Thank you. All right, Judge, if we can pull that down.
And Rosebud was asking the question earlier. I just don't know the answer, but she was saying, if he transferred it with his hands, wouldn't his DNA be present when they tested it? And I just don't know.
I don't know.
I just don't know if they can isolate the blood from any, outside touch would have occurred. I just don't know, but
I don't think so. A DNA has to be like scraped. There has to be like, just because someone touches it doesn't mean that you can get DNA from it. So it has to have some kind of fingerprint transfer, skin transfer, blood transfer. And as far as we know, he didn't have any of those things that happened. So it wouldn't necessarily be on that. Just because he touched it and carried it over, it would not necessarily have his DNA mixed in with theirs.
Yeah.
Judge, at this time, I would offer into evidence as Commonwealth's 187.
Any objection to 187?
No.
All right, 187 in evidence.
All right. Ms. Sallygraph, from 187, were you able to make any observations about Mr. Banfield's shoes?
Yes.
And I'm going to ask counsel to take a look if we can pull this down. We can display Commonwealth's 188 to counsel and the witness. Is this a photograph that you pulled from Commonwealth's one?
Who was asking this? Wowzer was asking what does the cast off mean? It would be like if blood were slung from something.
Mm-hmm.
Like if there were a knife flying through the air or your bloody arm, it'd be the kind of slinging that you would expect.
187 to highlight the blood stains that you analyzed.
Yes, this actually shows parts of two different photographs, but I took out the background to focus on just the shoes and the stains on the shoes.
All right, Judge, at this time, the Commonwealth would offer as Commonwealth's 188.
Any
this
objection?
photograph,
No objection.
188 in evidence.
and we'd ask that it be published to
That's
the
fine.
jury in the gallery. All right, tell me about the staining that you observed on Mr. Banfield's shoes.
Well, on the right shoe, where you see the one closest is the right shoe, and then the one where you're looking down at the toe area of the right shoe, there are circular stains particularly up close to where the shoelace loops. You can see a circular stain moving out into the toe, a circular stain. On the side of the right shoe, there's a larger stain that can't be determined. It could be just a contact with something wet with blood, or it could be merging where if it's blood falling there on the side, then as it traveled in the fabric actually made one larger stain. So the mechanism cannot be determined. The left shoe appears to be a transfer from some area of wet blood.
Is the blood stain or the blood stains on the right shoe, is that consistent with transfer? Or could it be consistent with transfer?
Well, there are in particular two that are very circular. So when I do the analysis, I look at all of the pictures, all of the images in context to see if I could identify if this is transfer, then there should be a circular area somewhere of that approximate size and shape to see if I can exclude transfer, because this does appear to be a somewhat absorbent surface. I didn't find anything, so it appears more that it falling blood, because falling blood will make a circular stain.
Thank you. And did you make any observations from your review of the body-worn camera of Mr. Banfield's hands following the entry of law enforcement into the room?
Yes.
What did you notice about his hands?
Both hands were blood covered.
All right. I can show you what has been previously admitted as Commonwealth's 112 and 113. We'll start with 112. All right. So in your review of the bloodstains found on the carpet, did you make any observations regarding these stains found between the bed and the basket?
Yes.
Okay, and what were your observations?
Well, there are multiple blood stains between the bed and the basket. Some of those appear to be saturation, where a lot of blood absorbed into the surface. Some appear to be simply transfer. There's something that was very wet with blood is in contact with the surface. Others are much smaller stains. They appear to be circular to elliptical in shape.
Okay, let's start with this photo. Let's take it little bit by little bit. Identifying this stain here at the bottom of the photo, irregular in shape, what type of stain is that?
It appears to be both transfer and saturation.
Okay. Were you able to identify anything that might have matched with the shape and pattern of that stain to have created the transfer?
I could not determine what transferred that particular pattern.
Okay. Were there any objects that you observed in any of the photos nearby that were also saturated with blood?
Yes.
Okay. What did you observe?
Well, in particular, there was bedding that was over this area when officers first arrived, and some of that had a fairly heavy amount or large areas of saturation within that bedding that was sort of crumpled or on the floor above this area.
Okay. Let's turn to look at the dots of blood here closer to the laundry basket. What can you tell us about that staining?
That from this image, there no particular dispersion or irregular dispersion, but there are very small blood stains in the area, especially as you're approaching up to the laundry basket.
Okay. And from your review of the certificates of analysis, was Joseph Ryan's DNA present in that tested area?
Yes.
Okay.
That looks like transfer.
I can pull this down for just a moment. I'm going to ask Commonwealth 191 be shared with counsel and the witness. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes,
Okay. And the yellow circles on the photo, how did they come to be?
I put the circles on the photo.
Okay. Judge, at this time, the Commonwealth would offer this into evidence as Commonwealth 191.
I'd object to the markings, Judge.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
All right. If I can have this pulled down, please. All right, directing your attention then to Commonwealth's previously admitted 113. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes,
All right, and just for orientation, is this the bed frame that we have on the right of the screen?
yes, that would be the sideboard of the bed frame.
Okay, tell me about the large blood stain that we have here. And Judge, I'm sorry if I did not ask that this be published.
It is published.
Okay, thank you. Tell me about that large saturation stain.
Overall,
So, Rosebud, let's think about this. If he used his hands to transfer the blood onto the guy and then the cop let him wash his hands, there's no proof. We don't have the DNA of the blood that was on his hands. Can't prove he transferred it from her body to his body by using his hands because we have no DNA evidence of blood on his hands. And then Suanna says, exactly, Rosebud, how can they prove it? Yeah.
They can prove it by the type of blood, the way it's projected onto the ground, onto the body, onto the pants, the way that it comes from above and the way it drops is how they can prove that he did that, because otherwise it couldn't. He wasn't laying on the ground when he was stabbing her and she was above him and her blood was dropping down on him. That would not have been on the ground until after he was shot. So it doesn't make sense, even though his DNA is not present, because his DNA can't be present. But we know, even if he was following the rules of what the 911 person said, go take a towel, apply pressure, all this stuff. We know that her blood was on his hands, whether he was doing what he wants us to think he was doing, trying to save her, or whether he was transferring the blood over to Joseph's body so that it looked like he had DNA of her on him. So we know that we know that the blood on his hands was hers. It shouldn't have been anybody but hers.
Right.
And he's going from her, taking either the towel or something and bringing it over and dropping it on him. So he's got it on him. And the way the blood has fallen on his body, on Joseph's body, indicates it came from above, and the droplets on his pants indicate that it was transfer blood that came from above and hit in just little cylinders. And then also the blood on Brendan's shoes indicates that he was transferring blood. And she said that it looks like it, even though it was a more porous surface, that blood was coming across. He had it in his hands, was getting it on to Joseph's body. And of course, some of it fell on his shoe. So I think that she is saying that, and they can prove that.
Yeah. It still would have been nice for him not to have washed his hands.
Yeah.
Would have helped.
But
yeah.
I mean, we have to assume, regardless of what happened, he had her blood on his hands. Supposedly he said he didn't touch Joseph. He fell where he fell and he was, shot or whatever, but they didn't pick him up and move him around, supposedly. So if that's true, then the only blood he would have had on his hands is hers.
Yeah.
all it's an indication of volume of blood that's on the surface, and I certainly would want to look under that area to see how much volume might be there. It also has, especially on the margins, you're looking to the right side, you can see the outlines of, or the shape that is fairly circular in a linear distribution. Looking at the photograph going from the top down towards the bottom, you see these, there appear to be individual circular stains.
Okay, can you, as best you can, using the screen, identify the linear pattern that you see?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and can you draw perhaps either an arrow toward or a circle around the circular stains that you see? I'm afraid the circle around may end up too large, but
yeah,
let's give it a try.
So the width of the line makes it
I know, thank you.
kind of obliterate the circle underneath.
Yeah, you see,
Oh, yeah,
you can see the droplets. You see the droplets, and it's going down. So it was carried droplets. It wasn't saturated blood.
Thank you. And again, what is it that the nature of the circular stains mean to you?
Taken together with the volume, that this appears to be where a volume of blood was projected, blood drops traveling through the air, and some of those droplets fell from that trajectory down to the surface of the, in this case, the carpet. So that creates the linear portion of it in association with the volume that you see immediately to the left of that the same thing is happening there. Droplets falling on top of droplets creates a volume and on an absorbent surface, a saturation. All of that is consistent with what's called a projected pattern, where a volume of blood pushed through the air, then the droplets fall, and they fall on top of each other, creating this larger overall pattern.
Thank you. If we can pull this down, please.
You don't want to print that?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
You have to put it back.
If we could print, and I would offer it as 113A.
Okay. I think it's
It
off
moves.
on the side.
Hold on, I can make it happen. Oh, no.
Okay.
Okay.
And any objection to 113A?
No.
113A evidence.
All right. Are we good? Okay, just wait.
You're fine.
Okay, thank you. All right.
No, they can't prove what blood was on his hands. But I'm
Yeah,
just saying,
whose else would it be?
All right,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Commonwealth's previously admitted
That's what I'm saying.
111.
It can't be Joe's. He wouldn't even say it was Joe's. So it's got to, I mean, it's got to be Christine's. It's a matter of if he got Christine's on his hand,
For
helping to save her or carrying it, right?
location purposes, Commonwealth's 113 was a close-up of which area of the staining that we see here?
So approximately parallel to the sideboard.
All right, can you make a mark, just perhaps a dot on the screen for that stain?
I'm sorry, the previous pattern is what I just marked.
Oh, thank you. I can't see it on mine. All right, and so looking at the area of blood below that stain, what can you tell me about those markings?
Well, looking on the photograph, looking below the area that I just marked, there's at least two areas of concentration that are, as you're looking at the photograph, just below and another just to the left. These are somewhat overlaying. They indicate, there's an indication of volume. These are not, it's not just single falling blood. It's definitely not cast off or impact spatter. It's not flow. It's just areas of concentration and saturation.
And can you perhaps just put a dot in the centers of those two concentrated areas? Okay, thank you. So in the perimeter around those concentrated areas, what observations did you make of the staining?
But if I understand, we're talking about going around that general area. Again, there's multiple things that could move some of the blood in that area. Some of it could be transfer. That is something that's very wet with blood, could be on the surface, possibly moved from one place to the other or moving on the surface. I can't really tell. There appears to be multiple things happening. It's just, I can't identify just one and only one action in that location.
Okay, well, let me ask this. If you were to draw a perimeter around the outermost.
Let's see. A couple of things people are saying here. Pam says the judge has been extremely patient, either both attorneys not remembering to number and file photos for evidence. Yeah, that's true.
Well, she's really, very nice.
I don't wanted to read the rest of what Rosebud was saying, but he did that while speaking to the 911 operator. Did the cop actually see him do it? This is what I'm talking about. Without that evidence of DNA of her blood on his hands, the defense can use that.
I don't really understand what she's saying.
Please don't take my comments as being argumentative. I'm just talking this out respectfully as an adult.
Oh,
I wasn't taking it that way at all.
Yeah, I don't really see what she's saying though. I'm having a hard time following what her thinking is. I'm sure it makes sense, but I can't figure it out.
Yeah, I think I'm not quite sure the point you're trying to make either, because obviously it'd be nice to have had that testing of the blood, of her blood on his hands, and even to get good photographs of it and everything else.
Right.
But I don't even think he's disputing that it would be her blood on his hands. It would just be why it's there. Mm-hmm. If he was there applying pressure or whatever to save her, or as the prosecution is saying, that he would use it to carry it over. And we've got body cam of blood on his hands, and it can only be her blood. I don't think he would make the argument this Joe's, because nobody else is injured. But I'm not sure
said, and Sue Ann's kind of piggybacking on that.
Okay.
She said 911 did say they told him to roll her over on her side and place that rolled up towel under her neck to apply pressure. So wouldn't that be droplets from that? And it said she's saying since the 911 operator told them to roll her over, wouldn't that be where the blood came from on his pants? I don't think that's what she's talking about. And we don't know that he rolled her over and did anything just because they said that.
Yeah,
I'm sure he wants us to think that.
Yeah, some of these, yes.
But the type of blood would not necessarily, blood doesn't like just squirt out when after someone is stabbed. That blood's going to run down, like she said, with gravity. So in order for the blood to be transferred onto his pants with droplets, it would have had to have come from somewhere. And so, but it was not on his pants that I know. I thought it was on Joseph's pants. Isn't that correct? I was talking about Joseph's pants.
Yeah.
And it was the transfer droplets that were going down in small spots were on Joseph's pants, not Brendan's pants.
And
Yes.
Rosebud, we would never think anything badly of you ever, so don't worry. We
Right,
think you're
right.
amazing and we love you, and we're happy to discuss things with you. You're like a member of our family. Like you said, we're kind of like your family at Christmas. So please don't ever hesitate to speak your mind.
Yeah, and I certainly don't have all this figured out on the blood spatter at all.
I think they've not done a great job in really painting a really good explanative
Quit trying to be fancy. They haven't
Well,
been doing a good job explaining, Lucy.
They aren't doing a good job of telling you the steps that went on to get to where they are. They're just not they're not painting the whole picture. It's very fragmented.
Right.
That's what I'm trying to say. It's broken up. You can't just see the sequence of events and what really happened. And I think part of that goes back to the au pair not questioning her enough in detail during her examination of her, or her questioning of her. I don't think she gave enough details.
Right.
Yeah.
How did this happen? Why did this happen? What did you do? Because she painted a picture, but it was vague.
And Hobo Mom says, I think she is saying he washed his hands before police got there.
He did.
He did?
Well, actually, no.
No. After the police got there. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
He was allowed to wash his hands in the hospital. When he got to the hospital, they specifically said when he got to the hospital, I think it was a doctor it was a policeman or something that was there. He said, "Can I go wash my hands?" And the guy said, "Yes."
Because he said he had empathy for him and everything.
Yes. They talked about the empathy that he had. He didn't do it at that moment at the house.
And then just an overall, these photos, the utter chaos and horror that was going on in that room, it's just mind boggling.
It is.
It is. I mean, this is terrible.
I get over emotional about the stuff and I have to walk away.
And it can get
sometimes
confusing for sure.
because I just think about their last few moments and stuff, and just
Mm-hmm.
the betrayal. It just gets to me.
Oh, yeah.
I have to walk away.
And Hobo Mom hit the nail on the head. She said it can be confusing with so many people and who did what.
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I don't think they've done a good job being clear about who did what.
Right. I think you're 100%.
The lengths a person's mind has to go to commit such a horrific crime, I will never understand.
No.
And even through his just watching him during this case, he just seems very detached from any emotion.
Yeah. I think the jury has to be seeing that too. I mean, sometimes things seem different on a camera.
I'll tell you, the world is colder than I've ever seen it. So I don't know if they're going to do it or not. They're all probably sad because they can't look at their iPhones.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I still don't think they've done a terrific job. And I don't, I guess I've seen so many other cases that have been done better.
Like home runs.
And yeah. And knocked it out of the park as far as getting you to understand exactly what happened. We need the same kind of person that come in and said, this is, here's the timeline and here's how we know. And they can't do that in this case. They don't have that. They don't have any of the digital forensics to back up anything. And there's got to be some.
Yeah. We'll keep playing here.
Edges of the blood staining that we see on the left. Would the entirety of the blood contained within that perimeter be saturation?
It's not all saturation, doesn't
Okay.
appear to be.
What else does it appear to be?
Well, again, some of it could be transfer, like something very bloody, either being moved in different location or moved on the carpet, either one. So it's not an even distribution through that whole area.
Okay. And looking at the blood stain now to the right of the photograph, what can you tell us about that stain?
That there is saturation there. There is some transfer there. There is what might be some spatter up as you're looking at the general area. There's some smaller stains, at least up just above and slightly to the right of center of the larger bloodstain area in front of that chest of drawers.
Thank you. And Judge, if I can have this printed and offered into evidence as 111A.
Any objection? 111A.
One thing that's hard is we haven't been able to see a lot of the photos. Are we thinking that the blood stain to the left is Christine and the big one to the right is Joe? Is that what it, or do we have any idea?
I thought it was all from her.
Okay, so Joe's not.
I I don't know how close he was to her.
Okay.
I wish we could see the picture, even with the diagrams of how the bodies were laying,
Mhm.
just like the fake drawings, just so we could have seen exactly how the scene looked, because it's very hard to understand that. I hope that they've done that for the jury.
Oh, okay. So Christine says, or Suanna
Yes.
says, Christine was in front of the dresser. Joe was by the dog bed. That's right.
If you'll remember, his head was laying on the dog bed because it was saturated with the head wound blood, and that's where his head was. So I
Gotcha.
think all of that next to the dresser is hers.
Boy, that's a lot of blood.
Mm-hmm.
So that's all
Mhm.
Christine's.
I don't think that's that. Considering how many times she was stabbed, I don't know that that's that much.
Yeah.
But that's just what got saturated into the carpet. We don't know what was on the clothing, what was on, other things. I'm surprised there's not more on the bed.
Yeah.
But obviously they took the sheets off, because you can see that the mattress is just. I'm actually looking. I paused it on one of the photos that she just had, because I was looking at the picture to try to determine, and I think it was, there was a little bit on the wood sideboard of the bed that they thought was spatter from the stabbing. And so, and then I think the rest of that is from her.
Right.
And it's all from her, the spatter.
Okay.
too.
I forgot about the dog bed part. So
Yeah.
that's not even in the shot. We keep seeing it all, is it?
No, we don't. We've only saw it at the first day or two. They showed it.
Yeah.
And we did see the dog bed with the pooling of blood on it. And Rosebud said, well, if there's transfer blood on him, the victim and the only person that had her blood on him was the husband, because the victim didn't have blood on him from unalive her. It was all transfer. Yes, basically.
Yeah.
And I think it was all transfer, because she was not wounded until he was already shot.
Right.
Based
that
on
lines
what,
up with
based on the
Juliana's.
based on Juliana's testimony.
Right. That's the whole point.
And
Right.
so that's why they had to transfer. That's why he had to transfer that blood, so it looked like he was the one doing the stabbing, Joe.
Right.
On a side note, I just got a message that says this could be the big one for the snow. So I'm thinking we should probably do our arrangements and pack up and head to Florida.
Okay. Just
Yeah, there's supposed to be like 18 inches.
I know. That's what I'd heard.
I'm ready to go if you are.
They probably won't have school for a week if that's
what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yes. Based on the nanny, she was still alive when they shot him. Romy 2 says it's a lot of blood. If it were a hardwood floor, it would be a huge pool of blood. The rug has absorbed the blood.
Yes.
blood.
Well,
Yeah.
and if you remember that testimony, she said that that it went all the way through past the carpet, past the pad, and
Mhm.
well into the subfloor in certain areas. So I would say, I don't remember which pooling, if it was his or hers, but I think it was hers, is where it went all the way down to the subfloor.
And good to see you, Taipei. So you didn't get sorry you didn't get the notification, but we've been on since 9 Central. But it's been interesting. We've been going through basically blood spatter all morning. It's just and they're doing a pretty good job laying out the evidence, but it's maybe not being communicated in a good story. Like the evidence is there, but I don't know. We don't know how well the jury's taking it, if they're absorbing the story they're trying to paint.
And I did find out also that the 4 alternates are all men. So that we were talking about the ratio, all the alternates are men.
Yeah, I told you that.
Oh,
So
okay. I didn't
You
know
weren't
that.
on here. You might not have been on here.
It
when I
was
said
9 and 7. Was it 9 men, 7 women?
7 women, 9 men. Mhm.
So it's 7 women, 5 on the jury. So
Yes.
7 women, 5 men on the jury.
Right.
Okay, that's interesting.
Why would they have?
That's
Why would
probably
they
not good
have?
for him.
Why do they not have an even? Why don't they have an odd number? Because
That's a great question.
I mean, why would you have an even number? Because you could easily get 6 and 6. And
Yeah.
but I know doesn't it have to be unanimous?
Yes, or if it's a hung jury, if they've only got 11, then they can choose whether or not to go to trial again.
Right. But if there's
On this
12,
one.
how do you do that?
What do you mean?
If there's 12 people and half of them agree and half don't, how do you decide if there's 12?
Oh, well, I had looked up before this one started what happens. Let's say if you have even one person that comes back not guilty, then they have the option. They call it a mistrial or whatever,
Right.
or hung jury, whatever they call it, and then the prosecution has the choice to do it again, or they could just stop. So it just depends.
On
So,
a side note,
yeah.
this has been awful trying to get his surgery scheduled this time.
Okay.
Never leave the office again without scheduling a surgery.
Okay.
Ever.
Well, he kind of insists.
I know. I can't get anybody to give me a straight answer. They're like, well, when would you like to do it? I'm like, when's the piece going to be ready? And then we're having to go back and forth. It's taken days when it should have taken minutes.
Talk to the doctor.
I have been in contact with the doctor. The doctor sent me off to his scheduler, and his scheduler's like, when would you like to schedule? I'm like, well, when's the piece going to be ready? And we've got some business travel coming up. We've got some stuff going on. So I need to work around things.
Dreaming, you have basically missed a lot of blood spatter talk. Some
yucky pictures.
Lots of casserole talk.
No, she was here for the casserole, wasn't she?
I don't know.
Maybe not.
Lots of homemade soap advice.
No, it wasn't homemade soap. It was homemade toothpaste.
Homemade toothpaste and that kind of thing. But it's been the same
Sally
lady
Field.
all morning. Lots to talk about Sally Field's career.
What's your favorite Sally Field movie?
It's kind of how it goes here.
Mm-hmm.
Well, when are you supposed to hear back about surgery?
I just messaged them again. It didn't send me a notification that they had messaged, and they just said, what time frame are you looking at? I'm like, it's not up to me. It's up to when the piece comes in.
They may be waiting until the piece comes in.
Before they'll schedule?
Maybe. Just to make sure they've got it in hand.
I don't know. It's irritating though, but the doctor insisted they leave the other day before scheduling surgery. And I was just like, ugh, I already knew that was going to be a pain because I have a hard time getting them scheduled unless they're in front of my face. So anyway.
All right, but let's get going on this. They're probably about to go to lunch.
Oh, they've been at lunch for a while.
Yeah, we're pretty far behind, but that's okay.
Yeah.
We'll skip through their lunch.
Let me know when I can pull it down.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Breveting.
Well, as soon as we start talking, they come back and then
All right, Judge, if I can ask first that Commonwealth 219 be shared with the witness and with counsel.
I'm serious. I'm going to Florida. If this surgery's not scheduled, I might be packing up the car.
Judge, at this time, I would offer.
I don't want this.
219 into evidence.
I don't want this.
I got room. I got room for you.
I know you do. I'm glad you built a big enough house.
Marking saw
go stock the pantry for something
No,
like that.
no, I'm not kidding. There's no point in being here. If there's no school, they're probably not going to have therapy either. I'm not even kidding.
No, everything will be closed.
Yep. If it's 18 inches, that people they don't even know how to act if it's an inch. What 18 inches?
Judge, at this time,
We need to get out of here.
I'd ask Commonwealth 221 be shared with the witness and with counsel.
It'll be up to the door of the camper.
All right, Ms. Dallygraph, do you recognize this photo?
Yes.
All right,
Stan Snow.
this time Commonwealth would offer 221 into evidence under seal.
Any objection? All right, 221 in evidence under seal.
All right, Ms. Dallygraph, we've got now another angle of the blood on the carpet that we've talked about. Can you identify for us the droplets that you previously testified to having come from Joe Ryan on the carpet near the laundry basket?
Well, there's an area that on the carpet that has smaller circular and elliptical stains between the bed and the basket.
Thank you.
Sasha, when it's
And
under
then did you
seal,
also
pause.
observe any blood stains on?
When it's under seal, that means that they can't. Do you want to explain it?
They're not going to show it to the
Right.
gallery or us. So it's usually too gruesome.
Mm-hmm. And L. Kennedy, no, I do not want to build a snowman.
I know. I know.
I'm not. You have no idea how upset this makes me.
We'll see. 18 inches of snow would be. I can't. I'll believe that when I see it.
That happened to me in college. Aunt E knows. I got stuck in Louisville in college because I went on a ski trip when there was like a blizzard coming, and I got stuck in Louisville for a week. You remember that?
Mm-hmm.
And I at a boyfriend's house. That was not we broke up shortly thereafter because. I'm just trying to save us. We need to go to Florida. He's not even listening.
Just waiting.
Did you hear me?
We need to go to Florida.
I said we need to save our relationship and go to Florida. I need a tan.
Yeah, it's gonna be harsh.
On the wall?
Yes.
All right, and can you circle where those stains were observed to be?
Sorry, the marking covers up.
It's okay, we're gonna zoom in on it in just a moment. Judge, I would offer this as Commonwealth's 221A. I'm sorry, this is 221?
Yes, 221A.
And now 221A with the markings, please.
Any objection? 221A under seal. Okay.
I bet that was fun,
I
Tyree.
know when I can pull it down, thank you.
Yes, you're fine.
That's the way to do it, actually. In college, when you're snowed in, just ramen with chili cheese Fritos.
I'm sure the time passed quickly.
Yeah.
I'm serious. If it really is going to snow, I've got some problems. So we'll talk about it offline.
I can ask to share with the witness and with counsel. Commonwealth's previously admitted 118.
118.
When's it coming?
Friday, Saturday.
And that can be shared with the jury in the gallery as well.
Okay, good. Because I want to get
Ms.
perspective
Graff,
on this.
Do you see here now a closer picture of the blood on the wall?
Yes.
All right. Tell me about that blood stain and what observations you made.
Well, the largest blood stain you see is clearly elliptical with some excess flow or a tail, a part of the volume that continued in the direction the blood drop was originally traveling when it impacted the wall. So this droplet was traveling downward and at a slight angle as you're looking at the wall, slightly to your right.
So when it was forced down. Yeah.
There are other stains in the same area that are much smaller, but exhibit very similar characteristics, that they're the leading edge, the place where the blood droplet first met the wall is rounded, and then you see that round shape transferring into elliptical. And those drops are all going toward the wall and then downward.
And you reviewed the certificate of laboratory analysis for that particular item, swab 39, is that correct?
I did.
All right, and did that contain Joseph Ryan's DNA profile?
I really would have to look at the report again. I don't recall.
Okay, that's all right. Did you make any observations regarding the blood spatter that was located on the laundry basket?
I did.
All right. Judge, at this time, I would ask to share Commonwealth's previously admitted 120.
120, okay.
Tell me about the blood stain patterns that you observed on the laundry basket.
Well, there are multiple circular and elliptical stains. Some of those appear to be in a linear distribution with the caveat that the the side of the laundry basket has a lot of openings, so you don't have the full pattern there, but some of them do appear to be in linear distribution.
And we understand that linear distribution is consistent with what?
Well, you get linear distributions in projected stains, in cast-off stains, in impact spatter. All of those would have some linear components to them.
Thank you.
Hmm.
And were those stains swabbed and tested as item 41 to your knowledge?
Yes, some of these stains were submitted for further analysis.
All right, and was Christine Banfield's DNA present in some of those stains to your knowledge?
Some of them had Christine Banfield's DNA profile.
Okay, thank you. All right, Judge, if we can pull this down. Judge, at this time, I would offer into evidence Commonwealth's 196.
Any objection to 196? Is that a no? Okay, no objection. 196 in evidence, and thank you.
Judge, I'd ask that be published. All right, Ms. Dallygraf, do you recognize this picture of Mr. Ryan's backpack?
This is an examination picture of the backpack that was under or partially under Mr. Ryan's left leg.
All right, so this is after it has been opened and spread out, is that correct?
Yes, this would be an examination where everything has been removed, photographed separately, and now looking at just the backpack alone.
Okay, so start us off with the thing that seems to confuse almost everyone. The circle that we see in the middle of the backpack, is that something you drew?
No,
Okay, to your knowledge, is that stitching on the backpack?
I can't tell from this photograph. I'd have to see a close-up. Oh, yes, I can see the stitches.
Okay, there we go. All right, so tell me about the blood stains that you observed on this object.
Multiple circular and elliptical stains.
All right, and what pattern of travel are those stains consistent with?
Well, some of them have some satellite or the continuation from the leading edge outward, which would indicate downward relative to looking at the photograph. Others are pretty indistinct. You can't really determine from some of them what they were, but all of this is relative to this surface.
All right, Judge, if we can pull this down. All right, and Judge, if I can share what was previously admitted as Commonwealth's 124.
124 under seal.
So, Ms. Dallygraf, did you examine this photo relative to the one that we just shared and admitted into evidence as Commonwealth's 196?
Yes.
All right, so tell me what observations you made of the staining on the backpack as it appears in this picture relative to 196.
Well, I look at it in the context of the scene, how it was originally photographed before it was moved by officers in the scene, and to identify the patterns or the shapes of the stains that we could see in the examination photograph compared to what is visible here, to see if we can see the entire pattern or the portion of the pattern, to determine if the blood is deposited while it's in the orientation, location, everything that we see in this image, just by comparing those stains during examination quality and the in-scene context.
Okay, and what did your examination reveal regarding the location of these stains and the location of the items in the bag?
Well, one of the largest of the stains that we saw in the previous photograph, you can see a portion of it going into a fold as you're looking down at the lining as it was laying there when they first photographed it in place.
Okay, and is that consistent with the location of the objects in the bag as we see them photographed here?
I'm not sure I understand the question. We're
Okay.
talking about just the lining?
Yes.
Well, it appears that at least part of that lining is not exposed when we look at the overall shape of that. So we
Judge, I'm
see only
sorry.
part of that
I'm
shape
gonna
here.
object to that question that we approach.
I'll sustain the objection. Just ask the next question.
Okay. Is the location of the items as we see them photographed here consistent with the stains that are beneath them?
Objection,
I
Judge.
sustain the objection.
Okay. Was there staining on the items as they are photographed here that created a pattern with the staining on the lining of the bag as evidenced in 196?
Judge, I'd object. I don't know. Well, actually, I'll see if she can answer.
I'll overrule the objection.
There are some small stains on some of the items. However, what I'm looking for is to see, can I see the entire pattern that was on the lining with these objects in place? If all of that staining happened with these objects in place, then we should see those
Judge, I think
stains.
I would object. I think we're going to
All right, I'll
where
sustain the objection. Next question.
Okay. Based on your review of the certificates of analysis, was Mr. Ryan's DNA observed in the stains to the liner of the backpack?
My recollection is those were the DNA profile of Joseph Ryan.
Keep dropping stuff.
In your review of the body-worn camera, were you able to make any observations regarding the placement of the Glock 19M, Mr. Banfield's service weapon, at the time of the officer's first entry into the primary bedroom?
Yes.
Okay. And where was the Glock model 19M?
On the, I believe that'd be the southeast corner of the mattress.
All right. And did you make any observations of the blood pattern in the area of the weapon?
On the weapon itself, on the pistol, there was what appeared to be contact all along that entire side of the gun.
When you say that side of the gun, which side of the gun?
The side that was up as it's laying on the mattress.
Okay. In your expert opinion, based on the location of the blood on Mr. Ryan's hands, the location of the blood on his pants, the location of the blood stains on his hip, and your review of all of the evidence in this case, including the autopsy reports, are you able to opine as to whether or not Joseph Ryan was in the position where he was found when police arrived, when those blood stains were transferred?
objection.
Objection.
I think this goes.
Uh-oh.
You
I
knew
knew that
that.
was coming.
Yeah. No. I mean, there was no doubt that was coming, right?
I do not have any further questions. Thank you so much. I appreciate your patience.
All right, cross-examination.
Judge, would it be appropriate to go now, or?
Well, how long
we
is your,
didn't have a break for the,
how long is your cross-examination?
I anticipate it probably being at least as much, if not more.
Okay, all right.
Wow.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our lunch break now. So we'll come back then at 1:45 to give you an hour, okay? So again, do not discuss the case and don't do any outside research, okay? We'll see you at 1:45.
Okay, so I'll just go ahead and skip through all that. We are behind enough to probably be up to date. Unless you have anything you want to add before we.
I can't think of anything. I just don't think they've done a good job proving anything.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think part of it's the witness is not definitive enough, but then he's objecting to every little thing, every question, and she is too readily taking away her question. And I don't know.
Yeah.
All I see is a white screen. Is it on your laptop?
Yes.
Is she wearing culottes?
Hold on.
I don't know what she's got on.
Okay. Just to the witness and the attorneys?
The witness and the attorneys, yes,
Okay.
thank you.
And this, for the record, what exhibit number is this?
Judge, if we
It's not,
can,
oh, you don't, it's not in evidence yet? Okay.
it's not an evidence.
All right, thank you.
I can identify it, however.
Sure, okay.
Your Honor, if we could identify this as defense exhibit number 80.
80?
80.
Okay. We'll identify
I think
it.
that's a little out of line, but it's.
That's fine.
Okay. Good afternoon, Ms. Groff. I'm John Carroll. I represent Mr. Banfield in this case.
Good
If there are any
afternoon.
questions that I ask you and you don't understand them, please ask for me to repeat them.
Sure.
Okay. Ma'am, can you see the first slide there at your station?
Excuse me?
Do you see something on the screen?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And what have you seen that before?
Yes.
Okay. What were you in terms of your ability to see that? Was that in pictures?
This object or
Yes.
this one image or what's contained in the image?
This object and this image.
The object I saw in multiple images, including the body cams, videos, and I see it in this still image.
Okay. And you recognize that?
Yes.
Now, did you work with Detective Leach from the Fairfax County Police on this case?
I worked with him in the sense that I received, I believe, reports that he wrote, documentation of what type of analysis was done or submitted, various items for, and had a conversation about a particular testing that he did.
Okay. And the particular testing, was that the testing that we just talked about in your cross-examination with the, what you said was a linear drip stain on the pants of Joe Ryan?
No.
Which stain was it?
It had to do with some socks that may or may not have been bloodstained, and that was the focus of our conversation.
Okay. And so how many conversations did you have with Detective Leach during this process?
I only remember one specific meeting that he was present where we had a one-on-one conversation about items in this case.
Okay. And was that here in Fairfax that this meeting
Yes.
took place?
Yes,
And were you present for that here, or were you in a virtual situation?
and always present, physically present.
Okay. How long ago was that when you had your contact with Fairfax County PD?
When I talked to Detective Leach about this case,
Yes.
I don't remember the date, it's been some time ago.
Okay. Do you remember the date that you were previously here in Fairfax?
I remember what I was doing, I'd have to look up our calendar to see what date that was.
Did it coincide with another case that you were working for the Fairfax Commonwealth Attorney's Office?
No, it's not another case.
Okay.
We were here doing some training
Okay. And training here in Fairfax?
in this area. I think it was Alexandria, maybe. I remember the physical facility. I don't remember the name of the location, but it was in this area.
Now, going back to this image, were you aware of, and I'll show you the next image. Were you aware of Detective Leach asking for analysis for DNA on this juncture that's showing on the knife?
I was aware that some analysis was done. I did not talk to Detective Leach about specifically where or how the sample was collected. I think I may have looked at the results of the analysis,
Okay.
but I did not focus on this particular object.
And is it fair to say in your review of this that you looked at all of the results of the analysis that were produced in these cases, or in this case?
I don't know if I received copies of all the analysis that was done. Everything I received, I reviewed.
Okay. And in this situation, and Your Honor, I can.
Sort of mark it.
Well, what I was thinking I might do, Judge, is if we mark it A and then
80A. Okay, this can be 80A, that's fine.
And then 80B and going forward through.
Okay.
Okay,
How many?
I'll
Okay.
identify it.
All right, so this is 80A, the one
Yes.
that's on the screen right now? Okay, thank you.
Ma'am, just to refresh your recollection, does that look like the analysis that you looked at?
Yep. Yes,
Best evidence. It's not the full document. The document's been admitted in evidence.
all right. Well, she needs to review the full document.
Okay.
We have it available.
Ma'am, to your recollection, whose DNA was, without referring to that, whose DNA was identified on that portion of the knife?
Again, it wasn't part of my analysis. I don't recall exactly where it was.
You got to be by a microphone.
Sorry, Your Honor, I'm going to look at the Commonwealth's exhibits because I think it's been introduced as one of the Commonwealth's exhibits.
He can't be that unfamiliar with microphones that he has to keep being told to step up to the microphone. I mean, surely he's dealt with this before.
I don't know. He just acts very like he doesn't know procedure.
I know. I mean, don't they always have microphones, even if it's not televised?
Yes.
So, I mean, why does he have to keep being reminded about that? Where do you think he's going with this? Is he trying to say that she shouldn't have been talking to this detective? That's what Suanna was saying earlier. Or have you heard?
Don't know. I don't know. I was listening, but I don't know if that's what he's trying to say or not. I think he's trying to insinuate that without saying it.
That's a good point, Suanna. She says, I think he's used to having a lapel mic.
Pull up Commonwealth's exhibit.
That's probably right.
160.
I can't pull up anything.
Sorry.
I can't pull up anything.
I thought that was introduced into evidence.
Yeah, but we don't have their electronic files.
Yeah, I think it's on their.
This is not ours. This is the court's. If you want to use it, it's all him.
Ma'am, can I, Your Honor, if I may, I have the hard copy here. I'll just have her.
Okay, that's fine. I'll just switch it over to the lamp. Oh. You're just gonna use the hard copy on the lamp? Is that,
Big pardon?
are you just gonna give it to her or are you gonna use it on the
If I could
lamp?
just give it to her, that would be fine.
Okay, that's fine. 160, which I have is just lab sheet DNA blood.
It is.
And I wasn't sure what this question meant. I didn't mean to ignore it. I just didn't know. What is this? Do you guys have like car decals?
I think she means like in our store. Like, do we have Mr. E, Crimecast, car decals? I think that's what she means. If that's what you mean, Sasha, let us know.
Okay.
If we don't, we could add that.
Speak for yourself.
Also, if
And by we mean Mrs. E.
yes.
Sorry, I'm
if I
trying to
shut
get the
off my-
surgery scheduled.
If I shut off my mic, it's because our lawn people are here and it may get loud by my window.
Sheet May 22, 2023.
Thank you.
Number 160.
All right, if you want to show her that, that's fine.
I wonder what the object was he's talking about.
I don't know.
I just texted you something.
My phone's in there charging.
Okay, do you want to just read it from my phone? It's a Monday. It's a Monday, though.
Pam, have you had enough to look at?
Sooner the better.
What date?
Does that refresh your recollection, ma'am?
Well, again, I don't know if this was one of the documents that I looked at. I'd have to look at my listing of the materials that I received. I recognize it as an analysis report, but I don't know if it's something I received
Okay.
or not.
In preparation for your testimony today, did you review the things that you had reviewed for testifying today?
I did look at my report. I didn't like memorize the whole list of what I did receive.
So you're not certain of the specifics of the lab analysis relating to the knife in this case?
I don't recall the specifics of the knife, and as I said, I did not focus on the knife as part of my analysis as far as identifying patterns and as a result of that, whose DNA profiles might or might not be present.
And would DNA profiles, whether they're present or whether they were even tested for, would those be important in some of the determinations that you've made today?
In terms of the knife itself?
In terms of any aspect of it?
In terms of everything taken together, those bloodstain patterns that I talked about, if a DNA profile was identified, then I noted that based on the relevant analysis reports that I had.
And if there were stains that weren't examined, would those be important as to informing your conclusions?
Judge objection is to form, I don't believe it's clear, examined by whom?
If you could rephrase the question.
Okay. There's, in the scenes that you've seen on the body cam, there are numerous stains, correct?
Yes,
And many of them have been tested, many of them haven't been tested, correct?
that's correct.
And in fact, you directed testing for some of them in your relationship with Detective Leach, correct?
I don't recall directing Detective Leach which stains to sample or to have tested.
Did you identify a sample that you required Detective Leach to get tested?
Not that I recall. My analysis was based on the documentation, not personal examination of the physical objects.
Ma'am, did you have an opportunity to review what would be 80D? Do you see that picture?
I see the picture, yes.
Do you recognize that picture?
Yes,
Have you reviewed that as part of this case in your examination?
yes.
Okay. In this instance, In this instance, this is the injury to, is this the injury to Joe Ryan, his left hand?
This is one injury to his left thumb.
Okay. And the contusion and the bruising, you see that?
Yes, I see the contusions to the left thumb.
Okay. And in terms of your experience as a blood spatter analyst, blood spatter pattern analyst, is it fair to say there's a greater likelihood of injury to the person who's stabbing than someone who's, or to the person, there's greater likelihood of injury to the person who has the knife and is stabbing versus others involved in the scene?
I'm sorry, I'm not exactly clear on what the question is.
Is there, let me see if I can rephrase it. In your experience, is there a greater likelihood of a stabber having an injury as a result of that knife?
I can't really say greater likelihood.
Okay. Have you experienced that?
Not in something measured as a greater likelihood.
Okay. Have you experienced it in some other measure?
Well, that it's not uncommon for, in a stabbing situation, especially if there's no hilt on the knife,
Okay.
that multiple impacts can cause the weapon itself to become slippery because blood is a fluid and is wet. Their hand may slide and actually get cut.
Okay. And
Mr. Carroll, I just want to make sure, this is 80B, okay? 80B is
I'm
in
sorry,
Bravo.
yes, I was
Okay.
counting
I
ahead.
just want to get the record clean.
80B.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Would you agree that this is another view of that injury?
Yes,
That would
Appears to be.
ADC, identified as ADC.
Thank you.
Ma'am, do you see this, the slide that's before you?
no, sir.
Do you see the slide that's before you now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you recognize this, this particular picture from the body cams that you looked at?
This does appear to be a still portion of one of the body cams.
Okay, and this would be identified as ADD? Ma'am, looking at ADD, do you see my client there?
Well, I recognize that the person, there is a person kneeling on the floor, and in looking at all the videos of the first officers, that that person was later identified as Brendan Banfield.
Okay, and in that picture, can you see his hands?
I'm sorry, this particular image is very dark, difficult to see, but in the overall body cams, I did see his hands.
Okay, and are you saying that you don't see his hands in this picture?
I'm saying this picture is not really clear to show his hands. I see the area that I think is his hands, but the picture itself is not clear.
Okay, and do you see the blood on his hands?
I did see blood on his hands when I
Okay.
reviewed the body cams.
And in this picture, do you see blood on the backside of his hands?
I'm sorry, this picture is not clear enough to make a determination.
Okay, well, let's look at the blood stain down to his right. Do you see the portion that we've been talking about? And just if you need to look at where everything is situated in order to orient yourself, do you see the corner of the bed?
I can make out the area where the corner of the bed should be.
Okay, and can you make out the area where the saturated blood stains that you were talking about is?
I can see what appears to be Again, the picture quality is very poor.
Okay.
But from reviewing all the body cams, I do know that there was saturation areas on the carpet.
Okay, so just talking about this picture right here, this comes from when you reviewed the body cam, correct?
I reviewed all the body cam footage that was given to me for review.
And this footage is from the first body cam responder, isn't that correct?
Objection, Judge. I think it calls for speculation. She's indicated she has reviewed all of the body cam, but there's been no indication as to which body cam this came from.
If she can answer it.
The body cams of the first two officers going into the bedroom had the most information about location of persons and objects before being moved by the officers or being directed to be moved by the officers.
Okay, and in this picture, which would be 80D again, you can see the stained spot that you were talking about with the ladies and gentlemen of the jury earlier, correct?
Again, the quality of this picture is very poor, but I do know where there were saturations on the carpet based on all of my review of materials in this case.
Can you see the end of the bed?
I see what I think is the footboard of the bed.
Okay, can you see what's on the bed?
In this picture, you just see that it's a dark object. Based on the totality of the documentation, I know what that object is.
Okay, and what object is that?
It was a handgun.
Okay. And do you know which of the handguns that it was?
Yes.
Okay, which one?
Based on all of the documentation I had, this would be the gun that was Mr. Banfield's identified as his duty weapon.
The Glock 19M, would that be it?
That sounds right.
Okay. Now, just looking at what we know about this, so you know where the gun is, even though you're saying it's a dark object, and that's, you know where the corner of the bed is, correct?
I know that the firearm, when first officers arrived in the scene, it was laying on the southeast corner of the mattress.
Okay. And so you know where the blood stain is related to the southeast corner of the mattress, correct?
Blood stain was later identified on the sheet removed from the mattress.
Do you know, we're talking about the saturated blood stain that you spoke about quite often in your direct testimony that's at the foot of the corner of the bed.
Yes, there were multiple saturation stains on the carpet.
Okay.
One was near the southeast corner of the bed on the carpet.
Okay. And were you also, did you also review the 911 tape of the call from Fairfax County or to Fairfax County?
I did listen to 911 recording.
Okay. Do you recall my client's statements about shooting an unknown person in the room?
I don't remember the specific verbiage. I remember that there was a reference to an injured person and a shooting.
Okay. And I'm not that worried about the detail, but what I am interested in is when he identified himself as shooting Joe Ryan, the police said, "Where are the guns now?" Do you recall that?
I don't specifically recall.
Okay. Do you recall them telling whomever was on the 911 tape, make sure the guns are visible?
Again, I don't remember the exact wording of the call.
Okay. And so you don't actually remember that from the 911 about the gun?
I don't remember the specific words that were said. I do remember specifically reviewing that there was reference to an injured person in a shooting, that was the basis for officers going to the scene.
Okay. And so would it be possible if that gun that's showing on the corner of the bed was put in the blood stain saturation that you've talked about today prior to making the 911 call?
Well, I don't know prior to the 911 call. Those are things that I can't know.
Okay.
I will say that the blood stain all along that complete side of the gun, the exposed side as you're looking at it, that it did have what appeared to be transfer. And certainly if the gun had been laid in a saturation or in a blood pool, then that would be a scenario that could not be excluded as how the blood stains came to be on that side of the gun.
Okay. And if that was left in the position that's in for purposes of the first responders, would that be something that could be tested to determine what the DNA was on that gun itself?
If the gun itself, as it's laying there, someone could swab it and submit that swab for analysis.
Do you know if that ever happened?
That I don't know.
Okay. You never received any records of an analysis of what was on the gun?
I don't recall getting analysis of any swabbing of the gun itself.
Okay. But that would have been the most direct way to determine if there was blood or blood of a certain person or some other basis upon which to draw a conclusion if that was swabbed, correct?
To determine the DNA profile, that would be, I would think a preferable method would have been to swab it there as it's laying there. However, the gun was not left in that position. So,
Okay.
So there were some other things to consider as far as what would be tested and what would not be tested.
Oh, so when you're talking about not being left in this position that's showing here, you're talking about when the first responders moved it to the other side of the bed?
It was officers that moved it, and this gun was moved twice.
Okay.
Based on the body cams, that's what I saw.
Okay. But the DNA analysis of this area, including those saturated, soaked blood stains, I think there were 2 of them. There are a number of other stains on the mattress. The only one that was tested was the one that's right underneath the gun, where on the bedding that was underneath the gun. Isn't that correct?
Okay. If I can take them one at a time. I did not see stains on the mattress. That simply wasn't included in images that I saw of the scene. The images that I saw, I could not identify blood stains on the mattress or on that sheet that was on the bed. There were more than 2 saturations on the carpet. Trying to remember what else you put in there.
Yeah, so I'll work with you on that. Let's go through it. The 2 big saturations on the carpet. You never saw any testing of those 2 big saturations, correct?
I'm sorry, I really don't recall. I have to go back to see if any of those were specifically tested. The one directly in front of the chest of drawers would really be no reason to test that, because in the context of the scene, we know the source.
Okay.
The one closest to the foot of the bed could be tested either by sampling the saturation of the carpet itself, or there was some clothing that was partially covered some saturation, but also was stained, and that could be tested for DNA. And then there's saturation over by the dog bed that's a distance away.
Okay. And would it surprise you to know that none of those saturated positions were tested?
I wouldn't be surprised at that.
But that would give you information that would be helpful in arriving at whatever conclusion you're trying to arrive at, right?
That depends on the extent of the analysis. Like I said, the one stain pattern, there's really no reason to test, because we could see in the context of the scene, particularly in the body cams, the source of that. because the source was laying in that area
Okay.
when officers arrived. The other could be tested, as I say, either directly from the carpet itself or objects on the carpet that were also stained.
Now, the firearm itself, that would be something that you would probably want to be tested, correct?
I would probably have preferred that it be tested directly from that, but also consider the fact that it was moved twice by officers in the scene. So before I would look at any results on that, I'd want to know more about the officers moving it to be sure that they didn't disrupt it. That's certainly a consideration, and look at the pattern, if not the DNA.
And just so you're clear, you're talking about it being moved twice after what we're seeing on this picture, which is at the corner of the bed.
Yes, it was moved twice after officers initially entered the bedroom.
And is it possible that the gun in the position that you can see my client, even though it's dark, that gun was to his right-hand side, laying in that pool of blood that had saturated that carpet prior to it being put up on the bed?
I don't know where the gun was prior to being put on the bed. It is generally to his right, as we're looking at where I know he was positioned in the room.
Okay. And you know that he had blood on his hands, correct?
He did have blood on his hands.
And in fact, I know you're not happy with the quality of this picture, but in other pictures that you've seen his hands with blood on the front side and blood on the back side, correct?
Yes, his hands, both hands were blood covered.
Okay. And that would be consistent with someone who's rendering aid before first responders come, isn't that right?
It's consistent with him having blood on his hands.
Okay.
He did, looking at the first officer entering the room, he did have his hands on her neck.
Okay. And that was something that he did until the officer said, "We're going to take over now," correct?
Well, when the first officer arrived, he was there with his hands on her neck, and then an officer directed him to move away, and then the officer took over trying to render aid.
Okay. So let's talk about cast off. Is that what you call it?
Cast off is a bloodstained term.
Okay. And you spoke about cast off and how it could be a linear pattern, or what you saw was a linear pattern. And so cast off is coming off of if you could just remind me again, what was your definition of cast off?
Well, the mechanism of cast off is when some object that has wet blood on it is in motion.
Okay.
And so as it moves, blood comes off in a column, in a ligament of blood will come off, break into individual droplets as it travels through air.
Okay.
And because it comes off of basically one point or one area, then when it lands on a surface, those individual droplets, as they form on the surface, will make a linear or curvilinear pattern.
Okay. And so if you have a surface that has a lot of blood, say hands, and you do this, can cast off occur?
Cast off can be any object that has wet blood on it. A finger,
Okay.
if it's a hand, then usually we'll see like more than one linear distribution
Okay.
for, say, blood coming off, depending on which fingers they are, how many. Or it can be some other object that has blood on it that's in motion, and then
Sure.
blood comes off that object.
And just for the court reporter, I'm just going to describe what you just did and what I did, and if I'm incorrect, please correct me. When I talked about cast off, I talked about moving my hands in a snapping fashion away from my body, or it could be downward. And when you were describing that, you were saying it could be a hand, any finger, or all fingers going off of that object, correct?
Yes, any object that has wet blood on it and the object is in motion so that blood comes off of the object could produce cast off.
Okay, thank you. Now, and I guess with cast off, what I think you've identified as droplets in a linear type pattern is the words you were saying to direct examination.
That individual stains in the pattern oriented to each other will be in a linear or curvilinear pattern.
Okay. In a linear pattern, I'm just assuming what, I guess you're talking about straight or likely straight.
Well, I say it could be linear or curvilinear, so a part of the pattern could be very straight.
Auntie, if you said something, I think you were muted.
Oh, I said that's what linear means is straight.
Yeah, I know.
I'm like, this guy, he's just wearing me out.
I know what he's trying to do. He's trying to, people are saying he's trying to discredit her. He's just trying to put any doubt on where the blood could come from and everything. It's just, anyway, so want to be sleuthing something. Thank you so much for being a member for the last 3 months. We appreciate you very much. It's hard to watch this part, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, he's just not very good at his job.
Mm-mm.
And he's muffled in a way. He's just not very. His voice doesn't project. He doesn't show any
going with it.
He doesn't have any authoritativeness. I don't know.
It's not convincing to me.
Could have a part where the whole line curves a bit, so it's curvilinear, but you can still, looking at it, see how they're related to each other.
Okay. And unless you actually see whatever it is that's holding that blood, you can't be certain of that, correct?
You cannot generally look at a cast-off pattern by itself to determine what the object was, other than looking at the individual stains. This came off of it's a low volume or very small surface area versus something that has a large surface area.
Okay. Now, when you're talking about the surface,
So loud.
and the surfaces that you're talking about in this case is you have the wall, correct?
I'm sorry, the surface area I was just referring to was the surface bearing the blood.
I understand, and I'm just moving on to surfaces that could create what you ultimately interpret. Like the wall, for example, that would be a clean surface if blood hit that, right?
Judge, objection to the mischaracterization of the answer. Her answer was about what type of object could create cast off.
Right, and he's moving on now.
Yeah, I'm moving
This
on.
is a new.
Understood, but
Okay.
to then use the word create what she's talking about, I think.
Overruled.
Okay.
So just so I'm clear, I don't want to confuse. We're talking about surfaces. So like a surface like this, or a surface like this, or a surface of skin. Okay, so that would be like a tabletop, clothing, fabric, and skin.
So,
I haven't asked the question yet.
okay.
Depending on what surface you're talking about, would it be easier to identify whether it's a linear pattern or even whether it's a drop pattern? Excuse me if I'm not using the right term. When you're talking about like a wall or a flat surface like.
How does he not know the terms?
Well, that's what it's kind of,
I've learned the terms today. How does he not know them?
real quick before you go back,
Sure.
I want to say, Wannabe Sleuths and Something is absolutely one of the most respectable and respectful communities in true crime. I love you guys. Well, we love you too.
Love you too.
Thank you so much. I don't know if we're respectable or respectful. I'm just kidding. No, I'm kidding. Thank you. And your timing's just fine. Don't worry.
And no, I don't. And Cindy, I don't think he's court appointed. And
No, he's not. That's the
looked
sadder part.
I looked at everybody involved, and all of these people have years and years of experience. He's been a prosecutor and a defense attorney, and so has the prosecutor. She's been a prosecutor and a defense attorney, and I think even like a judge. So they both have A lot of experience.
And going into this, I thought this would be a pretty fiery, passionate trial.
Mhm.
I can't tell you how disappointed I am in that part of it. What were you gonna say?
I was just reading the other comments here. So, yeah, the defense attorney. Goodness, I know, but no, I don't think he's court appointed.
Y'all, come on now.
I think this family has some money, so I think they've spent money on their attorneys.
Susanna says, y'all, come on now with the Timu Timmy. You all got to show me some love, man, just a little. And then, yes, Nana, he does. I think that this gentleman would much prefer to be working his case instead of the attorney he has. I just, let this be a lesson to all of us. If we ever go in for a criminal trial, we want a fiery attorney.
I know, obviously, we are biased knowing what we know about him and everything, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the way he acts with the writing and the attorney taking all, it just makes you think this is a very controlling man.
Well, he's micromanaging everything that the attorney's doing, and that's got to be unnerving, quite frankly, to the attorney.
Mm-hmm. And it would make you feel like this is the kind of guy that would not want to lose control of his assets and his money and his daughter. It fits the profile of what they're trying to allege against him. So he's not helping himself.
Romy too says he's working his own case for the most part.
And he may, I mean, he is a criminal investigator, so he probably has spent a lot of time in courtrooms and has some idea of how things work, but he needs to.
But how does an attorney not know what linear means?
Or that they didn't create websites.
Yeah.
That was my favorite so far.
Yeah. And you know what? You know what is something else? They wouldn't show us the catfishing emails, right? Yeah. But we can see like the bloody floor. That drives me nuts.
Yeah, I don't know why they didn't show all that. Hobo Mom says, Mr. E, because I think he is reading what Brendan wrote on the paper besides the way attorneys should be wording it. Oh. He may be taking it straight from Brendan. I got you.
You think we're an acquired taste fan? I feel like we're pretty palatable.
We're not for everybody.
We do get some cross comments from time to time, but it's rare.
Because we blocked them all.
Much. You have a theory about blocking though. You have the Pat Brown method.
Oh yeah, just block them.
If they cause you to not have peace, you block them.
Yes.
That's the rule.
Yes.
We don't care.
And no take backsies.
No take back. Yeah. A lot of people do clean out their blocked list and give people another chance. I've given one person another chance.
And then she never came in our chat again anyway.
Nope. Never came back. So
well, you like your mug?
Oh, fancy. Yeah.
Oh, you got the mystery mug. Okay.
Yeah.
No, Romy too says that's the way to do it. But yeah, that's how I feel. What's the other side say? Oh, is it the coffee?
Oh, it's the coffee, dogs, and true crime.
Oh, and it's blue on the inside?
No, it's black. It's black.
Hmm.
Yeah.
So super cute.
So it's me ringing.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's another round of spam calls because that's all we get. But yeah. Okay, Helbo said, read my comment. Mr. E, because I think he's reading what Brendan wrote in the paper besides the way the attorney said it should be worded.
Yeah,
we read that.
We did, and I agree. I think that might be it. That might be why he's botching some stuff.
I think so too.
Makes sense.
I think so too. All right, we can go back to it.
Watch this guy badger the expert there.
I know.
This versus clothing and say denim, like what we have in this case, or a forearm, what we have in this case, there'd be different.
Objection to the compound question.
Yeah.
Right.
Overruled. He hasn't asked the question yet.
I haven't asked the question yet. Would there be different things that you would consider based upon the surface that you're analyzing in coming at your conclusions?
Well, in looking at bloodstains, all of them, you should consider the target surface, that is the surface receiving the blood, and how it might alter a bloodstain. And again, it goes back to things like the volume of blood in the cast-off. Even something that might be absorbent, like denim, if it's a very small volume, then it may not be enough blood to really be disrupted when it strikes that surface. It really depends on several factors.
Okay.
I think there was another portion to your question, but I forgot it now.
Well, I think the actual question was in making your conclusions as to some of the things that you've said today, whether it's a circular stain, whether it's a elliptical stain, I think you talk about, or if it's a transfer stain. Would the surface have an effect on each of those different possible patterns? Or
Yes.
how you identify them?
Target surface is an important consideration with any bloodstain pattern. How will this particular surface affect the blood as it's transferring from a fluid to a drying stain on the surface? So surface is important. In terms of linear, we're looking for not just on a flat surface, but linear distributions can be identified on contoured surfaces, or a solid surface versus an absorbent. In the context of the scene, you may or may not be able to make that determination.
Now, you referenced a DLI report in your direct testimony. It was a private lab that the Commonwealth hired to do an examination. Do you remember that one?
Yes, I remember some of the reports were DLI.
Okay, well, there was only one, and the one was relating to the DNA that was being sought inside Joe's zipper in his button of his pants. Remember that?
I don't recall it being inside the zipper. It was identified to me that some sample in the area of the button or in that area was in fact sampled, and that they did find DNA profiles.
Okay, and did you read that report?
I think I did.
Okay, isn't it true that the request for the analysis was actually not blood stains? The request for the analysis was around the blood stains for contact or touch DNA. You remember that?
I don't recall anything in it that said specifically how it was sampled.
Okay, so, but what my question is you spoke about transfer stains to the Commonwealth when they asked the question. You spoke about inside the zipper where the button connects, all those sorts of things. And you spoke about blood transfer stains, didn't you?
I said on the back side of the buttonhole that I could see in the image transfer stains.
Okay.
I did not say what DNA was present in those transfer stains, just that there was a report in that area, and I think it was the button side as opposed to the buttonhole side.
But my question is, did you realize that the request for DNA was not for any blood stains? It was for touch DNA around that area that was described.
Judge, objection, facts not in evidence.
Overruled if she can answer.
Did you realize that?
As I said, I wasn't a party to sampling. I don't know exactly how the sampling was done.
Okay. Well, I guess my question then is, how did it just automatically talk about transfers in that area when that wasn't part of any sort of scientific testing done by the Commonwealth of Virginia or their hired DNA person.
Judge, I'm sorry, I have to object. He is mischaracterizing what is in the certificate of laboratory analysis.
Objection, Ms. Ames.
Facts, not in evidence.
Overruled.
She's right.
I testified that I saw stains, particularly on the backside of the buttonhole.
Okay.
And looking at those stains, identified that as transfer stains.
And despite the fact that the DNA lab didn't deal with stains at all, was that something that you dealt with the Commonwealth in preparation? Is that why you talked about stains?
I identified the stains because I looked at the picture and I saw the stains and I said what I saw. That is a separate issue from any testing that may have been done for DNA in that area.
Now, we looked at the hip stain that you identified previously, and you were testifying. It was on his Joe Ryan's hip. You testified that there were like fingers that were going down because you could conclude that the flow was going down toward the ground where the picture was, correct?
No, I said there was a blood stain on his left hip, and there was a satellite, what appeared to be satellite with a little bit of flow from that, and that direction of those flows was towards the floor, or in terms of the body relative to his body was front to back. I did not say that that was a contact, and certainly did not say it was from fingers.
Now, did you review any evidence that informed you as to what Joe Ryan's movement was before blood was on him?
There's no way looking objectively at the evidence for me to determine what he was doing before there was any bloodshed.
Okay. If the evidence was that after he was shot, he started getting up again, so we would have blood, and he was starting to get up from his position on the floor, would that be something that you would want to consider in making some sort of a conclusion for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
No.
Any statement about what he may or may not have done would not have any bearing on looking at the bloodstains and looking at what I could determine, any actions I could determine based on those bloodstain patterns.
So when you're receiving this case, you're not talking about what the homicide detectives in this case would have already found at the time that you started working with them.
I don't know what the homicide investigators themselves found or thought they had found. I was presented the documentation and I analyzed that documentation.
Okay.
And I don't recall ever having a discussion with any of the homicide investigators about what they thought they had found.
Okay. Sorry, bear with me.
I just want to say thank you very much, Pam, for the super sticker. We appreciate the support there, and appreciate you very much. Oh, it just happened.
Sorry, I accidentally turned screening on my phone, and I was like, "How in the world did I do that?" And I wanted to turn it off. She said an avocado with kisses, like it's got glowing hearts.
How do you know that's an avocado?
I don't know. Is it a pear?
I think it's a pear. It's got a leaf on it.
You know, you're right. Now that I'm saying that, I think just because it's green. And I
I thought they were too, but I just now saw the leaf. I'd never seen the leaf before.
Well, thank you so much. You are so sweet.
Pam says, my comment was in jest only. I love this channel. Would not want to spend the day with any other channel creators.
She's saying she's an acquired taste, but I didn't want to interrupt you again.
Oh, okay.
No, we love you here, Pam. You're like family.
I didn't take it bad anyway, even if I took it the other way.
You guys, it takes a lot to really offend
Yeah.
us. I know that sounds crazy because we seem like we're very
thin-skinned.
No, just like the people who are kind of no nonsense
I'm
with
just
that
joking.
stuff.
Yeah.
But we really it takes a lot to offend all three of us pretty much. Yeah.
Yeah, even if you admit it the other way.
If you'd meant it the other way, we would have just laughed it off and been like, oh, Pam, she's so funny.
Yeah, I would have just taken it as a joke either way.
Yeah.
So yeah, no, there was no offense taken.
No.
But I get what you're saying. But
thank you for the super sticker. Oh,
and I guess
do we
sure.
need a cleanser? Need to thank her? Have a cleanser?
Yeah, go ahead. Where does it?
This is for Pam.
But I want to say thank you to you. I haven't had an orthodox career, and I've wanted more than anything to have your respect. The first time I didn't feel it, but this time I feel it, and I can't deny the fact that you like me. Right now, you like me.
I don't know why. That makes me laugh.
I mean, maybe she was acting, but she seems so sincere.
I love it.
Maybe it's not sincere because she's an actress,
I just
but it
love
seemed
it. Like she's
sincere.
like, the first time you did it, you know,
you liked me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's
Didn't
fake.
mean as much
You
as
think
it
it's
does
fake?
All
now. You
acting.
like me.
You think it's all acting? You might
Yeah,
be right.
I like it.
It's cute, but it's acting.
Well, it's the most memorable Oscar speech there is, right?
One of, for sure.
What's another? Off topic.
I don't know.
I
I guess
wanna
he's
hear-
not at me since I can think of another.
I don't recall any huge ones.
Right.
I was recently in a rabbit hole looking at ones that they said that they have misannounced, and they believe that the person shouldn't have gotten the Oscar, and that they misannounced it and they just let it go. And I thought that one of them was
What?
One of them was Marissa Tomei and My Cousin Vinny, and then they later disputed that she did win that, but they were saying it was supposed to have gone to somebody else. that was
Like
up for
when
it.
the person reading the envelope says the wrong person
It's the wrong name
on
Yes.
purpose.
Yes,
No.
yeah, and that has happened. That's when I was looking into it. That has happened before.
That
but
happened to Best Picture.
They corrected it. Yeah, they corrected
They
it.
corrected it that night.
Yeah. But they said that has happened before and it wasn't corrected. And that was one circumstance, but I don't believe that.
Well, what's one that they didn't correct?
I can't remember now because I was just down a rabbit hole one night reading about them. And I
That's
can't remember what
fascinating.
it was. Yeah. It was a Best Picture award that they said it went to a different one and it wasn't corrected. It was a Best Picture and then there was one
Like
other
the year Titanic got it and it should have been Good Will Hunting. You mean that year? I bet that's what it was.
Could have been. Off topic.
It says here that you were provided the chief medical examiner's reports, correct?
Yes,
You were provided a DNA map from Detective Terry Leach, correct?
yes.
You were provided a blood location map from Terry Leach, correct?
A blood location map, I don't recall that.
Okay, well, if it was in your report that you wrote and it says that you received that, would you feel like that was reliable?
It's his opinion. It doesn't have a bearing on what I do. I look at the documentation separately from any of opinions that he may have formed.
Okay. And so it looks as though you were provided you were provided 10 certificates of analysis from the Department of Forensic Science, including the DLI case of June 1st, 2023. I'm sorry. You were provided 15 certificates of analysis, including DLI, who was a private lab, and Bodie, who was a private lab. You received those, correct?
Yes, I would have to refer to my report, but I listed everything I received.
Okay.
That doesn't mean everything I listed had a bearing on my analysis, simply that I had received it.
Okay, and I'm actually reading from that portion of your report. So I'm not trying to trick you and do anything like that. It says you have images of Juliana Perez Magalhaes, 31 images.
Okay.
You have images of Brendan Banfield, 180 images. Does that sound right?
There were a number of images. I don't recall the
Okay.
exact number. I'd have to refer to my report.
I'll go through them quickly because I know you can't just in the moment. 137 images of Christine Banfield, 177 images of Joe Ryan. You have 1,326 scene images. You have evidence examination images, 1951. Evidence images, 308. X-rays of Christine Banfield and Joe Ryan, correct? You have,
Yeah, if you're reading the list, then yes, that would be correct.
okay. You have 40 Axon body cams from the police department, 37 fleet cams, Axon interview cams. Now, that's what I'm asking about. The Axon interview cams, those would be interviews relating to this investigation and the evidence that was being compiled as they went on, right?
There were some interview cams of interviews that, when they were done by some detective to some interviewee, and yes, I looked at those.
Okay, and those interview cams, if they contain the factual predicate that I said to you sometime earlier, that Joe Ryan had gotten up from his position on the floor before he was shot by Juliana Perez Magalhaes, would that change your position with regard to what you've described on the hip, if he was in an upright position versus laying down as he was in the picture?
No, the blood stain is what it is. I simply described what it is and what that tells me about this small portion of the scene. Any statements that anyone makes, I do not take as being factual.
Okay,
That's
And so-
subjective as opposed to objective evidence.
thank you.
There you
And
go.
so, going along with
girl.
what you said, the pictures.
She's
of
getting
Joe
irritated.
Ryan
She's like, I
laying
was
on
supposed
the
to be here
bed,
an hour.
And
Yeah.
you, the dog bed where the saturation stain was, do you recall it?
There was a saturation on the dog bed, especially to his left and onto the carpet.
Okay, and so you ended up drawing flow patterns that were going down his neck, correct?
I
Do you remember?
I looked at those and I showed where those were to focus the attention on them.
Okay, and that was for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, right?
Yes,
Okay, and so let's just go through some of those flow patterns. So when the flow patterns are coming straight down off of his chin, down his neck, that would suggest to you that he was upright?
not necessarily. He could be laying on his back and have flow,
Okay,
depending on the position of his head, if it's to the right, to the left, or straight up.
and we're talking about a head wound to the right-hand side, right?
Yes,
Okay, and we're talking about flow patterns that would go down, and then there were some that went down and down the jawline, correct?
there was
You
some,
remember?
there were some that were kind of downward from the left side, then there were some from the left traveling over towards the right, and there were some from the right that went what looked to be pretty much straight up and down if you took the body and oriented in an anatomic position.
Okay, and so those flow patterns that you drew for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury were to show different possibilities or different, different positions, I guess, that blood would have been coming down his face?
We're simply showing what's there. This is what the flows were, and the fact that they're in different directions indicated that there was movement.
Okay, so anything on the right-hand side, would the shot through his temple and the blood and everything that came from that, would that cover what happens on the right-hand side?
If his head was upright at the time, then blood could flow from the wound down, pretty much straight down. That's one possibility.
And I know you reviewed the medical examiner's report. Did you see the portion where she opined that there was aspiration of blood there'd been blood going down into his throat?
I would expect that there would be, and looking at the blood stains on his face, there are some stains, especially just around the lips, that look like they could be aspirated, and I'm sorry, expirated.
Expirate, yes.
That means that anytime that there's fluid, blood, and air is forced through that, such as blood in the throat, and he's trying to exhale, then that produces little bubbles, if you will, coming up, and then they fall back in. If he's on his back, they'd fall back in the same position, and you see this little kind of sort of pockmarked looks in the blood, and that's one way of looking at expirated blood.
But that could be another another source of blood for those, what you drew down his neck, correct?
Well,
is it possible?
I wouldn't expect for expirated blood, as in just exhaling through blood, to have enough volume that you would have flow from that.
So you're saying that that's not possible?
I said I would not expect there to be enough volume in an expirated blood stain that you would actually have in a situation where if you're talking about someone who's basically not active at that point.
Okay, well, and okay. So are you saying it's not possible that any of those lines that went down his neck would not have been from aspiration blood? Are you saying it's not possible?
I would say that I would not expect expirated blood to have the flow, to present that kind of flow, especially where we look at where it's coming from the side. And I really wouldn't expect that much volume if he's laying on his back and expirating through the blood, that you have enough volume to flow down his chin.
And if he was not laying on his back, would that change your expectation, is the way you want to answer it?
If he's, say, upright, then I would expect expirated blood to be going away from his face as opposed to coming back to his face.
Okay.
So I really would not expect that.
So when I ask the question, is it possible? You answer, I wouldn't expect to see it. But can you answer my question? Is it possible that expirated blood came out of his mouth down on any of those, depending on how the head was facing?
I think if blood is coming from his mouth in a situation where you could have expirated blood, then there could be a volume of blood in the mouth, and that volume of blood could overflow and produce flow, say, down his chin.
Okay, so it's possible.
It's possible from blood
That's
to
what I
come from
wanted
the
to get
mouth.
to.
It's
Thank
not
you.
expirated, but it is possible for it to come from the mouth.
Your Honor, I'm
I don't
going to
think
X
he's
out of
proved
this.
anything.
Nope.
Because
Where's his clients? Oh, there he is.
he's telling her, he's asking her to ignore her opinion and say, is there a chance, you know?
And you know,
That's
if
not
I were going to testify, I would have my report with me so that I could refer to it if necessary. And I saw that in other cases that I've watched, they have their reports and they bring them up and they actually say, Your Honor, may I refer to my report? And then they have that report and they read from it, and then they summarize
Are you able to
basically
see
what
a
the
picture on
findings
your
in the
screen?
report were.
Just your screensaver.
Okay, sorry. Let me see if I can change that.
I think she's still sticking with her guns, though, as far as what she believes.
Ma'am, can you see those two pictures side by side?
Yes,
Okay, do you recognize those pictures?
yes.
Okay, in the picture on the right, we've taken a look at in a different form, the Commonwealth's version. And in those droplets, you've described them as droplets of blood in a linear-like pattern.
In a linear distribution.
Linear distribution, thank you. And then Do you recognize the other picture?
Yes,
And that's also a portion of a picture that you've already looked at.
yes,
Now, the one, I guess, droplet in the left picture, you've described as airborne, correct?
yes.
But the droplets that you have on the right side, and Your Honor, I would identify this as Defense Exhibit 83.
83, you're not going alphabet anymore?
This is a different,
Okay, 83.
Oh, yes, I do.
Okay.
I think, because we were at 82.
No, we were at 80, A, B, C, D, and E.
Oh, I'm
is where
sorry,
we
then
stopped.
this would be 81.
This is 81. Okay. No, 80. All right.
Ma'am, the picture on the right side, you say that these are droplets in a linear, and you just said it,
Distribution.
distribution, thank you. But the droplet that in the left one is airborne distribution, correct?
Well, I'm sorry, the one on the left is not a distribution, it is a stain.
Okay, so it's an airborne stain.
All of
Correct.
those you're talking about are airborne, whether they're droplets on the, as we look at on the picture on the right or the picture on the left, airborne in that the droplet traveled through air, even if that travel is downward.
So they're all airborne droplets.
Those are, yes.
Okay, and so there's no distinction between the droplet portions on either picture in your mind?
Well, in terms of defining whether or not they're all airborne. That is, the droplets travel through air, even if that travel was straight down.
Now, the other part of the picture on the right was, I think you had testified, actually, strike that. I'll just leave that as that. Your Honor, court's indulgence for one moment.
Yes, sir.
Is that a sidebar? Court's indulgence. Who is the lady in the sidebar video? Where did that come from? The lady holding up.
Oh, I just her auntie looked so silly. I didn't want to embarrass her, so I just put a different person there.
We don't, she has no identity. But no, this is just they're needing time to get their ducks in a row. So it's not sidebar, it's just reorganization.
I know, but it's just an
We just
excuse
needed
to break
something to
up the
wake up,
monotony, you know?
Right?
Yeah, no kidding.
Good to see it. It is what it is. Had to take some naps today.
I'm with you.
I'm jealous of your too many naps. Which means when we're having like family TV time tonight, I'll be passing out again like I did last night.
Mm-hmm. All I have to do to wake you up now is open a puzzle. You get obsessive about it.
It's true. We'll have to save the puzzles for the snowstorm.
You all may be heading
We have to
south.
stock up
I
on
was going to
puzzles.
say, you may be lonely because
And just FYI, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, it's supposed to be in the 80s here. So you might want to pack it up Thursday.
I don't know how this is going.
I don't think anybody knows how it's going.
I don't know. He just seems to ask questions that go nowhere.
And
I mean, really, defense and prosecution, neither have been just impressive.
nope.
So it's kind of like a
I
battle
tell you
of
what,
losers.
what I think it is. It's a lack of passion. There's no passion in either one of their sides. In the opening statement, just having justice for the victims. There's no passion.
No further questions.
All right.
No further questions.
See, he didn't prove much of anything with that.
No.
he started to go down this whole airborne route and then just bailed.
Mm-hmm.
So just wasted the jury's time with that, right?
Mm-hmm.
George Penn?
I don't think anybody's proven anything. The only thing you have is you have someone's testimony that that's what happened. That is testifying as to the details of what happened and why. That you have that in this case. How heavily they trust her
was previously admitted as Commonwealth's 222.
what you got to figure out.
I believe under seal.
222 is not under seal.
Judge, it probably, okay, that's fine.
It was in or not under seal, 222.
That's fine. Ms. Daligraph, hi. So let's kind of go in reverse here. Where he left off was with what you see on your screen. Let me make it big so we're looking at just that. Mr. Carroll was drawing your attention to this droplet here. Is that correct?
Yes,
And was comparing it to then the droplets that we see on Mr. Ryan's arm. Is that correct?
yes.
Okay, and I think perhaps there was just a little bit of confusion talking about blood in flight, blood in the air. When we looked at 222, the picture and the portion of the picture that you were drawing our attention to, referencing flow, gravity, and the position of the body, is this lower stain on his hip. Is that correct?
It's the one that shows any type of a flow associated with it is the one that's on the lateral side or the side of the outside side of his left hip. And it's that particular stain clearly is larger than the stains that we were just talking about airborne could be falling,
Okay.
from above. So
Do you believe that the stain that we see to the left on Mr. Ryan's hip is part of the pattern that leads us then to the droplet of blood that we see on the right?
I don't see that as forming a pattern.
Okay. Do you believe that they happened at the same time?
Well, a pattern, if I could define my
Please.
term, a pattern is a group of stains that are related to each other that happen from a single mechanism, a single incident. These are different mechanisms to produce this, and therefore it's not the same. Whether or not they're simultaneous in time is a different issue.
Okay. So then let's talk about the mechanism. Were these droplets produced by the same mechanism?
But depends on which droplets that you're talking
Sorry,
about.
let me be clear. The droplets that we see to the right of our screen on his abdomen, were they produced by the same mechanism as the area of blood, the stain that we see on his hip with the flow lines coming from it down towards the floor?
They don't appear to be the same mechanism.
Okay, thank you. So back at the beginning, Mr. Carroll asked you about your report, and we started with the knife. Let me ask you, do you recall when did you produce your report to Fairfax County Police?
I don't remember the date of the report. It's been some time ago.
Do you have a copy of your report with you?
No, I do not.
Okay, do you have any documents with you that would refresh your recollection?
No, I do not.
Did you leave it back here?
I do have a digital copy back there.
If you refreshed your recollection with the digital copy, would that enable you to answer the question about when the report was produced?
Yes.
Your Honor, if I may retrieve her digital
that's fine.
copy.
See, I think
Thank you.
She should have her reports. Yeah, she should have had those up with her the whole time.
Yeah, no kidding.
Like I said, other cases I've seen them carry a briefcase or carry a portfolio up to the stand
All
and
right.
keep the
When
reports
did you
with.
produce your report for the Fairfax County Police Department?
Report date August 21, 2024.
That's the question, Suanna. I don't know.
All right, thank you. And you did not examine the knife.
Yep.
You said it was not part of your analysis. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Why not?
Because in the body cam video, there were multiple places that showed where the knife was altered, if you will, by officers in the scene. That is, officers coming in, walking in the area where the knife was. You see the knife in one orientation, then another orientation. It gets flipped over, it gets pressed down. So based on that, anything that's on the knife could have been transferred from the floor to the knife. There's also bedding, fabric that's on the floor, part of which has saturations to it. So that could have transferred from that to the knife. So there were so many alterations that could be seen in the body cam that would confuse anything that we get from the knife. So we don't know if, say, the bloodstains on the knife were there before officers arrived, or if it happened as a consequence of the knife being moved as the officers are coming in and with their footwear, hitting it, pushing it, stepping on it, and so forth.
All right. At the same time, Mr. Carroll asked you about swabbing the gun, and you indicated that you did not observe any samples taken from the gun. Is that correct?
That's correct. I was not a party to the sampling itself.
All right. But you did receive DNA results from testing performed on the sheet underneath where the gun was resting when police entered the room. Is that correct?
If I may refer.
Yes, it's fine.
Well, sorry, it doesn't list it as far as, the items are not listed with the name of the report, and I don't think I included in my report anything about that particular stain. I didn't see the stain. I didn't see it in the body cam and the still images in the scene, and I don't recall getting pictures of the sheet itself where someone else looked at that. So that wouldn't be, I'm not going to analyze something I didn't actually look at.
Sure, understood. But you did receive the certificate of laboratory analysis indicating that that sheet was tested.
I remember being aware that there was testing based on a pattern that someone else saw in the evidence examination outside the scene.
Okay, and that certificate of analysis was reflective of the results of testing the sheet from the gun's first position on body-worn camera. Is that correct?
Well, again, I only know that from things I've heard said. I didn't see the pattern on the sheet,
Sure.
so I didn't make an analysis of pattern because I didn't have it to look at. If someone else did that, and which I was told that they did, and that they had submitted something for analysis, okay.
All right. Mr. Carroll asked you, though, about would you have preferred to have the gun tested? You indicated sure, all things being equal. But is there any reason why a test result on the gun would have been unreliable?
Well, again, I can't evaluate something I didn't look at. So one possibility is that looking at the condition of the gun as it's laying on the sheet, it is covered on the one side. If then it's had the same stain pattern on the opposite side, then it certainly could have transferred blood from the side of the gun to the sheet, and then it would be reliable to say it come from that. but not having looked at that pattern myself, I really can't say. There could be other transfers, assuming it was a transfer, and I don't know because I didn't see that pattern.
Sure. I guess what I'm asking is, you testified that you observed the gun being moved from that location. Is that correct?
I observed it being moved twice by officers in the scene.
So if testing had occurred after those movements, is there any reason to think it might not have been reliable?
I have nothing to base an opinion on.
Okay. All right. So you also were asked if it was possible that the blood on the gun had come from the stain on the floor. And you answered that yes, that was a possibility, correct?
Looking at the side of the gun as it's laying on the mattress, it's consistent with a transfer front to back on the gun, fully that side of the gun. And one possibility for that is that it was in fact on a saturation stain, or it possibly could have been a blood pool or some other transfer, because it appears to be a transfer pattern on the full side of the gun.
Is it possible that that transfer pattern was created by a bloody hand?
I didn't see anything that in the pattern that would tell me it was a bloody hand, unless it's a hand in motion, and it really I didn't see striations that I could identify motion. So I don't know if just bloody hand contacting the gun would be right or not. If it's a transfer just from holding a gun in normal position, I wouldn't expect it to have all along the full length front to back. As long as you're holding it in the normal position, I would expect a bloody hand to transfer blood around the grips and possibly a portion of the slide, especially directly above, or I'm sorry, below the trigger or just above the trigger guard. That's normally what we see in bloody hands handling a gun. In this case, it looks like a transfer full front to back length. That looks a little bit more like a broader surface, like on a saturation stain or in a blood pool. But other than that, I don't have enough information to make any further determination.
Okay, thank you. If we go back for a moment, Mr. Carroll asked you about the injury on Mr. Ryan's thumb and whether or not it was consistent with injuries sustained by someone who's using a knife. You explained what did the injuries look like from slippage on a knife?
Typically, if you're looking at a knife slipping, a person wielding a knife, especially repeated blows, without a hilt on the knife, then their hand may slip down, usually down the blade, and they could get a cutting injury themselves. That's not an uncommon thing in multiple stabbing situation.
In your review of Mr. Ryan's autopsy, did you see any such wounds?
No.
All right.
Well, okay. That was good for them.
But okay.
Do you think?
I think so. Say that again. Can you rewind that statement, that question?
Yeah.
And her
Yeah.
I want to hear it one more time.
Hope I didn't go too far.
The injury on Mr. Ryan's thumb and whether or not it was consistent with injuries sustained by someone who's using a knife. You explained what did the injuries look like from slippage on a knife?
Typically, if you're looking at a knife slipping, a person wielding a knife, especially repeated blows, without a hilt on the knife, then their hand may slip down, usually down the blade, and they could get a cutting injury themselves. That's not an uncommon thing in multiple stabbing situation.
In your review of Mr. Ryan's autopsy, did you see any such wounds?
No.
All right.
Yeah, that's important.
Because the defense earlier, he tried to, I guess there's a cut somewhere on his thumb, and he was trying to imply or let the jury believe that could be from slippage during a stabbing.
Right.
So she's clearing that up with her, at least saying that's not what that's from.
Yeah, and that's Sue Ann said Coburg cut his knuckle and he had a heel.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, he I remember that he specifically had some hand cuts, and that was significant.
Yeah, and people are talking kind of like, is this enough evidence to convict what we've heard so far? I'm not sure.
Well, I mean,
depends on
if you can make a case for something when you don't have a body, I think you could definitely make a case when you've got an eyewitness that is testifying to such. So yes, absolutely. I still think it's enough to convict if they can believe her statement. That's key. And I like I said, with the language barrier and stuff, I'm not sure they trust her or believe her, but they haven't done anything, or at least yet, the defense has not done anything to prove that what she's saying is false.
Right. I mean, she's obviously made a deal. It's like, do you believe when she was lying before? Or do you believe that she's lying now?
Right.
It's one of those. That's the problem with the snitches.
I think it's too early to even begin to make a judgment because we haven't heard any of the defense witnesses.
Right. Yeah, I agree.
Mr. Carroll asked you about testing the blood saturation stains on the carpet in front of the dresser.
And no, I don't think that they have addressed that. Denise, she's asking, is there any indication they found any slippage wounds on the defendant? I don't think so. I don't think they've said anything about that at all.
And the stain closest to the foot of the bed. You indicated that there was no reason to test the stain in front of the drawers because we know the source. Can you elaborate? Who was the source?
Well, I would say the source would be Christine Banfield, because when officers come in, where you see that saturation in front of the chest of drawers is where her upper body was. And we could see that Mr. Banfield had his hands on her neck when the officers first came. They immediately have him move and take over, trying to assist, and therefore knowing from the autopsy what type of wound that is and everything, then that it would be predictable that a saturation would be in that area. So when you see that, finding any other DNA profile in there would be difficult to explain in terms of the scene. Traces of someone else might be there, but the blood itself, we can see the source.
Thank you. Mr. Carroll asked you, after demonstrating with his hands a particular movement, whether or not cast off, like that found on the walls, like that found on Mr. Banfield's pants, could have been created by the handshaking motion that he demonstrated. You indicated what? Was that a possibility?
Okay, one, I did not identify a cast off on the wall. There were some elliptical stains, just separate from anything else, so I can't really categorize that other than there's some elliptical stains. Cast off can be from any blood-bearing surface that's in motion, such that blood comes off of it, whether it's a single point, a point of a finger, the point of a knife, any other object that has wet blood on it, it's in motion, that blood comes off. If it's flicking of the hands, and if they have bloody fingers, then I would expect to see probably multiple lines that would show that it came off of something of a continuous space. So lines from each one that is more than one point. But it's any object in motion. So even identifying cast off doesn't tell you what created the cast off. Sometimes in a scene context, it could be narrowed down to one object, but many times you have to say, okay, it could be this or it could be that. There could be multiple items.
Judge, if we can pull down the photo for just a moment. And if we can look at Commonwealth's previously admitted. 185. And if I can have that displayed, please.
I don't have a 185.
I'm sorry?
I don't have a 185.
Okay.
I,
I can have the court's indulgence for just a moment.
all right.
Yes, back.
186. All right.
Stop!
Ms. Telegraph, is this cast-off pattern consistent with someone's hands shaking away from their body?
Well, it's consistent with, for one, it's not just one pattern. There are multiple lines there, and some object, blood-bearing object, in motion so that blood comes off.
All
That's,
right. Could that object have been a knife?
I can't exclude a knife if there's a blood-bearing surface of the knife and the knife is in motion. That's one possibility.
Mr. Carroll asked you if there had been evidence that after Mr. Ryan was shot, he had started to get up. Would that have had bearing on your analysis? And do you recall your answer?
Yes, I said I only look at the objective evidence. So if I had seen that evidence, it would be described in my report. So it's not based on any statement that anybody made.
All right, and so that objective evidence was not provided to you, is that correct?
Well, the bloodstains are what they are. And if I don't see a bloodstain that specifically shows me that he was upright, then I can't say that he was upright.
Based on your review of all of the evidence, could Mr. Ryan have gotten up after he was shot?
Objection, Your Honor. I mean, this is
If you
going
want to
to.
approach.
There you go.
Yeah.
And back on track with Kat said she Googled it. And a proper courtroom attire for attorneys is conservative business wear, dark suit, skirt or pants, tailored dress or jacket with dress pants, slacks paired with collared shirt or modest blouse, closed-toed dress shoes, and a tie for men, all in neutral colors like navy, gray, black to convey professionalism, seriousness, and respect for the court's dignity. Absolutely. Off-white is not a court color at all.
Dreaming says she's explained cast off like 3 times now.
I know.
True. And Blessed Happy Nana said, the thought he slept in that bed with his wife the night before, knowing what he had planned for the morning, is unnerving.
Well, and I think that one thing they have not proved too is that if
Let me ask the question again, just so you recall.
Hang on just a second.
Could Mr. Ryan have gotten up after he was shot?
Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead, finish your thought, Auntie.
What I was going to say is they have not proved that the nanny could have masterminded this all on her own. And the likelihood of that is completely far-fetched because I don't think she has the capacity to do that. And I think that's easy to prove.
No, I'm not quite sure what. Yeah, I hope that. I mean, if that's the argument they're trying to say, I don't think the jury would buy that.
I mean, I just don't think it's true because, and another thing, I'm surprised they have not pulled any character references for Christine. I would have thought for the prosecution, they would have character references to say, do you believe she would have said, was there any indication that she was into something like this? Do you believe in her character and everything you've seen about her, she would ever set up a meeting in her home with a man she didn't know? I mean, there's all kinds of character stuff they have not even addressed.
I know.
And I'm very shocked by that because they could easily make a case for her character.
Oh yeah.
And there's been more than one person that has not testified, but has spoken to reporters and things like that about her character and said she absolutely not, could not fathom she would do anything like that. That was not in her character.
Yeah, they haven't done a lot, like her internet history and such, and that she doesn't have a history of this throughout her life.
Right. I mean, and there would be evidence of that and constant evidence. Was there evidence of her going to these kinds of sites prior to the nanny ever coming to the United States and going in their home? How many months ago when did it start and for how long? That kind of thing. And they haven't pulled any of that stuff in here.
Mm-mm.
And they've got to have that information.
Of course.
So to me, they have just totally missed the boat so far.
Yeah, so I'll keep playing this. I don't know how. I've got a thought. I just don't know how to articulate. I'm gonna take a second to think about this.
Okay.
Which time?
Either.
It's entirely possible that he would be mobile after the first shot because that shot went behind his eyes and did not incapacitating. That is, it did not approach the brainstem. It did not take out the midbrain. It did not destroy the cerebellum. It did not sever the spinal cord. It did not shock the spinal cord. It's simply behind the eyes. So there is certainly an open possibility that he could move after that shot.
How about the second shot?
Well, after the shot to the chest, the evidence indicates that they recovered a bullet from the spine and that the spinal cord had a concussion at that point, and that wound path included perforations to the heart, to the pericardium, and so forth. But especially that it would have hit the spine, that he would not be able to get up from that.
So could Mr. Ryan, after receiving the shot to his chest, and Judge, I'd like to share Commonwealth's 241, previously admitted, under seal. Could he have put his hands in that position?
This is it's not exactly a yes or no question.
All right.
Because could a person fall back with their hands on their chest? That's a possibility. Could they do that and have all the other blood stains where they are? That doesn't work together.
That does not work together?
Well, he has to some way have all this blood on his face and be in a different position so that you get blood on the left side of his face, not just the right side. And now he's laying here. So the answer is I don't see how with both of those together. I mean, there's a sequencing issue then, especially if we determine that the head shot was in fact the first and then the chest shot. So
can you explain? I'm sorry, you said there's a sequencing issue. What is that sequencing issue?
Your Honor, I'm going to object.
All right, I'll sustain the objection at this point.
To understand your testimony, if he had fallen like that, his hands could be in that position. Is that correct?
His hands by themselves could possibly, I can't say that I've ever seen one fall quite like this, but could possibly, if he already had his hands kind of in front of him, it could fall back and they just fall into that position.
But knowing his injuries following the second gunshot wound, could he have intentionally placed his hands in that position?
Once again, Judge, I'm going to object.
I'll sustain the objection.
All right, that's fine. I think we've gotten there. Thank you. No further questions.
All right, is this witness subject to recall?
Judge, just for the moment.
All right, so since you're subject to recall, you cannot discuss your testimony with anybody, and you're still subject to the rule on witnesses, okay? All right, you can have a seat outside. Let's go ahead and take our afternoon.
Okay, so they're going to take their afternoon break.
Her clothes, I mean, they're just bad.
Yeah.
Yes, I believe back on track with Kat asked if this was their first au pair. I'm thinking it was.
No, there's one named Amanda before this.
Oh, that's right. That's right. It was when was it like 1.5 to 3 or something like that? There was someone there. That's right.
Yeah, because she's even got her in her phone, or Brendan does, because he gets a phone call or text from her. Because when they showed his phone in the evidence, it showed Amanda texting or calling at a couple of hours after this all happened, and because it said Amanda au pair.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. I forgot that there was another one. Her outfit's awful. It's awful. I mean, it's like she had on a suit and it got destroyed and she had to just go find something and put on for court in order to make it on time. I mean,
she just went digging through the laundry basket. And
it's like she ran in the Goodwill and grabbed 2 things off of a rack that she could wear and just. That's I mean, hilarious. They don't even go together. I'm just very surprised. I mean, just everything about what she has on is just not good.
This is what I was saying earlier. I have a thought. I don't know how to quite articulate. I had to kind of think about it. I think if I'm on the jury, him being guilty, the evidence all fits. Him being innocent, the evidence doesn't fit, because their actions don't make any sense in an innocent scenario.
Right.
Because you can't explain the 911 call 15 minutes apart.
Right.
That makes no sense in an innocent scenario. His driving to the McDonald's and all of that is weird. Her driving and stopping and waiting and then why did they come back that morning at all? Why was he, why was he?
The thing that I feel is so provable is what she said. They could look at his pattern, GPS location, different things like that for where he drove in the mornings. When did that start? That's none of that stuff has been brought into evidence. Can you testify that the GPS data shows that he began going to breakfast spots in the morning between 8 and 9 a.m.? They could prove that stuff, and they've not even tried to show anything that she said as being true because they have her as this witness. But I think in order to prove it, they've got to have something to back up her statement. And so far, they've had nothing to back up her statement other than a blood spatter expert saying that it looks like the blood was transferred over to Joseph's body so that there was blood from Christine on his body. That's the only thing I can ascertain that they've proven so far. And that's just the blood spatter's professional opinion.
And am I supposed to believe that Christine, for the first time in her life at 37 years old, decided to go to a website like this and have this wild, crazy fantasy of this guy coming in her own home and attacking her at like 7:30 in the morning without meeting him, and when he wanted to meet, and that she only wanted to have this fantasy with a man she could not meet face to face prior?
I mean, what's the likelihood that anyone would do that? But knowing that they've got an au pair, a child that's not school age yet, that could be in the home. They could come back. The husband could come back. He might have forgot his cell phone, his computer. Yeah. I mean, there's no way someone would plan something like that on a day, on just a random day in the morning. They would meet at a hotel. They would do it differently, but they would not jeopardize the family knowing. So the whole scenario doesn't make sense.
What if the zoo trip got canceled and the daughter was home with the au pair instead? Or what if what if it rained or something and they're like, or they were leaving late?
Yeah. What if they had a flat tire on the car? What if the husband had to come back home? What if he was sick? There's just so many factors that could change instantly that no one in their right mind would set up a scenario like this at their home.
Yeah. It just doesn't. Guilty fits so far. Innocent doesn't. I don't hear, and unless they're going to provide some theory, I mean, we'll hear what their defense is, but it's not convinced. I just don't see. Maybe they'll provide something that makes more sense to me when they do their defense. But so far, I'm going to have to. It's kind of like the Megan Boswell. The guy kind of attacked the prosecution, but we never heard anything viable that made sense for Megan's actions for like not reporting her daughter missing for 3 months. We never got anything that made any sense, you know?
Right.
I'm going to have to understand why that phone call happened 15 minutes earlier for me to think that there's not a conspiracy.
Well, and no one is going to be able to answer that except for Brendan, and he's not going to take the stand. He, you know, if you were completely innocent, you would get up there and say, "This is what happened. Let me explain to you what happened. I want to tell you why I'm innocent." This, you know, and he would be able to prove his innocence. He has said nothing and done nothing but look guilty.
Yeah. Yeah. And yeah. So I don't know. There's a lot of things like that I would have to hear. Maybe the attorney's going to provide those theories to us when he does the defense or his closing argument, but just attacking the prosecution's not doing it for me.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, having a stranger, a complete and total stranger you've never even seen face to face come in at 7:30 in the morning. I just don't buy it.
And I can tell you right now, if she were the only one in the home, that dog would have probably been in bed with her. Dogs usually sleep in the dog bed was in the room. The dog slept in their room. Why was the dog quarantined to the basement and the door shut? Why was the dog in the basement?
Yeah.
Because they knew that they had it set up. That's another piece of evidence. Have we heard that? No. But the dog was in the basement with the door shut. They left the little girl down there with the dog, said, "You stay here," and went upstairs. So they had the dog down there when the guy came in before they even came back to set up for everything to happen. So right there shows you that dog slept in their room. Why was the dog not in their room sleeping that morning?
And so here's what Detective Mom says, but he never has to prove he's innocent. I mean, I think he did it, but it's not for him to prove. That's for the state to prove. But I mean, it depends on how you feel about that. I mean, you've got a witness claiming they were there, part of it, that's already pled guilty.
Right.
That's pretty strong evidence if you accept her and don't think that she's lying just to get a better deal, which is, possible. But if you,
I think he does have to prove his innocence. You're innocent until proven guilty, but you have the right to take the stand in your own defense. And and I know most people don't, because it ends up boding bad for them, because usually they're guilty and it's just going to make them more guilty. Kind of like Murdaugh. He took the stand and it did not help his case whatsoever. And
I don't think it would help this guy either, just judging by his demeanor.
And we knew Megan didn't take the stand. It wouldn't have helped her.
No, because when we did see her speak, she didn't do herself any favors. So it may be wise for him not to, but you can't explain away certain aspects.
But see, Murdaugh thought he could get up there and convince people how much he loved his wife, how much he loved his son, and how he would never do something like this. And the evidence forensically was solid, that you could see his every move, everything, every time that they did a Snapchat, looked at their phone, and you saw when that ended, and that's within 3 minutes of him being at the same spot on a recorded video that his son had made at the time, just minutes before the murder. So you had the evidence. And so even though he took the stand and pled all that and cried and carried on, it was obvious because they had it to back it up. They don't have anything to back this up, though. They have nothing other than her word against his, and he isn't going to say anything.
Yeah.
I don't know. So far, I think they've done a horrible job on both sides.
Yeah. I can't disagree with that at all. Oh, they may be going home early. Is that what they're saying?
I don't know.
It's going to take till 4:15. I mean, might as well just excuse them.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I just want to be certain.
Okay, sure. No, I appreciate it. All right, thank you. All right, now.
So they may be we may be ending early today. Is that what they're saying? Probably getting ready for the snowpocalypse. Oh, that would be really early because it's not even quite 4 o'clock their time. And we're behind a few minutes. It is what it is. Says it, his poor wife. That's heartbreaking to think what she went through. He's a special evil for doing that to her.
It takes a very special kind of evil for something like this. It's horrible.
If he gets on the stand right now, all he's going to do is prove that he's guilty. Yeah, it's probably smart for him to stay off of this. It's such a double-edged sword. You know, if you're in a jury, you always kind of think, man, if you're innocent, just get up there and tell the truth. But in reality, strategically, it usually hurts.
All right, your next witness,
Your Honor, we have called Gary Benson.
Gary Benson.
She's strong, but they need something more. The state needs to get aggressive to win this. And the problem they have is their witness. She wasn't great. You know, I mean, she didn't do a great job, the au pair. And we think this is their last witness, the prosecution. She said this would be a 15-minute one. So I don't know. We'll see.
They are.
Good afternoon, sir. Could you please state your full name and spell it for the court record?
Yes, it's Gary Benson. It's GaryBenson.
Mr. Benson, are you the father of Christine Banfield?
Yes, I am.
Who was Christine Banfield married to?
Brendan.
Do you recall when they were married?
Yes, they were married in June 12th of 2010.
Okay. Did they have a daughter?
Yes, her name is Valerie Ava.
All right. And when was Valerie born? Do you recall that day?
March 30th, 2018.
Thank you. Were you present for her birth?
Absolutely.
All right. Where did that occur?
It happened at the hospital in New York, the Good Samaritan Hospital.
All right. Remembering Christine's childhood, did you observe any medical symptoms that gave you concern?
Yes, several bruising, bloody noses.
Were they more than the average child's
Yes,
experience?
yeah, it was a concern to a pediatrician as well.
Judge, I'm sorry, I'm going to object about medical testimony.
Objecting to medical testimony.
Your Honor, at this point in time, he hasn't testified to medical
Okay, I'll
information.
overrule objection at this point.
Thank you. Tell me about the nosebleeds. What
They
did you
were,
observe?
they were frequent and very hard to stop. So the doctor was, why we brought it to the doctor to go over that reasoning.
All right. Did you have to do anything to help her with these nosebleeds and bruising?
Well, yeah, we would do normal, put ice packs on the back of her head, keep her elevated so that, until it stopped, which was prolonged. Took quite a long time for them to stop.
And after these experiences, did you seek help of a medical professional?
Yes, we took her back to the pediatrician who suggested that she be tested by
Without telling us what the pediatrician told you.
Oh, you just asked me what I did. I'm
I
sorry.
understand. So let me ask you
Okay.
that question. What did you do?
We took her to the doctor.
Okay. Did you take her to just one doctor?
No,
Okay. How many doctors did you take her to?
my recollection too.
All right. And after taking her to these doctors, did you form an understanding of why Christine bruised easily and her nosebleeds were difficult to stop?
Yes,
Okay.
Judge, I'm going to object. That's informed by the medical professor.
All right.
We should have here if we're going to.
Okay, I'll sustain the objection unless you have a different.
Yeah, Judge, if the
foundation.
objection is hearsay, there's an exception. If the objection is foundation, we can go farther into how he formed his understanding.
What's your exception to hearsay?
Sure, Judge.
If you want to approach.
Okay, great.
You can approach.
I don't understand why, how he can object to that.
Sorry, I just realized I was muted. I didn't realize we were going to see the dad on the stand today.
I wonder what the premise of this discussion is. Like what the point is.
I'm not sure.
And then also Pam said, if anyone needing shelter from the snow, let her know. So thank you, Pam. If anybody's going to need help during the snowstorm, let Pam know. Just message us on here and we will connect you guys.
Yeah, I don't know what this is, Suanna.
As a result of Christine's easy bruising and nosebleeds, did she need to take any precautions?
Did she take any precautions? Well, as a parent, we took precautions to safeguard. When she rode a bike, she had to wear a helmet, knee pads, hand pads. Same thing with rollerblading. She was one that when she was little, she liked to do all that stuff, but we restricted her from doing that because of all the injuries that she was getting like that. And so.
What happened there?
I don't know. They went straight to
Did it jump ahead? It jumped ahead on me for some reason, I think.
okay. No, we're
I
back
know.
on her now. I don't know. There.
Medical professor.
All right.
I'm sorry, there was not a maintenance drug?
There was no maintenance.
Okay. I think because their stream ended, it jumped ahead.
Okay.
Understanding of why Christine bruised easily and her nosebleeds were difficult to stop.
Yes.
Okay.
Judge, I'm going to object. That's informed by the medical professor.
Okay.
All right.
So we're there. Sorry about that.
Continued for quite some time, keeping a close eye on her.
Did you provide her with any medication to take?
She didn't take anything on a regular basis. There was no medication for it at the time to take on like a maintenance drug or anything like that.
I'm sorry, there was not a maintenance drug?
There was no maintenance drug for what was the cause of everything.
When she was little, is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. Was there a treatment drug?
there was a treatment.
Pam, this is Christine's dad. So he's testifying about her easy bruising and bleeding when she was younger. Not quite sure how this is going to be relevant.
I think it's going to be relevant because she would never put herself in jeopardy of getting hurt by somebody that was going to do things to her, because she would potentially, I don't know if she was a free bleeder or what, but.
Well, that's very interesting.
She wouldn't have put herself in that circumstance.
Very good. Yeah, but you're right. That's a good angle.
Yeah, it is a good angle. It's the first one I've seen.
Blood, for the blood disorder, yes.
And did she receive that drug from you?
Not from me, only it was administered by a doctor.
Okay. To your knowledge, did she continue to have these issues as an adult?
Yes.
And what, if any, precautions did she have to take as an adult?
Well, she always had to be cautious and not take any contact sports, anything that would prolong any kind of injury, internal or excessive bleeding would cause a problem.
When she was pregnant and due to give birth to Valerie, were you present with her
Yes.
when decisions were made
Judge,
about?
I'm sorry, I'm going to object as to the medical care aspect of this, because I think we're getting into medical care.
I don't know if we are or not. I'll overrule it at this point.
When she was preparing for her delivery,
Yes.
were there any precautions that she took for that event?
Yes, she had to take medication.
And again, you were present during the delivery, is that correct?
I was in the hospital at the time, yes.
All right. Judge, I don't believe I have any other questions. Thank
Okay.
you.
Yeah.
Cross-examine.
So I think that's pretty strong. I know what you're saying here. So Suanna says, I'm going to blow your angle. Even if she had those type of issues and she was end of that type of stuff, you could still have a safe word, not have to worry. But she was talking about, no matter how much I fight and struggle, don't stop.
Right.
Those were the kind of instructions. Boy, that does not fit her medical history at all.
No. And she obviously took a medication because she was a free bleeder. He knew her medical condition, and he knew if she was stabbed, she's probably going to bleed out. That, I mean, that's prior knowledge of what she's got going on.
Right.
That's
So
why
he
he
knew.
chose it. That's why he chose that type of thing. He's making it all fit.
Right.
Interesting.
Yeah, it is. That's really interesting. He ought to just let this dad off the stand.
Sure, yes, sir.
Definitely don't get this guy upset.
Like I said, though, they have had this isn't a character witness. He's just testifying to her physical, her medical, and he was objecting to that medical information being brought forward. I don't know why that we would object to someone's medical information being brought forward.
Well, because it hurts.
Because
it hurts them.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't want any detail on that. If she had whatever anemia or whatever she issues it was. He's got to get his instructions from his client there.
Good afternoon, Mr. Benson. Christine, as an adult.
Can you speak up a little bit more? I can't hear you.
Thank you. Christine, as an adult, would play kickball and volleyball, correct?
To my knowledge, she did play sports.
Okay.
Non-contact sports, yeah.
Did she take any precautions like wearing helmets or anything like that, like when she was younger? In those
When she
sports?
was younger, she did. I don't know what she did as an adult when she didn't live with us.
Okay, so you weren't certain of her as an adult. How long had it been since she'd lived with you?
When she graduated college, she moved out on her own.
Okay, and so probably 15 years?
Thereabouts.
Okay, and during that time, were you aware of her like competing in obstacle course type things called a mud run?
No, I'm not familiar with
Did you
it.
ever hear about it?
I'm not familiar with it, no.
Okay, it's kind of like a obstacle course where you're jumping over fences and.
Judge counsel's testifying objection.
All right, I'll sustain the
Relevant.
objection. Next
Okay.
question.
So you haven't heard about her doing any of those sorts of things, correct?
I'm not aware of it.
Okay.
Where you going now, buddy? I hope they have Valerie.
All right, no further questions. Redirect.
Just one redirect. Mr. Benson, you were able to testify that precautions were taken at the time of Valerie's birth. Was Mr. Banfield present at Valerie's birth?
Yes, he was in the room with her.
How is that redirect?
How is that redirect? I'll
It's
sustain
on.
the objection.
Thank
Any
you.
other questions?
No,
All right, Mr. Benson, you can have a seat. in the
She got her
courtroom. Thank
answer,
you,
so that's all that
Mr.
mattered.
Benson.
Yeah.
All right, next
Yep,
witness for the
that's what you
Commonwealth.
needed to do. It didn't matter.
All right, the Commonwealth rests.
Priscilla, if I can take that back for just a second.
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry. Yes.
Sorry.
Wasn't much of a character reference.
Judge Commonwealth rest.
All right, the Commonwealth rests. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a few housekeeping matters I have to take care of with the attorneys at this point, and that based on the water issue, I'm going to go ahead and let you guys go ahead and go home a little early today, okay? So please do not look at any of the media, do not discuss case with anybody, don't do any outside research, and we'll see you early in the morning, okay? We'll continue on with the defendant's case, okay? Thank you.
So, all right. So Blessed Happy Nana says, is that why he wasn't worried she was still alive when they finally called 911? He knew she would bleed out and was beyond saving. Yes.
And that also makes sense with what she supposedly said to him, that the nanny or au pair said, quit, stop stabbing me or something. I'm going to bleed out
Yes, sir.
anyway or
Right.
something.
Yes, thank you.
Right.
I didn't really understand why she said that.
So I don't know if we want to listen to this or not. Do we want to hear what they've got to?
Yeah.
Your Honor, this comes on our motion to strike. You currently have before you a 5-count indictment that was returned on September 16th, 2024. The The makeup of the indictment was designed to cover a whole series of circumstances. The fifth count was use of a firearm in the commission of a felony. In addition, there were 2 additional indictments relating to child abuse and child neglect that were then sought through direct indictment again in December. I'm moving to strike all of those charges. What we have up to this point in terms of evidence, Judge, we haven't heard a single word from a single detective that was involved in the homicide division. We haven't heard any sort of credible evidence relating to what was espoused as a theory of catfishing for years now and had been working toward that. In fact, you have the only person that has even suggested anything, and this is probably the 3rd or 4th time that story has changed, is Juliana Perez Magalhaes. She's now testifying to what appears to be intended to fit right into whatever the Commonwealth's theory was regarding that, but doesn't even make it that far. She can't answer any questions with any sort of detail. In fact, without the absolute direct and oftentimes leading questions related to the Commonwealth, she wasn't able to answer a single thing. We went through in painstaking detail the numerous messages that at one point she might have said something about, but now she doesn't remember. In fact, I'm not sure her testimony is worthy of consideration, because she got to the point when I would ask questions, she would say, if you keep asking questions like that, I'm just going to tell you I don't know. And that happened numerous times, despite the fact that we patiently went through the evidence that we needed to go through in order to test and challenge her story. That story doesn't amount to, even in the light most favorable of the Commonwealth, something that's sufficient in order for these charges to go ahead. The charges themselves are an interesting, and I'll paraphrase essentially what needs to be shown, is that my client killed Joe Ryan after killing Christine Banfield. And the alternative, my client killed Christine Banfield after killing Joe Ryan. Then the next set of charges, which at least scream out that they're just a catch-all, is that my client killed Joe Ryan and within 3 years killed Christine Banfield. My client killed Christine Banfield and within 3 years killed Joe Ryan. We don't have any sense of what happened on that day, even in the light most favorable of the Commonwealth. There's no indication of who was killed and then who else was killed. There's no evidence to support that even in the light most favorable of the Commonwealth, under that statutory or that indictment scheme that was presented by the Commonwealth's office. As to catfishing, there's no indication, and there's certainly no evidence that would be credible toward that. And the Commonwealth committed during my motion for bill of particulars in September that was the theory that they were going on. Obviously, that doesn't appear the case because there's just not sufficient evidence. So we move on then to the evidence of Ms. Graff and the testimony. She tried desperately to paint a picture. Crime scene reconstruction, though it may be available all around the world, is not available in Virginia. And one of the reasons why this testimony has probably not met where the Commonwealth needs it to meet is that there's no indication as to timing. And those 4 indictments are all about timing. And so this isn't something that, hey, if they get close with their evidence, this is about in the light most favorable of the Commonwealth, they have to have a prima facie evidence as to each individual indictment. And the way it currently sits now with no timing evidence, with no actual confirmational evidence, first regarding that whether or not Christine Banfield, which is the threshold that they have to have shown at this point, is that she somehow abandoned her devices and this scheme came into place, which we've heard about for a year from various motions and various pleadings. And so this is the time when you're in a situation where you have not heard from a single homicide detective, though there were at least 12 in place at the time. You haven't heard a single thing from any of the command staff about this investigation. You haven't heard anything from the people that were doing this investigation except for Detective Leach. And Detective Leach has a specific purpose in this, and this is to introduce the items of evidence that he took photos of and the items of evidence that he sent away to the lab. There's nothing in any of the lab analysis that's been said that would implicate my client. And in fact, in listening to all of the evidence, it appears the testimony, the identification of any blood, if it was even done, would show that Joe Ryan and Christine Banfield are the contributors. This judge is not surprising given the horrific situation that was there, but it was a situation not of my client's making and was not something that he did. And so, Your Honor, I don't believe there's sufficient evidence, even in the light most favorable of the Commonwealth. And I believe that there's an obligation when you have someone who has changed their story so many times on the part of the prosecuting authority to take that into consideration. But let alone those issues, which will be taken up, I guess, at a later time, we have these indictments, and those indictments are the indictments that they chose to seek. They're the indictments that they had to work toward in order to be able to present the prima facie case, or in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth. Your Honor, I'd respectfully suggest that they've missed their target. There's not sufficient evidence, and I'd ask that you strike the five count indictment and even less evidence regarding what was indicted later on, which are the child-related charges. And thank you.
All right, thank you. Yes, ma'am?
If there is anything specifically the court would ask the Commonwealth to address. If not, I would simply point to the court that in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth, the evidence has been presented that Mr. Banfield shot and killed Joseph Ryan, that he stabbed his wife, Christine, that all of that was done while his 4-year-old child was left in the basement, unattended, in a home where weapons were not only present but were in use, that the event in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth was in fact staged by the defendant in conjunction with the assistance of his nanny, and that at this point, I believe the evidence is sufficient to meet the standard before the court.
All right, thank you. Anything further, your motion, Mr. Carroll?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. And the factors of this case, just for the record, there's 2 different numbered indictments. The indictment 2024-666 are the indictments with the 4 counts of aggravated murder and a use of a firearm. As far as the 4 counts of aggravated murder, 2 of the counts are under Virginia Code 18.231 subsection 7, and 2 of the counts are under 18.231 subsection 8. As to the evidence in this case, in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth, I do find that there is evidence that can be considered by the jury for each of the elements of aggravated murder as they are outlined in the indictments count 1, count 2, count 3, and count 4 of 2024-666. That's based on the co-defendant's testimony, crime scene testimony, blood evidence testimony, and DNA evidence testimony at this time for those 4 counts. And as shown in Virginia, the Commonwealth can indict a defendant under subsection 7 and subsection 8 for the same murders when each of them constitute murders occurred as part of the same act or transaction, or in a 3-year period. So they don't have to choose at this point during the guilt or not guilty phase as to those 4 indictments. As to count 5, the firearm, there is evidence to go forward that the defendant did use a firearm in the commission of these acts. As far as indictments under 2024-873, count 1, child endangerment, and count 2, child abuse. In these matters in Virginia, it has been found that you can put children in situations that would constitute child endangerment, and child abuse. In this case, we have evidence from the co-defendant's testimony that the child was brought into the house, brought into a crime scene. And the light most favorable to the Commonwealth would be that she was there during the occurrence of the events that had happened to her mother and to Joseph Ryan. And therefore, there is evidence for child endangerment and child abuse. And it is clear in the Virginia law that you can go under both the child endangerment and child abuse, and it's not double jeopardy because each statute requires proof of additional facts not found in the other. So that's two distinctive offenses. So based on that, and as far as the co-defendant's testimony, I cannot find as a matter of law that her testimony was incredible. The weight of the evidence is up to the fact finder, so I'll deny your motions at this time, okay? So we'll go forward tomorrow. Has anybody been discussing jury instructions with each other, or?
I don't think with each other, but we have ours prepared and we can certainly exchange.
All right, if we could exchange those at some point in the next 24 hours and maybe talk about them. And if we'll see where tomorrow goes. You have at least 3 witnesses, correct?
I have,
Could you just use the microphone? I'm sorry. I have trouble sometimes hearing you.
I'll have a couple witnesses available beyond 3, so maybe 4 or 5.
4 or 5
I
for
also
tomorrow?
have evidence to introduce, Judge.
Okay,
And so and this is good that we're talking about this, is I wanted to, at some point, when it's appropriate, to introduce the first 70 exhibits.
okay, and you have them in electronic
I've
format,
given it
just
to- I've
one
given it to
file
you.
each? Okay, perfect.
Um,
Okay,
And so, but I also will want, because they didn't see it as we were going through it, I want to be able to introduce them, have that a reasonable period for which they can read their sheets,
well, if there's not objections, I assume.
Yeah.
I-
Well, I guess as we go through objection,
We're
but that's
gonna
what
have to
my
go through
thought is,
objections.
which could take up some time.
So would you rather do that first before your first witness?
I'm thinking that.
Well, is there any objection first to him doing that before his first witness, going through all his evidence?
No,
And then we'll just go one at a time, and if you have objections, we can cover them at that point. Is that okay?
yes.
I mean, if you can get with it, if you agree upon some that are not objectionable, that's fine.
Yeah, if council could provide them to us.
Yeah, could
that
you
would be helpful.
provide, I think I have, and let's just make sure for the record. For defense, I have, let's see, I have 1 through, oh gosh, 1 through 71, and that's all the letters and jail mail, 1 through 71. So if you can get those to the Commonwealth, and then I have 80, 80A, 80B, 80C, 80D is in Delta, and then 81. That's what I have for the defense. So if you can get those to the Commonwealth tonight so they can review them, and then they can tell me tomorrow morning which ones they have objections to as we go through them, that would make it faster.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, can we do that?
Yes.
All right, and you can, and so you'll go through tomorrow and possibly the next day as well, correct? With your
Yes.
evidence?
Yeah, I do believe so. And
Okay.
possibly into the next week.
And into next week. Okay, I just want to make sure I get it straight. But yeah, if you could start working on jury instructions, though, I'd appreciate that. Yes, ma'am.
Just a question for Mr. Carroll, if he knows the time that we might receive those files.
As soon as I go back.
Okay,
As soon as we go back.
thank you.
All right, any other questions?
Judge, the only thinking through the exchange
Yes.
of jury instructions.
Okay,
Certain instructions will be relevant based on what Mr. Carroll
I
presents.
understand. And if you, I
And
mean,
to
we
this
might have
point-
to add to the stack at some point, but if you
Okay.
could maybe just get the bulk of the
Yep.
ones we know are going to be.
Yeah,
part
we
of the
certainly have
case.
the charging instructions
Okay.
and all of the standard Commonwealth.
Are they going to be
instructions.
waterfall? I mean, it's,
Yeah, I believe so,
okay,
Judge.
so yeah, so you got to get all those so we can
Yep.
get that taken care of. And maybe start thinking about a verdict form too, because it's going to be rather lengthy.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Anything you have, Mr. Carroll? All right. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. then. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Let's. Okay. Well, I didn't expect that at the end there. I didn't know that he was going to try to have it all just dismissed. I mean, of course, I kind of thought he might have had a chance, actually. Were you listening to that?
No, I didn't.
Oh, he moved. He did a motion after the. Did you listen to the dad?
I heard a little bit of the dad, but there was
Yeah.
talking
and
in the car.
Then kids in the car. So dad basically, that was probably the most shocking thing of the day, actually, was probably the father. Because he went up there and testified that the daughter, since a child, Christine, had a blood disorder that would make it scary for her to be involved in anything crazy risky, to a point where she would wear helmets and that kind of thing. I heard
all that.
And and of course, Brendan knows this. So it became important because she wouldn't likely involve herself in a fantasy that would put her in physical danger like that, or it would make it less likely if she had to take precaution her whole life because she's a bleeder.
Right.
And it also explains, because my biggest hang up on the prosecution is, why wouldn't he make sure she was deceased before calling 911? To me, that was the thing I had the hardest time wrapping my head around.
Sure.
And thinking that he could be guilty. But if he knows that she can't clot, and 6 stab wounds to the neck, he knew she was done, whether she was actually gone or not, that she wouldn't be able to be saved. So that was the biggest news out of today to me.
But didn't the defense say something about her doing the mud run?
Yeah.
That's a pretty risky.
But that's what they were saying. Well, did you know she did those things? And the dad was like, no, she did that when she didn't live with me, but when she lived with us, she wore a helmet. We took precautions. She took a medication, but
right. So she could have taken a medication before she did
right.
And it's kind of like, if you have a condition, how much do you let that hold you back from life? To what line would she take
Right.
So she did a mud run, but that's not contact. You're not necessarily expecting to be,
There's so much data. We'll be building models all night.
No. What is that?
That was, I am actually was pulling up on Reuters, the Timothy Busfield trial. I mean, he's in court live right now.
Oh, he is?
Ooh.
Yes. And I was going to
Well, I'd have to change the live stream, but we've been here all day.
I know.
Been here 6 hours.
Oh, okay. That was Real Me Too was letting us know. Timothy Busfield is in court now. Yeah. I saw his statement on TMZ the other day. It's so hard.
Man, he looks
Isn't it
rough.
hard? Isn't it hard with actors? Because you're like, they're great at acting. He seemed believable actually in his video that he put out, but who knows,
Sorry.
You're okay.
Phew, sorry.
Bless you.
I can put it up. I have it up on my screen if you want to watch it.
So Pam says, what now? So the prosecution has arrested. Looks like defense is going to have a big defense. We'll go another week or two.
We aren't. We can't.
Yeah, we're going to have to take it.
We're going to have to figure something out because we can't do this every day. We have a business to run.
Yeah, we might have to we may have to do a recap day or something like that here and there.
Yeah, we're not going to be able to do this every day.
So we'll just see what we can do.
I was thinking that this kind of messed it all up because I thought they'd be done this week. And then we also have surgery, I think now. So
we'll just.
You got it scheduled?
I'm going to check real quick. I got a message while I was out and I hadn't looked, but I'm pretty sure it's scheduled now. Finally, after 3 days.
How far out are you talking about? A week, 2 weeks?
I will tell you in a second.
Right now, the attorney's still talking. And he's sitting at the table in his orange jumpsuit. And he looks rough, let me tell you. He does not look like any actor you've ever seen. He looks terrible.
I'm going to have to talk to Mr. E offline about it, but
yeah,
I think it's going to be February 16th as early as they can.
Oh, okay.
So, but they've got a pre-op scheduled for, I can't be in 2 places at once. So on a day that I'm going to be handling things by myself. So pretty sure.
Okay, we'll talk about that off.
Yeah, we have to talk about that.
I just
offline.
pulled it up because there he is.
Yeah, see him in the orange jumpsuit.
Where's Melissa Gilbert? That's my
Wonder if
question.
she's in the crowd.
Oh, I bet she
Well, he
is.
does look rough.
He does. He looks terrible.
But we know he's wrong.
He did come out with a statement before he turned himself in that I saw as well.
Yeah.
Saying,
Well, what kind of hearing is this?
Do you want me to hit the sound on it for a minute until we?
Yeah.
Because now it seems like they're unhappy after they already gave a statement to police on how it was portrayed. The court knows that not everything in every interview is word for word in documentation. What is relevant to the allegations is what is usually in a criminal complaint arrest warrant. Especially this warrant was already quite lengthy. However, there is concerns that people have now got to those witnesses since speaking with police.
This is
and
not
now
Court
they're
TV.
writing
Who is
affidavits
this?
on behalf
Oh, I don't
of
know.
the defendant.
You can't just go
Maybe
on
I
any
should.
random channel.
Yeah,
I
sorry.
was on Reuters. Do you want me to share mine?
The problem is that unless it's Law and Crime or Court TV, I'm not 100% because I checked with some of our creator friends and asked before we ever did our first trial, and those are the only two that they said that are safe.
Okay. Well, I
don't know
stopped
about
it.
anybody
Yeah, you're
else.
right. I don't know.
I would- but I would think-
not.
I would think Reuters would be okay.
You'd be surprised.
Well, regardless, we're not going to do that.
Yeah, we'd
whole
have to
hearing
start a
anyway.
whole new live stream.
Um,
No,
But and we've got to.
we got things to do.
We got some stuff to do. So,
Right.
but do you have any last thoughts about what we heard today before we go?
I don't know. I think it was just a mediocre.
I'm just really, and I get everything that the defense was, everything he was saying about getting it dismissed. They have not done a good job in proving that he set this up. They have no detectives. No detectives have given any kind of statement, testified to anything that they saw at the crime scene, anything that would be out of line. I mean, nothing has come forward. No phone forensics, no data, nothing like that has come out. And if this were going on, there should be evidence to that in some degree somewhere.
Yeah.
I just think that they've done a really poor job proving it, and I think it's going to be very difficult for a jury.
I actually want to ask the people that have been with us, if for some reason we aren't able to do this live, would you guys be okay with doing a live stream, like maybe in the evening, kind of just going over what happened in court, a little more quickly, like an update? Let me know by saying yes or 1 in chat, because we may not be able to. We've just got things coming up that it may not work out.
Yeah, we might have to. Yeah.
Or if you're like, no, I've got to see the trial moment by moment, then put no, I want to watch the trial moment by moment. Oh, that's good. Okay, so a couple of you have answered. Thank you.
I agree, Sarah. They should have been able to get the phones that they traded in or whatever. They should be able to get those.
Yeah.
If it's ever been in cyberspace, it's retrievable.
Right, Sophie? We
True.
could play it at 1.5.
Yeah.
Oh, heck. Yeah. It surely wouldn't hurt. It would only be for fast talkers. It would be difficult because neither one of them talks fast.
Yeah, I think people would hang with us on it.
Okay.
If we have to do it that way.
If we have to do it that way, we will. I'll give you a heads up though if we are not able to do the court date. There's just it's a busy time of year for our work. So we have to have some work days.
Yeah.
So
We'll figure it out.
Hey Kelsey, nice to see you. We'll figure it out. I'll let you all know.
So, well, I mean, I guess the good news out of today, he tried to get the whole thing just dismissed, and that didn't go over. I thought he might. Sorry.
Puppy time. Thank you, Nina. Her commentary is so great. Yeah, we do have an opinion on things, but yeah, I think it's nice to talk with you guys, and you give comments about what you think too, because our perspective isn't always necessarily correct. It's just our perspective, and so it's nice to get feedback from you guys as to what you're thinking as well.
It is fun to do these together. I don't mean it like
It
that.
is.
It's just, I guess I thought it would go a lot. I thought it would go faster.
Yeah.
And it's just
Right.
not. The
it
hour-long
actually
witness took the entire day.
Yeah.
Right. It has gone quickly, and the defense probably is not going to have that many good witnesses. They're gonna go through them more quickly because they absolutely don't cross-examine very well. So I doubt they're going to question very well.
You guys are so sweet. Look at Pam. Pam said, I just love spending time with my Crimecast family. Thank you for giving me a connected day. Oh, and then Kelsey says, my dog talks to me like that. I think maybe I was the way I was talking to the dog.
I agree, Tabe Lux.
Yeah. I think so
yes,
too.
Tabe. Yes, I agree. They all kind of seem bumbly.
The attorneys for both in Boswell were better.
But you know what I mean? And I would have thought that East Tennessee would be a little bit more bumbly, but these people seem really bumbly.
I remember everyone.
I can't think of a better word.
And you're talking close to DC. There should be great attorneys all around.
Right.
Yeah.
And they're not.
Thank you, Nina Drew, for the super sticker.
Where
We
is it? I don't
appreciate
see
that.
it. Oh, it's the sunglasses. Thank you, Nina. You're so sweet.
Well, are you thinking tomorrow we're coming back, or what do you think?
I have an appointment myself on Thursday, so
So
that's a whole other
Thursday
thing.
might be a problem.
Well, I don't know. I just think that we need to maybe have a few minutes offline, and then relax a few minutes, and then you and I kind of set a schedule, because there are things that have to be done that require me to be on a computer.
All right. Well, we'll do that offline. But we have, I don't guess I have any other thoughts other than what I've already said today. But the last thing about the dad was big.
Most interesting thing so far.
Yeah. So that because that put a puzzle piece in there for me that was bugging me the whole time. I
also did hear her trying to pin down the splatter lady on the cross.
Yes.
Examination. So I did hear that. That was a little more impressive and easier to understand.
Yes. I think overall that witness benefited the prosecution, but it wasn't like
crazy.
I mean, like what he's saying, why didn't they have a crime scene analyst come in and say, this is what this all means? And the implication is because they couldn't find somebody that agreed with their theory.
Oh. And no detectives. Nobody that investigated this case. Who were the people that said, we've got a case, this is what, no evidence.
Yeah.
Where's the evidence?
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I know. There's some weak spots.
Now, if these go private after the verdict, if it doesn't go the way we hope it goes, we may have to pull those down because we don't want to get audited.
Pull what down?
The videos.
These
videos? You think he'll get his job back?
We're just covering a trial.
Yeah, we've said some things.
But we're saying our opinion. Everything that we say is our opinion. And nothing is, it's just like any other YouTube channel. I'm being funny.
Well, but people do get overboard with my opinion stuff.
Yeah.
You know.
They do. It's like they have the same exact statement every single
But you are allowed to have opinions.
I know. But he's also allowed to audit us. So.
No, he's a criminal investigator.
I'm just kidding. I'm totally joking.
He's not auditing
I'm totally
anybody.
joking. I'm being funny, but it's just not. It's not landing. So I'm gonna stop. All right. Well, let's wrap it up, my friends. So you all have a great day, and thanks for spending your day with us. We know you can be anywhere, and you've been here with us, and we appreciate that.
Yeah. Thank you, everybody. We'll see you next time.
Oh, and I forgot. I totally forgot. Pam is our captain today.
Oh, yeah.
Congratulations, Pam. I'm going to play this for you.
Captain, my captain. Captain, my captain. Captain, my captain.
Who's second and third?
Oh,
do we have a second and third?
Let me look.
Today? Who? Maybe Suanna, maybe, I bet.
Number 1 is Pam. Number 2 is the real me too.
Oh, me too.
Sue Anna is 3. And I apologize. I've been saying Susanna. I'm so sorry.
It's Sue
It's
Anna.
Sue Anna. I know.
Because it's 2 S's.
I know.
Sue Anna.
Sue Anna.
It kind of like Suki.
Yes, Sue Anna.
Back on track with Kat is 4. Sophie's 5. Hobo Mom is 6. Deanna D is 7. I Am Quilting is 8. And NorCal Gal is 9. And Blessed Happy Nana is 10. Congratulations, captains. We appreciate you, and I hope you guys have a great day. I'm going to have to start making a grocery list and apparently prepare for the snowpocalypse.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah, we got to do a lot of that.
you all
Am
have
I heading this way?
that would be my preference, but I have a feeling he's not going to be on board with that.
We just got a lot to talk about.
We got a lot to talk about.
It's supposed to be in the 80s this weekend. That's all I'm saying.
A lot of balls in the air.
We make all of our decisions together, so we have to be both in agreement before we can do anything. So, all right. What?
No, we'll just talk about it later.
All right. We appreciate you guys. Oh, Rebecca Harrow's back in court tomorrow. What,
Interesting.
I need to send Real Me to that link too for the I've got all of those cases that way.
Timeline.
Yeah. Well, not timelines. No, it's just all the cases, case numbers, the next thing in court. Of course, I didn't update it over the weekend. I need to update it. But anyway, you all have a great day. We appreciate you, and we'll see you soon.
Bye.
Bye.
Eloquent, intelligent, keeping the missing relevant with Mr. E, Mrs. E. Let's not forget the sweet and E, and of course the best grand E, unraveling these mysteries. Stay a while and share your thoughts. Help us break down this mystery. Grab a seat, we guarantee you're in wonderful company. Unravel